Okay. Good morning. What's up, everybody? What's up? They started 10 minutes early today. Or about 10, 12 minutes early. They haven't started the trial, but they're having some type of conversation. So I'm about to start that conversation and see exactly what they're talking about.
Sort of fit the description.
Loud as hell. I heard them talking about the evidence and the drive and
of what, and I say sort of, it fit the description of what the FBI said is that you could just kind of see the outline of the body, and you could not really see the body or the face of the body to identify the person. When I reviewed the videos, I was made the connection that particular video that we did turn over was the Reno's Chop Shop video. In trial preparation, I have viewed that video with the FBI Taylor Page and also Detective Stephen Prince from Dallas Police Department, who's a member of the FBI task force. They advised that is not the Reno's Chop Shop video. We have had Detective Casey Shelton. He had done a full look through Detective Ramirez's desk after she was reassigned to identify any other pieces of information or evidence that may have been on a flash drive, because it was indicated this was on a flash drive. He was unable to locate anything.
All right, and the detectives who went out to Reno's Chop Shop and actually looked at that video, are they available and ready to testify?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, well, that's where we're at. Anything from the defense?
Nothing from the defense at this point, regarding.
All right, then do you have a witness at all?
Yes, Your Honor.
Fantastic.
by the way, I hear Charles Beltran is testifying Friday. All right, so fast forward to catch up. That's Lisa right there. Okay, we're caught up now. All aboard! All aboard! Yeah, tomorrow I hear Charles Beltran. I got word today, so I got a couple of updates to tell you guys. That's huge, huge. And what I think is gonna happen, just theorizing, I feel like these two ladies are gonna try to throw Charles under the bus, and Charles is gonna go at them. My opinion, I feel like these two women are more involved than Charles. Charles ran away, was a coward. I don't think he murdered Marisela. But him not calling police, him going on the run, him just leaving her for dead when he's the one that brought her to that house.
Your Honor, the state calls Detective Stephen Prince.
Stephen Prince, okay.
All right, sir, if you would please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do, ma'am.
Thank you. You may be seated. Please watch your step.
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, can you state your name and spell your name for the court, please?
Stephen Prince, STEPHENPRINCE.
And Detective Prince, can you just kind of introduce yourself to the jury, let them know what it is you do for a living, your qualifications, training?
I work for the Dallas Police Department. I worked there for about 16 years. I'm currently assigned to the robbery unit. I've been there for about 8 years now. Before that, we were in the academy and we did the training for police academy specifically for Dallas, where we learned criminal code of procedure. We learned defensive tactics and arrest, search and seizure, crime scene investigation. There's continued classes we had to take regarding those things. And as we grew into being a police officer into a detective, we took additional arrest warrant training and interview techniques and things like that. I was at Southeast Patrol for a few years, and then I worked in the fugitive unit, or the Metro Task Force back then, for about 5 years, 3 or 4 or 5 years. And then now I'm in the robbery unit now. I'm also assigned to the FBI Violent Crimes Task Force, and where I currently work for both the robbery unit and as a task force officer.
And as far as the FBI task force is concerned, can you tell the jury a little bit more, number one, about how you were able to be assigned to that task force and what that is?
So, coming out of the robbery unit, the FBI created a violent crime task force in the Dallas area. There are special agents from the FBI on that task force, as well as detectives from other units, from the Dallas Police Department and from other violent crime units throughout the Metroplex, like Grand Prairie, Mesquite, and Dallas. We are tasked with investigating violent crimes. Many of them have a nexus for federal crimes. Like, not every state crime is necessarily a federal crime. So our focus is on violent crimes, as well as nexus to federal investigations.
How did you come to be a part of that?
I was selected to be a part of it. Every few years, spots come open, and they approached me with interest, and I wanted to go over there, so I asked to go over.
And as far as that task force is concerned, can you kind of tell the jury about how you all work together and what types of cases you get involved in?
Well, since I work for the robbery unit, generally the cases I bring are aggravated robberies and robberies, as well as we do bank robberies and kidnappings for ransom specifically, but kidnappings where it's like not families involved. We will investigate other violent crimes that we're invited when we're invited to the investigation. And if we're specifically invited to assist on any investigation, we can assist with that if necessary. But generally, my job is to focus on large serial offenses, specifically bank robberies. Many of them are business related or vehicle related. So if there's a string of business robberies we believe to be related, we'll get tasked with assisting with those investigations.
You mentioned getting invited. Let's start with you. For Dallas Police Department, your job is to investigate robbery cases, aggravated robberies, things of that nature.
Yes, ma'am. Robberies and kidnappings, but mostly robberies.
You're not a part of you're not assigned to the homicide unit.
No, ma'am.
You're not assigned to the SIU Special Investigations Unit.
I'm not.
Okay. Your work on this case solely was out of being a part of that FBI task force.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you have to be invited to some cases in order to assist with the investigation. Can you tell the jury kind of what that means and how that happens?
Generally, if it's a larger scale investigation and they need manpower or resources, there's a request for our assistance can be made, and then our bosses have conversations, and then we're assigned to those to assist with those investigations in whatever capacity is requested. And
in the same, I guess, vein, if you're assisting in a case at some point and they indicate we don't need your help anymore, then you all stop.
That's correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And anything that you receive on that case, as far as evidence, things of that nature, anything you're able to obtain, you turn over to that particular unit in the Dallas Police Department.
That's correct.
All right. Can you tell the jury how it is that you got involved in this case?
Yes. So Marisela went missing on October the 5th, and the case was assigned. The case detective who worked in the missing persons unit reached out around October 12th of 2020 and just asked for assistance with some technical warrants as far as cellular record warrants, and there's warrants that we can write in court orders we can get signed that allow us to try to identify or locate somebody quickly in case if they're missing or in danger, or if they're a dangerous suspect, we can do that, and it allows us to get close to real-time information about the location of somebody, or if they're using a device or maybe an Instagram account to communicate, and that generally will allow us to locate somebody quickly. That's originally how we were invited to the investigation.
Okay, and do you recall on what date you were invited?
About October 12th, 2020, yes, ma'am.
What sorts of things
Mandy,
when
thank
you all
you.
provided in that case, October
Thank you.
12th,
Thank you for the gifts.
where did you start?
Amazing.
So initially, my partner wrote a couple of those warrants that I discussed in the attempt to locate Marisela, and Detective Dalby, who was assigned the case, wrote another warrant for another couple of warrants, and just at the very beginning of it to see if we could find or identify Marisela where she was. We also found that through the case detective that the family had come here between the 5th and about the 11th. Approximately, and conducted some of their own canvassing, some of their own research about Marisela's whereabouts, and they had provided some information as far as maybe her Lyft receipt, Dallas Police Department, and from a 7-Eleven receipt, and some of the places they had gone to collect video of Marisela possibly walking around the Deep Ellum area. So we had been tasked with just kind of following up with some of that about Marisela's whereabouts. Spent the majority of our time in the Deep Ellum area conducting a canvass to see if we could find any additional video with Marisela and whoever she was with at the time, and then we followed up with 7-Eleven and things like that.
And as far as you said, you Detective Dalby is a youth
As far as Mayor,
detective, is that correct?
yes, ma'am.
And that's where missing persons cases, adult or otherwise, go first.
Yes.
Okay. And in your experience, these cases, when you have a report of a missing person from a family member of a young person in their 20s that's here on their own accord, is it typical that case receives a lot of priority as far as resources going out into the neighborhood looking?
From my understanding, no. I don't work a lot of those cases, ma'am, but this is my very limited understanding is no. It's traditionally a lot of resources aren't committed to those investigations.
And they get lots and lots of those calls.
That's my understanding, yes, ma'am.
Your understanding is that a lot of maybe young people that just decide they don't want to go home or they don't contact people, things of that nature.
Correct.
Okay. With Marisela, you discussed that the family provided bank records, Lyft receipts, 7-Eleven receipt, or at least a 7-Eleven location where she had used her bank card. Is that correct?
It was a 7-Eleven that she had used her bank card. We reached out to 7-Eleven LP, which is the loss prevention or asset protection guys, and provided them with that information, and they gave us a good address for where the transaction occurred.
And you were able to follow up with 7-Eleven?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I want to go back before we talk about 7-Eleven. When you got the returns on Instagram for Marisela and you received her phone records back, did it indicate that there was any activity at all on Instagram or on her phone records after the probably morning hours of October 5th, 2020?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Now, you mentioned 7-Eleven, and you also mentioned that you all canvassed the area for some surveillance videos of maybe just seeing Marisela and who she was walking around with in Deep Ellum, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, may I approach? Actually, let me back up just a second. And were you able to find some videos, a couple videos that showed her clearly walking? It was definitely her based on the description of what she was wearing and, what time she was down there.
Yes, ma'am.
Tomorrow. I'm told Chuck is going to be on the stand tomorrow.
We were also able to obtain a 7-Eleven surveillance video that appeared to be Marisela with an individual named Charles Beltran.
Yes.
I have a couple
Now,
of details
as part of
I'm going to
your
update you guys
investigation,
with
you talked
on the
to
break.
several people as well that had
I got
maybe
some info this
connections
morning.
to Charles Beltran, to Lisa Dykes. Were you able to learn in your investigation that Charles Beltran lived with Lisa Dykes?
Yes, ma'am.
And so did that become important to kind of understand and try to talk to Ms. Dykes and anyone else that maybe had contact with Charles Beltran?
Yes.
Tell me how you were able to develop which vehicle you were looking for and when it when it comes to looking for Charles Beltran?
So one of the videos provided through Detective Dalby from the family's initial research was from a camera on the back of the Punk Society at 3723 Elm Street. That camera was actually attached to the back of the Punk Society, focused forward, being north towards a parking lot. We actually call it July Alley in a parking lot, and then 2700 Indiana Street. There was footage of them being Marisela and Mr. Charles Beltran walking together towards the parking lot where we believe they entered a vehicle. We collected 7-Eleven surveillance footage, like we talked about, and from that footage, a black sedan arrived in the parking lot, which coincided with them entering and conducting their transaction at about 1:28 a.m. that morning of October the 5th. We ran license plate reader research, which is basically, and throughout the city, there are both mobile cameras and fixed cameras that can capture pictures of license plates and information about them. We found that at about 12:55 a.m., there was a capture of a black Audi A3 that was registered to Charles Beltran and Lisa Dykes at 3113 Kensington. We pulled the driver's license picture of Mr. Beltran, and it matched the person who had walked in with Marisela to that 7-Eleven that morning.
Okay. And so at that point, Mr. Beltran becomes what we call a person of interest.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Detective, I'm handing you what's been marked States Exhibits 284 through 293. Can you just kind of flip through those photographs?
That's Charles Beltran.
Without telling it, just flip
Yeah,
through
sorry.
them first.
Probably
I'm
this, yeah.
sorry.
Audio a little bit messed up. So yeah, I think tomorrow's gonna be really good. I don't know what we're getting today. A little bit of a slow start so far. I don't know if they're gonna show us video of the 7-Eleven stuff.
And then the last two photographs are not. I'm sorry.
One second. Okay, I just unplugged and replugged, so that's it. I'm sorry, put it in.
Do you recognize what's contained in each of those photographs?
I do, yes.
Okay, and are those fair and accurate representations of those individuals in the two vehicles photographed?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then I'm also showing you what's been marked States Exhibit 294 and 295.
We need Dax back.
Did you watch those two videos yesterday in my office?
I did, yes, ma'am.
And I believe on 294 there's two separate surveillance videos from Deep Ellum, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Are those fair and accurate representations of those videos?
They are.
Your Honor, I move to admit States 284 through 295 for all purposes. Tendering to defense counsel.
Thank you.
Me, you. Good morning, Amy. What's up? Dax, yeah, that guy was pretty funny yesterday. Character for sure.
No objection from the defense, Judge. They have been previously tendered.
All right, States Exhibits 284 through 295
Oh, good morning.
are admitted for all purposes.
Your Honor, permission to publish.
You may.
We'll just start with States 292.
What's up, Facebook? Tara, Sue, Wendy, Rachel. Good morning.
Is this the black Audi that
Monica?
came back to that license plate that you saw in the surveillance video?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And who, when you did the license plate, I guess check or run, who did that black Audi come back to?
Lisa Dykes and Charles Beltran.
Okay, so both of them.
Yes, ma'am.
And let's take a look at States.
I see you looking, Andrews. Good morning.
these are some of the videos, or the videos of Marisela that you were able to look and find in Deep Ellum that show clearly who that is, correct?
Yes, the Deep Ellum, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
We get to see some video. The only thing I could foresee that might be bad for future trials is like for the same trials for the other ones is if we have to rewatch the same exact thing. I don't know if I could do that. Depends. I don't know. Like the same, like are they going to show the same exact evidence each trial? They probably have to, right? For each jury. They're going to bring the same detective and the same witnesses and same everything every trial, right? Morning, good morning. What's up, guys, man? How you doing? Them perkies. I thought we were going to have time to chat this morning a little bit, but they started a few minutes early, so I didn't even have time
And
to
Detective, were you also able,
do that.
based on that license plate hit, to determine an address for a possible location?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was that address?
3113 Kensington in Mesquite.
Is that in Dallas County,
Yes,
in the state of Texas?
yes.
Bob, 9400.
So looking at the top video,
Yeah, it's supposed to be 3 trials. I don't know how that's going to work out for us. Somebody said the next one's going to be in February. I don't know if that's true or not. I haven't verified. All right, let's see.
and let's pause it for just a minute. Can you tell the jury kind of where we are and where this is looking out in relation to the businesses that are right there?
So as we discussed, ma'am, this is the back of the Punk Society at, I believe it's 2723 Elm Street. Those cameras are covering the back of the building, or the row of buildings right there, facing towards, I believe, 2700 Indiana. There's a parking lot between there, and that's what we're looking at.
And in this particular video, what is it that you're looking for, or what is it that you see in this video?
So there's 2 different videos taken from the same camera, and one is, it's very hard to tell, but if you were looking at the 10, 5, 20 right there, there's at the top right of the screen, there's two individuals walking that way. Let's call it right to left on the screen. It's difficult to see based on the next video we watch. We believe that to be Marisela and Charles.
Would it be more beneficial if we watched the first video, the second video first?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Probably.
Let's go ahead and cue up that video. And Your Honor, we dim the lights just so that you can see.
Although have the chance that this resembles.
Oh, yeah, I've seen this video.
So as we talked about, based on the dress and
Right
the
there,
description,
yeah.
we had Marisela as well as this other individual. We see them walking northbound. I believe it's northbound from the location towards the parking lot. Based on her dress and her description, we believe that to be Marisela. From my understanding, so did the family. And then as a person they identified is as Chuck at the time.
And this video that we're watching, this is the video. You didn't pull this video. This came from the family, correct?
This came at the request of the family, yes, ma'am.
You all were able to have a video just like this, but without the commentary of the bar patrons in the back. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
we were able to view that video, yes, ma'am.
Okay,
as well.
so you viewed this video.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And it appears from that video they're walking off together. Nobody's being forced anywhere.
Correct.
Okay. And in that video, does it appear that either one of those individuals is extremely intoxicated?
Not to me.
Once you get that license plate, as you said, you're able to kind of get an address. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And in showing the second video, it's really hard to see, but you can see way off in the distance them getting into the car together. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's what it appears to be based on them walking that direction. The 2 figures are moving towards a car together.
Okay, and can you just pause it right there for a second? Can you kind of point out to the jury on that screen above you If you turn around and look on the TV screen right there, where is it that you're seeing those two individuals?
If you're looking at the number 10 at the top right corner of the screen for October, just below that, they're walking right to left on the screen.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm thinking the other two trials. Maybe we can do nightly recaps because the turnout is so low for this trial. Can't really justify being here, all day long.
If you know, do you see them?
I think we could do recaps.
Pull away from that area in the black Audi.
You can't tell what kind of car it is. There, it looks like just a black sedan that they're entering into, ma'am. That's about all I can say.
And then especially if we're gonna have to re-listen anyway and watch evidence again, we're not gonna watch that. So we could probably, if we do the next ones, just skip to the witnesses and stuff that take the stand. I think. Like who that?
So that's initially when we kind of learn, when you get that license plate hit, that you want to talk to Charles Beltran, correct?
That's correct.
You also find a surveillance video of 7-Eleven.
Yes,
and
ma'am.
we're going to play what's been marked as State's Exhibit 295.
Katrina, what's up?
This is kind of the upper shot from the doorway area, correct?
Yes, ma'am, from that 7-Eleven at Gaston and Haskell, which is just east of the Deep Ellum area. I believe they enter at about 1:25 a.m., 1:24, 1:25 a.m.
Okay, we'll kind of move forward just.
I had even thought about like the way I word the title because it seems like a lot of people don't know about the story. So like when you type in Marisela Botello trial, it's like, these people don't know. So if you're, I don't know, coming up with another idea of like for example, when Nina's trial starts, maybe like attorney charged with murder trial, something like that, instead of Nina Marano, because nobody knows Nina Marano. Like maybe it would sound more interesting to some of these people if it was, the verbiage was different. All the ladies trying to help out hoax. It's weird, man, because, you know, I felt I was really invested into the story, and so I feel somewhat compelled, you know, to cover it. But, you know, I think for this one, we'll do it like this. And then the best thing, I think, for the next two trials, whenever it happens, we'll just do nightly recaps, I think, and we can kind of skip through and not take so much time. And who knows, maybe we'll even draw a bigger audience if it's not stretched out through the entire day. Yeah, something like that, Katrina. I think we should try to play around with the titles.
Miss Botello, Valadez, and Mr. Beltran entering.
Lesbian couple murder trial, something to trigger somebody. Vegan couple trial. I'm just kidding. All right, there they go. Love track.
And it appears she's just going over to some drink coolers.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Lisa. So this is at 7-Eleven.
The purchase receipt that you all obtained, correct?
Yes.
I believe she maybe got like a Coke Zero.
She's got a few items in
Wow.
the purchase and then she left.
I mean, this is never before seen stuff, you know, like for the people that have been following this for a long time, or even the new people, like just to see these moments that like we've never seen before when covering the trial, you know, this footage of Marisela that night. Let me ask you, do you guys think this is open and shut? An open and shut case? And do you think it's an open and shut case? If you think it is, do you think it is for all of them? Okay, so somebody hit me up with the dates. So Nina's trial is February 20th, 2023. Thank you, Lena. And then Charles's trial is 4/15/2023. Okay. So they're a couple months apart. Thruple killers. Yeah, it's crazy that that's what we have to come up with ideas like that, right? But there's no choice, right? Because that's the only way people will watch. Seems like. But I remember back then too. This was a really small, like it wasn't that small, but I don't know. Maybe it's just too hard for people to follow, even though there's crazy stories that are hard to follow that people are into and love.
It appears at that point she's left. Is there any other content on there that's relevant to this case?
Not that I recall, ma'am. Just
Okay.
there's another angle that shows the black sedan pull up prior to them entering. That's it.
That's it.
Yes, ma'am.
And based on that video, again, it appears that she's there willingly with Mr. Beltran, correct?
It appears that way, yes, ma'am.
But you didn't stop at that video. You mentioned earlier that one of the violent crimes that you all are able to help Dallas Police Department with is kidnapping, possibly.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that kind of the reason why you all were invited into this case?
Yeah, one of the reasons at the very beginning. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I thought maybe it was possibly kidnapping because she just was gone.
That's correct.
And what were some of the other reasons that maybe kidnapping or unlawful restraint or something of that nature was considered a possibility rather than Miss Marisela just deciding not to come home and going on a bender?
The family brought that information. She still had money left in her bank account. Generally, if someone's on a bender, we understand that they will be spending their money to feed that. She also had a stable job, stable home life from what we understood, and that she had not been known to do this before. She had not disappeared like that before. One of the stable home lives we were able to understand is her family did come all the way down from Seattle or friends came all the way from Seattle to Dallas to look for her, which they believed it was out of the realm of her normal behavior to do that.
Okay. Your Honor, we are finished with the videos. Thank you, Judge. So based on that, this is kind of how you all began being involved in the investigation, correct?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
So initially when you saw this video, it's not like you just said, okay, we're done. Did you, at that point, did you continue trying to investigate, get some leads on how to talk to Mr. Beltran?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And in doing so, were you able to, did you try to get a good phone number from Mr. Beltran?
Yes.
How were you able to develop that?
We didn't get one originally, so we couldn't, like I never was able to find one, or maybe somebody else did the investigation, but originally I wasn't. Detective Dalby was eventually able to identify a phone number for him, but we were also able to identify other phone numbers in the investigation.
Okay, whose phone numbers were you able to identify?
Lisa Dykes and Nina Marano eventually.
And you also had a phone number for Marisela.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And part of what you all did was to get a search warrant for what's called call detail records, correct?
Eventually, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you were able, one of the tools of that, as you had said before, the FBI, the Dallas Police Department, they have individuals that are certified and able to read those records and I guess plot where the cell phone tower data is, what cell phone towers those devices are hitting off of based on the phone calls, text, and internet usage, correct?
Correct.
You are not certified to do that, so I'm not going to ask you about that.
I am not, no ma'am.
Okay, but you can look at a call detail record and tell, when phone calls are made back and forth and things of that nature.
Yes.
Okay. And you said you were able to locate a phone number for Miss Lisa Dykes and Miss Nina Marano, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Why did that become important to you?
Eventually it became important to me because we know they're related to the address and Mr. Charles Beltran. Through the eventual investigation, we knew them to be involved in a relationship that we found out later on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and so you didn't know this event initially, but you did know that Mr. Beltran at least lived at that address, and that Lisa Dykes also lived at that address, correct?
Yes.
Was there anything indicating that Nina Marano lived there full time in your initial investigation?
No.
Okay, that came later.
That's correct. Yes.
All right, my first witness.
You may.
Looking at that chart, now you may not have talked to every single one of these people, but does this chart kind of give a nexus of the individuals that were talked to in the investigation? One of the areas that in Deep Ellum that was kind of central to the investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and that's an accurate representation?
Yeah, to the best of my knowledge, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, state offer states 296 for all purposes to hear the defense.
No objection, Judge.
All right, State's Exhibit 296 is admitted for all purposes.
And Your Honor,
Ooh.
permission to publish.
Is it like a character map?
You may.
Yeah, that's what I've been
And
needing.
we're offering 297, which is just a larger copy of 296 for demonstrative purposes.
All right. Then 297, the blown up version is admitted for demonstrative purposes.
Rise and shine, good morning. They're doing Lori Daybell this morning too, and a Raymond, I guess, or something.
All right, so and
Wow, this is what I need.
Really see that, but
We need that shit. Can we get a copy?
you want to stand down for just a moment and
Yes,
we
ma'am.
kind of talk a little bit about some of these individuals.
Take a screenshot, which gets out of the way.
Miss Lisa Dykes, were you ever able to have a conversation with her?
My partner was when we knocked on the door there, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and we'll talk about more about that in just a moment. In that photograph, that's a picture of her. You went down to Florida at some point when, in March of 2021, when Miss Dykes and Miss Marano were able to be located in Miami, Florida. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's actually a picture of her from Orlando, Florida. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is Nina Marano.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's a photograph of her from Miami, Florida.
It is, yes, ma'am.
This is Charles Beltran.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know where that photograph was taken?
I don't.
Okay. Down here, you were able to talk to Dak Stevens, correct?
Yes, I've had conversations with her, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And this is that on-premise bar where everyone kind of met, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then Freddie Chapman, he's an associate. You were able to meet him yesterday.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you ever speak to him in your investigation?
No, not that I recall. No.
Okay. Kyle Williams. Who is Kyle Williams?
Okay.
We haven't talked about him.
That's one of the sons of Lisa Dykes.
Okay. Is he, at the time of this offense, did he live here locally?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then Valerie Salinas, we have here as associated as a girlfriend of Kyle Williams. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were you able ever to talk to Valerie Salinas?
Yeah, briefly, yes.
Okay. Maybe that's better. You never talked to Jamie Scarpa, correct?
No,
Okay.
I'll tell you who that is.
Kathy De Leon.
I don't believe so.
Did you talk to Rosa Maria Olivia Martinez?
Yes.
Okay, and she's identified as a co-worker of Lisa Dykes, correct?
Yes.
And then, were you ever able to speak with or be present for an interview with Jimmy Dykes?
Yes.
Okay. And so, this just kind of gives, there's a lot of parties involved, a lot of people involved. I say parties loosely. What I mean is just people, individuals involved that know Lisa, Nina, and Charles, and kind of know a little bit about the history and background and the nexus between all of these people, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And so this is just helpful for the jury to understand who all's involved and kind of give them a roadmap.
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to back this up a little bit, and we're going to talk a little bit more about your investigation. You said that once you got that video and it was clear that Marisela wasn't forced to go anywhere with Mr. Beltran, that you all didn't stop. You kind of developed some more, I guess, leads as far as talking to certain people, correct?
Just to close the loop of that investigation, when we found out she had walked in there, we tried to contact the last person that we knew to see Marisela, and at that point in time, we knew it to be Charles Beltran.
Okay. And knowing that Mr. Beltran lived with Lisa Dykes, did you all attempt to contact her?
Yes.
And how did you do so?
We went to her address, knocked on the door, rang the bell. No one answered, so we had identified a phone number for her. My partner, Taylor Page, for the FBI, called her on the phone and spoke to her while we were standing at the residence.
Okay, and were you present for that conversation?
I was.
Did you hear the exchange between them?
Yes, part of it he was speaking on the phone with her, and the other part it was on speaker. So yes, I was there. I was right next to him for the conversation.
In that conversation, did Ms. Dykes indicate that she had any idea about Mr. Beltran's whereabouts?
No.
Okay. Did she indicate whether she had seen him recently?
She said she had not.
What was the time frame that she said?
Matter of weeks.
Okay. What day was this?
October the 15th, 2020.
Okay. So October 15th, 2020, she says that she hasn't seen Mr. Beltran for weeks, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And did you all ask her to reach out to you if she saw him again? Or how did that conversation go?
Yes, it was just, hey, if you find any information, please contact us.
Did you let her know why you were trying to contact him at that time?
We did.
And what did you tell her?
It was in relation to Charles and who was related to the, we believe we said the missing girl from Seattle who had come down here. We had developed information that she had been with Charles, and we were just trying to find either her or Charles, the last person we knew to have contact with her.
And did she indicate whether or not she would talk to you if she found him or heard from him?
Yeah, we had I believe so, yes.
Okay. Unfortunately, the ring video that you were able to pull via search warrant from Lisa's house didn't have the audio recording of the conversation, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, permission to approach?
You may.
But on that ring video, you made it very clear that, you were legitimate FBI officers.
Yes, I was wearing a shirt that said FBI on it, and we had a uniformed Mesquite police officer with us.
Okay. Detective Prince, I'm handing what's been marked State's Exhibit 298. Did you watch that ring video yesterday in my office?
I did, yes,
And
ma'am.
it's fair and accurate representation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, State moves to admit State's 298 for all purposes. Entering to defense counsel.
No objection, Judge. It's been previously tabled.
Alright, State's Exhibit 298 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish?
You may.
And this is short, I don't think we need the lights out, Your Honor.
All right, let's see what we're gonna see. Well, oh, okay. What we got here?
Who's that person in the front there?
That's Special Agent Taylor Page.
Okay. And then you have a uniformed Mesquite officer with you?
Yeah, Mr. Marcus Rodriguez, yes, sir.
Is that you kind of walking back and forth in the background?
Yes, ma'am.
So right after kind of the end of that ring video, is that when Special Agent Page called Lisa?
Yes, ma'am.
About what time of day was this?
About 4:10 in the afternoon on October 15th.
And you were able to obtain via search warrant and the call detail records of Lisa Dykes, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Later in the investigation, we were.
Later in the investigation. And when you reviewed those calls, were you able to determine that she had been having contact with Charles Beltran?
Yes, ma'am.
Detective, offering was been marked as State's Exhibit 299. Are those the call detail records that you reviewed in preparation for today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you actually made some marks in there indicating the calls between Charles Beltran and Lisa Dykes, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then I believe you also made a notation of a box for a different call, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And those are all your markings?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, state offer states $2.99 for all purposes.
No objection, Judge.
All right, State's Exhibit 299 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
And we're not going to go through every single page of this, but I want to just start with kind of helping you orientate the jury as to what exactly you are looking at when it comes to these call detail records. Okay, starting with the left, the search warrant that you all received, you just got the dates from 10/1/2020 to 11/23/2020.
Yes, ma'am.
And when you're getting a search warrant for like call detail records and things of that nature, I mean, it's not like you can ask for every phone call they've ever made, right?
That's correct.
Okay, it has to have specified dates for specified reasons.
Yes, ma'am.
And so in this case, the dates were the October 1st to November 23rd, 2020, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Item number, it just lists each call, either incoming or outgoing.
Yeah, just the transaction the phone made at the time. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we call detail records, with these records, are there text messages indicated?
Later on, yes, but right here, this appears just to be phone calls. But yes.
Okay. And this connection time, it says, well, it doesn't say connection, but connection time, UTC, what does that UTC mean?
The UTC means Universal Time Coordinated, which is just basically how many of us will mark our clocks at that point in time. We're talking about the 1st of October 2020. So that time frame, which would be in military time, would be 5 hours ahead of our current time here at Central Standard Time.
Okay. So to get the Central Standard Time, you said that this one is 5 hours?
Yes, ma'am.
Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And so basically you have to kind of go back when you're looking at the time of this in military time. This is 1343. So in our time, that would be.
They're gonna get to the GPS. That's what's happening now.
Our time, I mean,
I knew at some point this was gonna happen because the Nina's and Lisa's GPS
originating number,
pinged to
that's
the body, I
number that's
believe.
calling,
Yes, ma'am.
Or the body was
and then
found.
the terminating number is the second number, correct?
Correct.
Seizure time. Do you know what that indicates?
Don't.
Okay.
You don't.
ET, is that the estimated time of the connection between the two parties?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So, in looking at these phone records, we're going to focus on the phone calls between the phone number associated with Mr. Beltran, and that's the 214-600-0181, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then Lisa Beltran's is the 407-406-3757.
That's correct.
Okay. And these first ones, October 2nd, just between the two of them, you see that the originating number is Mr. Beltran, and the terminating number is Ms. Dykes.
That's correct.
Okay, and just, we have an estimated time of 0. And according to your investigation, October 2nd, Marisela had not met Mr. Beltran yet.
That's correct.
On the 5th, I believe.
So I'm just going to move forward to kind of the dates and times in question, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this phone call right here, line 176, there was a phone call, originating number was Lisa, Ms. Dykes, and the terminating number was Mr. Beltran, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And it says 122, connection time 122, AM and 55 seconds AM, is that correct?
That's correct, yes, ma'am.
So for Central Standard Time, let me test your math skills, what would that be?
That would be 8:22 p.m. the night before on October the 4th. So we're looking at October 4th, 2020 at about 8:22 p.m.
I don't know why they never just switched the time zones to the appropriate time that we're talking about, like the state that the case is in. I guess maybe that's not an option. Like that would just take a lot of fucking confusion out of it, and for the jurors
Now
watching.
on line 181 and 182, this is on 10/5.
Sorry, no.
2020, connection time is the military time, 11:59 and 15 seconds. What conversion does that come out to in Central Standard Time?
That would be October the 5th, 2020 at 6:59 a.m.
Okay. And it appears there are 2 phone calls that are made. Do these appear to be made back to back, or are these the same phone call, or do you know?
I don't know. I'm not sure.
Okay. And it looks like there is some sort of phone call or communication attempt between Lisa and Mr. Beltran, and there's no connection.
That's correct.
Whether he just refused the call, didn't go through, you don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. And it looks right there, that's an oversight. That is not Mr. Beltran's phone number, correct?
No, that was a mistake on my part.
Yo, really? Yeah.
Looking here on lines 212 and 213, we see at 10/5/2020 at 20:22 and 47 seconds. What is that in Central Time?
Approximately, 3:22 p.m.
Okay.
on at Central Time.
And there's a phone call or a connection made between Ms. Dykes and Mr. Beltran for about 44 seconds.
Yes, ma'am.
And that would be in the afternoon of 10/5.
That would be, yes.
Here on line 257 and 258 at 5:24 a.m. No, I'm sorry. Let me go back. That looks like when it says 00, that's
That would be midnight 05, effectively 24, which would convert to October 6, 2020 at 7:05 p.m.
okay. And Ms. Dykes reaching out to Mr. Beltran, and estimated time 0.
Yes, ma'am.
And these are just calls, not texts, correct?
From my understanding, yes, just calls.
Okay. An additional call is made right after that. So that was
Yeah.
midnight 05. This is midnight 06.
Yes, ma'am.
Which, remind me again, is,
It's going to be 7:06 p.m. on October the 6th.
okay, and then 7:08.
Yes, ma'am.
And then again, this is 1:20.
So it'll be at 8:20 p.m. on October the 6th.
Okay, and it appears none of those calls were connected, correct?
That's what it appears, yes, ma'am.
Okay, and these are all coming from Ms. Dykes to Mr. Beltran.
Correct.
An additional call on 10/7 made
So she's trying to call him.
12:39
He's
p.m. our
like,
time.
screw these crazy
Central
bitches.
Standard Time.
And again, no connection.
Is that what
Correct.
it is after Marcela's murdered? Hell no. Next, go give it to you.
Lines 275, 276, and 277. Some more calls made on 10/7. This one right here would be
5:39 p.m. Sorry, 12:39 p.m. Central Standard Time then 12:40 p.m. Central Standard Time on October the 7th.
Okay, so just afternoon.
Yes, ma'am.
And again, none of these calls are connected, and they're all from Ms. Dykes to Mr. Beltran.
Yes, ma'am.
She was trying to reach him, trying to find him. I love you.
Again, on 10/8,
Oh, they actually talking about still.
we have 2031, which is 3:30.
Yes, ma'am. That's correct.
And it looks like an identical entry right there, Ms. Dykes to Mr. Beltran, and there was a 1-second connection on the second one, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then on the first one, there was no connection.
It did not appear so.
She was trying to track his ass. He really was done.
10/9. This is
This would be October the 8th at 8:03 p.m. Central Standard Time, followed by 8:10 p.m. and 8:10 p.m. on Central Standard Time.
okay. So it looks like there's 3 calls in succession there,
Yes.
and no connection. Minus this 1 second right there.
Right.
I ain't talking to you after that shit. F that.
And it looks like finally, so there were several phone calls in a row in 10/7 and 10/8 where there was no, it appears there's no conversation taking place.
As far as I can tell.
Okay. And then on 10/9 of 2020 at 17:31.
That would be about 12:31 p.m. Central Standard Time.
Okay. There's a 7-minute phone call, 7-minute and 25-second phone call where Mr. Beltran calls Ms. Dykes.
Yes, ma'am.
And they have, it appears to be a 7-minute, 25-second phone call, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
No, let's go back.
10/9. This is about 2:02 p.m. Central Standard Time and 2:08 p.m. Central Standard Time. Ms. Dykes again reaching out to Mr. Beltran, no connection.
That's correct.
And these are all just in the days after Marisela is seen with Mr. Beltran at 7-Eleven, and just in the few days.
That's correct.
And also just right after she reported missing by the family.
That's correct.
Okay. 10/11, we have at, what is that, 18/6?
Yes, that would be 6:46 p.m. on Central Standard Time, and that would be Ms. Dykes calling Mr. Beltran.
And no phone conversation takes place there, correct?
Correct.
Now, 10/13, Mr. Beltran reaches out to her at about 7 p.m., 7:04 Central Standard Time on the 12th.
That's correct.
Okay, and there's a 1:43 phone call made, and that looks like
Appears to be the same call.
appears to be the same call. They speak again on the 13th at about 11 a.m. Central Standard Time, 11:49 a.m. Central Standard Time.
That's correct.
Okay. Ms. Dykes calls him. There's a 4-minute and 7-second phone call.
Yes, ma'am.
An additional call is made on 10/13, and that's about 12:20 p.m.
That's about 1:20 p.m. on October the 13th. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And Mr. Dykes calls Ms. Beltran, and they communicate.
Yes, ma'am.
Let's just fast forward. There's multiple more phone calls between the two of them. Minute, 2 minutes, things of that nature. Some calls don't connect. let's move forward to the day that you all attempt to contact her. And before we get to that date, this is just the day before, on the 14th, that you contact her at...
That's at 2:46 p.m. on Central Standard Time.
Thank you. Ms. Dykes reaching out to Mr. Beltran and no connection there.
Yes, ma'am.
And then an additional phone call where she is attempting to connect with him just 15 minutes later, maybe an hour. I'm sorry.
It's about an hour and 15 minutes later. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So it's clear from that they're talking.
Yes, ma'am.
They're communicating.
Yes.
Beltran.
Now, highlighted in yellow, right here at 10/15/2020, and this is about 4:12.
Yes, ma'am. 4:12 p.m.
Central Standard Time.
Yes, ma'am.
Whose phone number is this?
That's Special Agent Taylor Page's phone number.
Okay, and it connects with Ms. Dykes,
Yes, ma'am.
and they speak for about 4 minutes and 17 seconds.
Correct.
And that's when you identify who you are. You're looking for Mr. Beltran. You want to talk to him. Let us know if you've heard from him. Where is he? Things of that nature.
Yes, ma'am.
And she indicated to you, and again, you were in full uniform. There was an officer there. She indicated to you she didn't know where he was.
Oh.
The officer was in full uniform. Yes, ma'am. I was wearing a shirt that identified where I was from. But yes, we identified, and so did Special Agent Taylor Page did identify where he's from.
Okay, and she had indicated to you that she hadn't heard from him either, correct?
Correct.
Did she indicate to you that she had a good phone number for him?
No.
In fact,
she lied.
She didn't know how to get hold of him.
You lie.
Looking on that same, there's this yellow line boxed around, and tell the jury what the, significance of those phone calls are.
This is at about 4:20 p.m. that same day. It was about 10 minutes after we spoke with Ms. Dykes on the phone over on Kensington. She has communication with who we later found out to be her wife, Nina Marano, at that 321-200-4328 number. And then at 4:26, a phone call was placed to Charles Beltran.
Okay, and did that call connect?
Yes.
And after that phone call with Mr. Beltran, do you see his phone number listed on any of the CDRs after that?
I don't believe so.
Okay, it appears that after that, either they don't communicate on this particular phone or don't communicate at all.
Correct.
Okay, but you can't tell from the phone records.
I cannot, no ma'am.
Okay. Now, additionally, looking at these call records, obviously there are several phone calls made from this phone number during the first part of October. Did it appear that this phone number was kind of her primary phone?
Yes, at the time, yes.
Okay. And then after this conversation that you and Special Agent Page had with her, were there just numerous, in comparison to before, were there numerous phone calls placed to that phone number for Nina Marano?
Yes.
Okay. Lots of them.
It appeared so, yes.
Okay. At some point, did the phone calls originating from this phone number stop?
Yes.
And what did that indicate to you?
That the usage for the phone had largely stopped. I think it was about October 17th. I can take a look at the phone records that the phone was largely discontinued. There was some sporadic use on it for the rest of the duration of the warrant. As we stated earlier, the warrant only ran until about November 23rd. But after about October 17th, it was they largely stopped using that number.
Were you able to identify that she started using a different number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And what number was that?
It was 214-364-6329, I believe.
Okay, and that was a phone number that prior to that had been a phone number, one of the phone numbers that Nina Marano had used.
Yes.
Okay. She also used the 312 phone number as well, correct?
Yeah, the 321-200 number, yes, ma'am.
Okay. So we're talking about people with multiple phones, multiple phone numbers.
Yeah.
Correct.
Skeezers. You know that? Skeezers.
Now, was there some point after, well, first of all, let me ask you, did you all think Ms. Dykes was being completely honest with you about her contact with Mr. Beltran?
At that time, on October 15th, when we knocked on the door, honestly, I had no opinion. I didn't know.
Okay.
I wasn't sure.
Ooh.
And was there anything about her demeanor on the phone that made you think, I don't know, that you had any opinion about?
Not really, no. At that time, I didn't really, I was standing there with the conversation was going on, so I didn't speak to her directly, but I was standing right next to it, so I didn't get anything that was that would say either way. I guess I can say it that way. I didn't see anything that would say either way.
That's fair. At some point, were you able to go out to her workplace and speak with some of her coworkers?
Yes, in November. Yes, ma'am.
In November. At some point, right around this time, were you all kind of, I guess, asked to pull back some of your investigation?
Yes. So on October 15th, after we spoke with Ms. Dykes, we had kind of completed the circle of looking for Charles Beltran at that point. Our superiors spoke with their superiors, and the decision was made that it was still a missing persons case at that time. We didn't have a federal nexus to work unless we were specifically invited. They wanted to move forward with the case as a missing persons. So we discontinued at that time on, I believe it was about October 16th, and turned over all of our information.
Okay. And you said that you had to be specifically invited back. Did that happen?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and how did that happen?
This is the best of my knowledge. There's some conversations the superiors had that I wasn't there for. The best of my knowledge is they had executed, they being the missing persons unit, had executed a warrant at the residence at the end of October, had found that no one lived there any longer. It looks like it had been moved. They had found some things in a crime scene processing, and they had no movement on the case. For example, like they had not found any evidence of Marisela. They had not found any new phone records or social media usage for her. She's not reported back into her family. So from my understanding at that time, they just requested our assistance again just for the resources and the assistance to continue a larger scale investigation.
Okay. And resources, manpower, you all have access to different databases and things like that maybe the missing persons unit doesn't?
In some cases, yes, ma'am.
In some cases, okay. And what all did you do when you got back involved in the case?
I assisted with the interviews of coworkers at her place of work, and assisted in the interview of Kyle Williams. And during that time, that's when I wrote the search warrants for her phone records.
Okay. When you interviewed Kyle Williams, what information were you trying to find?
Just the whereabouts of Lisa Dykes, trying to better understand the relationship between her and Charles and Nina Marano, and just overall where we believe that they could be located.
Okay. Did he provide you with a cell phone number?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you able to locate her or get a hold of her at that point?
No, we're not able to locate her, no, ma'am.
Okay. Did you advise Kyle, let her know, hey, we just want to talk to her?
Yeah, we spoke with Kyle today. We're looking for her, and we left our information and said, for contact and stuff like that. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And were you all trying to contact her throughout this time as well?
I specifically wasn't. I don't know if anybody else on the investigation was or not. I specifically didn't call her.
And is there a reason why you might not just, when you get a new phone number, pick up the phone, call her, and say, hey, this is FBI, we're looking for you?
Previously, it was unsuccessful, and then from the interviews that we had in the both with Kyle and then with coworkers, they had made statements to us that she had known we were looking for her and was not trying to contact us. And at that point in time, we were looking for her. We didn't want to lose the phone number. That would be the reason I wouldn't try to contact her. I can only testify to that.
Okay. And the coworkers that you're talking about, you talked to Rosa Marie, Olivia, Martinez, almost so Rodriguez, that's the famous pop star, Martinez. She gave you guys some information, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
She was actually in the room when you all contacted her, is that fair?
Yes.
Did she let you know how Miss Dykes was acting after that phone call?
Did you object to hearsay?
Sustained.
Your Honor, I was asking him for how she was acting. I didn't ask for any
It's still
words.
hearsay, is what she said.
Yes, but it's based on
Come on, we
what,
need some fire today. Come on,
the witness,
wake up. Let's get it going.
Rodriguez, told him.
Okay. Were you able to talk to a couple other coworkers there as well?
Yes, we talked to multiple coworkers that day.
And did you become aware that she had quit her job?
Yes.
Just again, no object to hearsay. Well, go ahead, whatever. I'll strike the judge. I'll withdraw.
You learned through your investigation that she had quit her job.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was right after you all contacted her, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any idea I guess your investigation at that point had stopped until you were invited back in and had that nexus, is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you able to, in your investigation, locate any areas that Ms. Dykes and Mr. Beltran might be?
No. Originally, no. We had heard a couple different things that she made in Florida, but later on, we were able to obtain some records of border crossings in December. But from the conversations I had, I didn't get anything definitive.
Detective, I'm handing you what's been marked State's Exhibit 300.
Oh man, public subs are amazing. Chicken tender sub. Buffalo
Is that a
sauce.
fair and accurate representation of the email and photographs of vehicles that you were a part of on the emails?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Your Honor, move to admit State's Exhibit 300 for all purposes.
Bring a mama with his flag. That's all the elements. It's a grocery store chain. I think in the
No
southern.
objection, Judge. These are pictures.
All right, State's Exhibit number
Southern
300 is admitted for all purposes.
East Southern.
Commissioner Phelps, Your Honor.
You made, how many pages is that?
It's 4.
Thank you.
And this first page, this is an email from Charles Plaskett, and you're in this email chain up here. It's forwarded to you, Stephen Prince. Sorry, up there on 12/23/2020, correct?
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And it appears that there was a border crossing, Charles Anthony Beltran, 12/22/20, a crossing, and we have a license plate number.
Yes, ma'am.
Crossed with Lisa Beltran.
Yes, ma'am.
And that's just a one-way crossing, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
What records are the FBI able to obtain as far as border crossings?
My understanding is the only ones that we can really obtain are the ones where they come into our country. So if they're crossing from Mexico into the United States.
Okay, so from Mexico to the United States, the Mexican government does not give us necessarily the records from U.S. to Mexico, correct?
No, they don't necessarily have to, no, ma'am.
Okay. And that border crossing, was it indicated in this email, and I think it's on the third page, where that border crossing occurred?
Yes, ma'am, in Nogales.
Nogales, where is that located?
I couldn't tell you specifically where that's located, ma'am. I just know it's on the border coming into
But they
the
cross the
United
border.
States.
Okay, do you know if it's in Texas or if it's in...
I don't.
Okay, no problem. And then there was a photograph of this Jeep associated with that border crossing, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then there was a second notification, that was on 12/23/2020, correct?
Yeah, so we got notified on 12/23. The crossing occurred on 12/22.
On 12/22,
Yes,
okay. And then on 12/4/2020, there was a crossing of this license plate number, a California plate, of an individual who crossed with Nina Marano, and
Yes.
of course, the same, on
Yeah.
12/4/2020, correct?
Yes.
And what is that, what plate is that?
The plate right there is 8NYK735 or 8 Nora Yankee King 735, and it's a California plate.
Okay. Initially, it said Lisa Beltran,
Yes.
and this one says Lisa Ahmed.
Yes.
Do you, in your investigation, have you been able to understand and know that Lisa Ahmed is her, I guess, former married name?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, Lisa Dykes is her maiden name.
From my understanding, yes. Yeah.
Okay, and then where does this Beltran come in?
I believe it was a name change that occurred as as time went on after October of 2020.
And that was,
Charles.
were you aware in your investigation that she and Nina Marano had been legally married?
Yes.
Okay, and they have a marriage license from Pennsylvania.
Thank you.
Wherever that ceremony took place, they have a
Never my video.
marriage license from Pennsylvania, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And then at some point, they petitioned to have their name changed to, last name to Beltran.
Yes, ma'am.
And that was in the cease and desist that they sent me about the marriage.
Is this the vehicle that is indicated that Miss Marano and Miss Dykes crossed over in?
Yes, ma'am.
And that's from Mexico to the United States
That's correct.
on December 4th, 2020.
That's correct.
Okay.
What they were doing in Mexico.
And that also was the Nogales crossing.
That is correct.
Oh, is this when they went to Cambodia? Is that how they went to Cambodia?
You mentioned the search warrant that was conducted on October 31st, 2023. Were you out, I'm sorry, 2020, were you out there for that search warrant?
I was not.
Okay. Were you able, in your investigation, to locate some other addresses that were connected to Lisa Dykes in the Texas area?
Yes.
Okay, and what was one of those addresses?
I believe it was 274 Turning Tree down in the Wilma area. And then again, the Kensington address.
And did you, based on that search, did it, I guess, what did that tell you? Did she used to live there? What was the importance of that address?
From an ID that she had, that was the address on the ID. And then from later conversations, we were able to find out that she had lived
Did
there.
you object to hearsay in regard to later conversation? I don't know who.
His name.
In the furtherance of your investigation, were you able to learn about where she lived?
And again, that's backdooring hearsay in regards to later.
This is an investigation. How's that hearsay?
Your Honor, we believe when it comes to law enforcement, they are able to testify about their investigation and things that they learn in the course of their investigation to develop leads.
I don't know where he's getting this information from. People who potentially have an opportunity to cross-examine to determine the accuracy of the information they're given. That's why it's hearsay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we have been going for almost an hour and a half, so we'll go ahead and I'll send you back to the jury room and you can
Wake
begin
up,
our morning break
everybody.
while we, have a
Wake
hearing
up.
on this.
All right.
So this one's taking a little bit long. It's taking a bit of a while. I know for some people it's kind of dragging. It's the slow parts of the trial, even though it's really important to show these parts for the jury. That Wilmer address, that's the address. I talked about that in my timeline video from like almost 2 years ago. Like a lot of it's just relevant. And they mentioned the marriage stuff with Nina and Lisa, which is great because I'm working on this cease and desist video that I want to put out, but I don't want to just read it and put it out. I actually wanted to like give context and show video clips and do this and that to show why they were wrong. So I'm actually trying to make a decent video out of it. Oh, so let me give you guys some of the updates that I heard while we're here chilling and they take their break. So this guy's taking a while. I would think that they're gonna have Detective Ramirez testify. I would think so. They have to. I think that was like the main detective. The other name that was mentioned. So let me go into the updates. Right. There was this name that most people
From her ID and in a later conversation with Jimmy.
They're gonna argue.
Okay. And from her ID, first of all, and then later you spoke with Mr. Dykes, who indicated he lived there with her, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Initially, when you learned of 274 Turning Tree, I guess my question to you and with Mr. Dykes, did that information necessarily, how did that information help you in your investigation?
Initially, it didn't. We were just looking to see if anybody actually lived there that had to do with Lisa or Charles or eventually Nina at the time, to see if anybody still lived there. We ran license plates at the address, see if anybody lived there. Recent research indicated that there was no longer her address based on where we basically knew where she lived in Kensington, and then just the research we had done, and then checking the address, we didn't see any vehicles that tied to anybody at in the investigation at the time.
Okay, so the driver's license first, and then you from there kind of checked to see if any other individuals or if she lived there, any license plates in her in that 274 Turning Tree, if those came back to her. I guess if she had any connection with that house at that time, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
As far as the research is concerned, those were using tools, databases that are at your availability to determine maybe where people might have lived in the past.
Yes, ma'am.
And then it wasn't until March that you spoke with Mr. Dykes. So other than the conversation with Mr. Dykes, all of your knowledge concerning 274 Turning Tree comes from your research into databases that are available to you for your investigation.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, pass please.
Do you have any questions regarding
Yeah,
that?
but if he's using databases, I don't know what databases he's alleging he's getting this information.
I've seen them. I see this shit myself. It's public.
As far as her ID, if that's her ID, I don't have any, obviously I don't have any objection to that, Your Honor, but if he's saying he's talking to Mr. Dykes,
Which databases were you using, sir?
Ma'am, it's been a few years. I generally use like TLO, XP, and
What is that?
which it's an online investigative tool that we use for that collects of marketing information and other information about people and previous addresses.
and again, I don't know the accuracy of that.
I mean, he
Well,
should.
you didn't cross-examine him on the issue, what he did in the course of his investigation and learning from her ID that she lived at the location of Wilbur, the court is going to allow.
Yes, ma'am.
However, anything that.
I think he should have
You is
that info. to be
Sure.
fair.
Okay.
He should be able to
Yes,
back
ma'am.
up what he's saying. But I've done my own research,
we're at recess.
and she was linked to that address. If you guys watched the review video that I mentioned, I talked about it. I think the reason why the defense is so like, no, we don't want you to link Wilmer, no, because that Wilmer area is the area where the body was found. So they're kind of like having a little hissy fit and shit. And it's really just, it's kind of like, wow, just to see all this stuff I was talking about years ago come to like fruition now. It's kind of like, holy moly. Let me see if I could just show a snippet of that real quick. And I do want to get into the updates. And it seems like the break that they took was kind of a non-break. It's a break for the jury, but not much of a break for the attorneys and stuff. But let's see if I can show this real quick. Everything you need to know. Yeah. And if you remember, with the vehicle, concrete material was found. I pulled back to give you a bit of an overview. So that's Select Start, that's a Kensington Drive, and this is the Wilmer area, the densely wooded area by the concrete plant. And so after Nina and Lisa traveled south, they go back north to the Kensington address. And it's reported that, we don't know the exact locations where they went to after, but it says after Marisela's disappearance, all the suspects left their jobs and moved out. And the whole thing, what was so funny to me is that the cease and desist, the attorney was like, oh, and you said they left their jobs. That's literally what it says in the probable cause affidavit. You're gonna sue me? It's literal court documentation. Like, why would I just concoct stuff out of my ass, right? And then also it's like here again in the trial, like they're saying the same thing, and I don't know, but who knows? Maybe they're gonna try to counteract and fight it. Maybe they're gonna say something else, you know. Out of their individual homes in Texas and Pennsylvania, and I'll just briefly touch on the arrest warrant because we've looked at it so many times. But for the people that the carpet had been cleaned, eased on January 29, 2021, detective received information from SWIFS that 2021 a woman found remains, the same area that Nina and Lisa traveled that night on October 5th. Now, it seems like she called police and they came out, and it looks like they had to come out maybe 2-3 times. It seems like they actually went back out there recently as well.
So you can see from Sky 4, there are FBI.
And there's 2 people that I know that should be testifying during this trial. Where's this at? At some point I mentioned it, but like she was known to this address for whatever reason. On that same night, their devices traveled to an area, the 3113, 24 minutes. Wilmer, right around here somewhere, which we'll maybe get into that later if we have time. This area here is a densely wooded area. It's close to several bodies of water. Supposedly there's also a concrete plant. Here, I might have touched it on here. Lisa and Nina drove south here, and this is where the body or remains of Marisela was found. And there's something else that's kind of interesting. And so you remember how we were talking about Kyle and Lisa? There was an address here in Wilmer that at some point, I'm not sure if Kyle still resides. I don't think he does. I heard he left, but he did reside there. And Lisa, at one point, it seems like she resided there. I think the house there is a house that was being rented. I'm not sure exactly what was the situation. So yeah, I don't know the exact connection, but there was an address link to a house here in Wilmer with Lisa and I think her son. And I'm telling you, I said this like 2 years ago. Like I literally did a background search on Lisa and I think her son, and there was a woman. So it's just for me to see it now years later than talking about it on trial. I'm like, holy crap, you know, it's like, and now to see the defense kind of pushing back on it, they feel some kind of way, you know? No. But I do agree that whatever it is he's saying, he should be able to pull out a piece of paper or documentation and be like, well, this is where I got it from. Oh my God, my complex. We're doing patio inspections. People need a life. All right. So the update, just let me get into this real quick. So, okay, I've mentioned it a couple times already. Charles Beltran, I hear he's going to testify tomorrow. Can't guarantee it, but that's what I'm being told. And I do believe he's going to testify during this trial because during the opening statements, the prosecution said that he was going to talk. Now, there's a person that's going to testify as well, Sadet Montgomery, a.k.a. the car wreck cowboy, which probably is going to fly over a lot of people's head. It flies over mine. I remember that name. I remember that whole car wreck cowboy. I did like such deep research. I just don't remember it. But anyway, he owns the firm and was Lisa's boss at the time Marisela went missing. He is very close to Lisa. He is testifying. So I don't know if he's testifying for the prosecution or he's testifying for the defense. Another person that's going to testify is Jerome. So Jerome was a mobile detailing service who supposedly cleaned the car. Oh shit. This is what somebody tells me. I was also told that Lisa will be taking the stand. Bro, if that happens, we got Chuck, and then Lisa obviously is going to have to be for the defense. That's going to be at the end of the trial. I don't know. Somebody that I trust, you know, I can't guarantee, but she's telling me Lisa will be taking the stand. The state has something big coming. I just know it. Okay. All right. there was another name that I wanted to bring up to you guys. Trying to remember her name. Scarpa. Okay. Jamie Scarpa is the realtor. She lives in Pennsylvania. So Jamie, when this whole situation happens, right? When when Marisela goes missing, and they need to get rid of this Audi because it seems like the Audi has some type of potential evidence. I guess they found hair fibers and whatever else in the trunk. So allegedly, I think it was either Lisa or Nina, they had the Audi sent to Pennsylvania, from Texas to Pennsylvania. So in Pennsylvania, that's where Nina lived, right? Nina was not home at the time. I think she was in Texas, or she was on the run or whatever. And so she had one of her neighbors, which is a realtor, her name is Jamie Scarpa, accept the delivery of the vehicle. It came on a flatbed. And then from there, the vehicle went to New York. I have even more information about that. I have to find it, though. I have more information about that whole thing. That's another big part of the story. Let me see. I have text messages, which I'm not going to show for now. I'll just keep it for now. I'm sure they're going to show it during the trial. But there was text messages between Jamie and I think it was Nina. And it says, "Hey, Jamie, did you speak to someone else about the case besides the police? No, why? People around here, both my job knows and some of my neighbors." Oh, shoot. Oh, this was something else. This is a conversation. Yo, this was Nina. Check this shit out. Because they were pressed when I was finding shit out, right? And they're like, they wanted to try to find out who's talking to who. I mean, it doesn't matter now. I guess now it's in trial, but it was like a blogger, and he gave details about Nina that I would believe only you guys and us will know. So maybe this is Lisa to the person. I'm telling you, they were pressed at the time, and I was so much smaller back then. They were pressed when I was covering this shit. Oh my god, this takes me back. I forgot I had this message in my archive. That gave me a nice smile. That made me smile. Okay. So, yeah, she's talking about me. Yeah. They sent me a cease and desist. This is beautiful. I'm gonna use this too for my cease and desist video that I make. All right. Oh man. All right. Anyway, so let me scroll up to the other conversation I was trying to find. If I still have it here. One of the defenses, like watching my streams and stuff, trying to collect shit. Anyway, but yeah, I think it was either Nina or Lisa. I don't remember fully correctly. They had reached out to this realtor to, like, hey, can you like clean the car or just accept it on the flatbed? And then from Pennsylvania, the vehicle went to New York, and then the vehicle was found in New York. So they're trying to hide this vehicle. Oh, thank you. Lena says, so Sadat is testifying for the state. So the state has some heavy hitters that are going to be testifying against Lisa. What's up, Kicks? How you doing? How you doing? So, okay, so we have Charles supposedly tomorrow testifying. We have claims. Somebody was claiming to me that Lisa will be. That's going to be freaking huge, man. Lisa testifying. Oh. All right. I'm glad I wasn't like asked to be there. I don't want to be a part of like the mess. I mean, if I could help, I would. But yeah, them not calling me, that's cool. I don't want to be a part of it. That would be interesting if I come up though at some point. There was a blogger. The cease and desist came from Nina and Lisa's attorney. They said it says it's from their attorney, but I actually believe it's from them. I don't think their attorney wrote it. I think they just used their attorney's letterhead and wrote it themselves. That's my theory. But I'm working on a video so I can put it together. I want to put something together nice with some video clips and context. I started yesterday, but I was just so tired, man. Like after the trial, just like I'm like maybe I don't know. I can't even say I'm a quarter done. Oh, and in the cease and desist was kind of funny because they were like so-called journalists. They talk about professionalism and all this other stuff. It was funny to me. I started this last night. But this beginning part is just like I haven't even added. There's gonna be pictures and video and stuff, and like there's other clips I started collecting that I'm gonna add in. But what is up, iCkEdMeL? And I wanted to share this cease and desist that I was sent from these alleged murderers' attorney. Now I believe that it didn't actually come from the attorney. I believe that it came from the alleged killers because one of them, Nina, is an attorney, and then Lisa is a paralegal. This was sent May 5th, 2021. Why I'm talking about it now, because the trials have started. And Lisa currently is doing trial. Then it's going to be Nina. Then it's going to be Charles. If you haven't heard about this story, I highly... So, I just started, but I'm at the very beginning here. I'll show you the snippet too. Let's just start. May 5th, 2021. This is... I don't always or often deep dive. I deep dove this story. I spoke to multiple people closely related. You wouldn't believe the people and contacts that I made. So this is May 5th, 2021. Cease and desist demand, which, by the way, the attorney, one of the attorneys representing Lisa is Valerie Baston. She's literally right now in the trial. She's one of the attorneys. And so they're about to start now. Let me show you this real quick. I clipped Valerie. The one supposedly the letterhead that there's cease and desist came from.
Cross-examination.
All right, thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Martinez, I'm Valerie Baston, and I'm going to ask you some questions.
Valerie Baston. Oh, that's the one in the green, Valerie? Lisa, it's your birthday. Happy birthday, Lisa. Lisa Lulu, whoa, what a coincidence. Thank you for the 5. Thank you for the super chat. Says, Mel, I missed what is the cease and desist about, please. I'm working on a video that's going to break it down. So it'll come out today or tomorrow.
The 274 Turning Tree address, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had told the jury that she had an ID that you were able to locate that had that address on there in Wilmer, Texas.
That's correct.
And what steps did you take in your investigation using the tools that you had to find out some information about that address?
Just generally, we use a lot of online investigative tools that we will use to see if we can find addresses for individuals that are available to us. We just check those to see if there's anything updated in it regarding that address. And then we just did physical surveillance on the address to see if anybody or anything that we knew to be related to our individuals was currently coming back to the address, and we didn't have any good results with that.
Okay, so in your initial search and your investigative tools, were you able to determine that she had possibly lived there before?
Yes.
Okay. You said that you did surveillance in that area, and were you looking for people associated with this investigation, people that you're looking for? Were you trying to determine if they ever went to that location?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to determine, even if we could just locate any vehicles or individuals there that were associated to anybody we knew at the time.
Okay, and you weren't able to locate anything for Lisa Dykes, Charles Beltran, or Nina Marano at that time in 2020 associated with that residence?
I was not.
Okay, but you were able to determine that she may have lived there previously?
Yes.
Now, you later in the case were
Nick, what's up?
kind of on a team, I guess, of detectives, including with Christine Ramirez and another detective, and went out to Florida, to Miami. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I guess, how did you all determine that you needed to go to that area?
Based on some phone records that they had pulled, I believe, I wasn't part of that initial determination. I was just asked to go. So I couldn't even testify to the phone records. They were just based on their investigation they had. They believed that they were in Florida at the time. I knew that they had family in Florida. That's basically the extent of what I knew at the time.
And were you aware at that time that Detective Ramirez had obtained an arrest warrant for Ms. Dykes, Ms. Marano, and Mr. Beltran?
Yes.
Okay. Did you all contact the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
She did, yeah.
She
Sorry,
did?
yes, ma'am.
Okay, and you all met with them?
Yes.
Okay. After meeting with them in Miami, did you travel to the Orlando area?
Yes.
Okay. In Miami, you became aware that Ms. Marano was arrested at an address there. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Were you all able, through your investigation and in conjunction with FBLE, were you all able to determine that you needed to then travel to the Orlando area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. As part of the investigation, were you able to develop, I guess, an address for a Jimmy Dykes?
Yes.
And who is Jimmy Dykes?
Lisa Dykes' brother.
Okay. Were you able to contact Mr. Dykes?
We were.
And was that at his home in Davenport, Florida?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you all spoke with him one evening, is that correct?
That is correct, yes, ma'am.
And did he give you consent at that time to look through a Hyundai Tucson?
Yes.
Real interesting stuff, guys, too. Jimmy
And
Dykes. I think he's going to
how was
testify,
that
too.
Tucson possibly related to this case?
We believe that was a vehicle that Lisa had been driving, Ms. Dykes had been driving during the time frame of an investigation so far.
Okay, this is States 293. Is that a photograph of the Tucson that you all saw at Mr. Dykes' drive?
Yes.
And that's the same Tucson that was associated with this case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Sparrow, thank you for the gift.
You all received consent from Mr. Dykes to search through that car and just get anything out of it that you thought might be related to this case, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Understanding that Ms. Botello's disappearance occurred on October 5th of 2020, and this is now March 25th, I believe, of 2021. Is that correct?
That's around that time, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Were any of the things that were located in that vehicle, what types of items, if you recall, were located in that vehicle?
I don't recall, ma'am.
Okay. If you don't recall, it appeared that there was just nothing of significance.
Yeah, not that I remember, no ma'am.
Okay, just normal things would be in a person's vehicle.
From my memory, yes.
Okay. Did you later become aware that Lisa Dykes was arrested in Orlando?
Yes.
Okay. Were you there when she was arrested?
No.
As far as the investigation up to this point, were you involved in any other aspect of it?
I wrote the ring search warrant up to that point. We wrote a Google search warrant up to that point, and then we were just there for any assistance capacity at that time.
I do want to ask you about, first of all, the ring search warrant. When you wrote that warrant, were there specific dates that you wrote that warrant for?
Yes, I don't recall them, but I have to look at the warrant, but there were specific dates on there.
Would it be consistent with the dates of the CDR, like October 1st through November?
Yes.
And what things were you hoping to find off that ring video, possibly?
The arrival or the departure of Marisela, first of all, or anybody who actually lived at the residence.
And you're aware of the layout of the house, correct? You were out there?
Oh, yeah, I never went in, so I don't know particularly about the inside of the house. I just know what the front of the house looks like.
Okay, and you're aware that to get into the garage area, you have to drive down the alleyway?
Yes, I did see the alleyway.
Okay, the ring camera would not have caught any activity going into the garage?
Not the ring camera we got, no ma'am.
Okay, and on that return, I think there were 800 little snips of ring video. Were you able to go through some of those?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you able to go through all of them?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Was there anything that you went through of any importance or significance concerning this case?
No, I didn't see. We were specifically looking for Marisela at the time to see if she had come in, and I did not see anything having to do with that.
As far as the Google search warrant, what information can you obtain from a Google search warrant?
You can previous emails. If your location information is on, it'll hold on to that. Contacts and things like that.
Okay. And you specifically mentioned the location detail if that's on. What does that mean? Let the jury know what that means.
In some cases, if you have your locations on your device, specifically Androids, but it can be any device, I guess, that it'll record your location information if you allow your phone to. You can manipulate that data later on. You can delete it if you want to. You can keep it if you want to. But it's just something that they hold in your Google account, available for a later time.
Okay, so you said easily manipulated it. And for example, like if I want to use Google Maps to go to the Galleria Mall to find the best route there, generally does your phone ask you allow Google locations to access?
Yes, it can.
And that will record that information in the Google locations, correct?
Based on the settings in your phone, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if you turn those off, then those locations won't be recorded.
In many cases, yeah, that's correct.
You can also go into Google pretty easily and delete all that information as well.
Yes.
Okay. When you got that Google return, as far as the location data, was there any location data to use?
Not that I could find, no, ma'am.
Okay. Was there anything of significance related to this case, either related to the Audi or the Tucson or anything else in that Google return that was significant?
One of the things that was found was the transport from, I believe it was Freedom Transport, of the Audi from Mesquite up to Pennsylvania. There's an invoice.
Now, as far as the investigation up to the arrest, is that, pretty much your knowledge and understanding of the investigation as it relates to you and the FBI task force?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there anything else you can think of relevant that we have not discussed?
Not that I recall at this time, ma'am.
Now, you were aware that when Ms. Marano and Dykes were arrested, eventually they were transported to Dallas.
Yes, ma'am.
And they were released on bond.
Yes.
Did you become aware that they had tampered with or cut off or somehow their electronic leg monitor device had just gone dead?
Yes.
And were you a part of the team that helped locate them after that incident occurred?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and what steps did you take in that?
We had identified some new phone numbers that were related to Ms. Dykes and then to the two people she was staying with, Kyle and Valerie. And we did some research on her phone numbers, wrote a couple of warrants to see if we could find anything that would be pertinent to the investigation. That was largely my role, and then I assisted in the assisting in the return of them to Dallas.
Okay. And those initial warrants, those were mostly your role. Was there any good information that came out of those warrants?
Not that I recall, no, ma'am.
Okay. And in fact, Special Agent Taylor Page, did he kind of head up that for the FBI?
Yeah, he was one of the people, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he would be able to testify more about the steps they took to locate her.
He would, yeah.
Your Honor, pass the witness.
Just before I forget, you're saying that you had information that Ms. Dykes' ID referred to that address in Will?
Yes, sir.
Didn't it true you also found information that in November of 20, that her son Kyle had a vehicle also registered to that same address, correct?
Yes, sir. That's true, actually.
All right. But let me move forward. I want to ask you specifically about these arrest warrants and these search warrants. You talked about getting search warrants, I guess, for the Ring and search warrants for the Google. When you obtain these arrest warrants and search warrants, that's on information that y'all, I mean, it's not just a document you just print out and you give to a business. You have to get permission from a judge, right?
That's correct, sir.
You actually swear out information that's included within the four corners of that document that information is true and correct. And you ask the judge to give you permission to obtain whatever information you want, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. As far as the arrest warrant for Ms. Dykes, did you handle that?
No, sir.
That was Christine Ramirez, Detective Christine Ramirez, correct?
Yes, sir.
She swore out information in an arrest warrant that led to the arrest of Lisa Dykes, correct?
That is correct.
And to your knowledge, that information should have been correct and true, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. Let me ask you about the I want to go back to the video and when Charles Beltran was a person of interest. At that time, when you initially talked to Ms. Dykes, she's not a person of interest, is she?
No, sir.
Y'all looking for Charles Beltran, right?
That's correct.
The only reason you're even at her house is because phone records led you back to that house.
Yes, sir.
And the Audi was in her name and Charles's name.
That's correct. Yes,
But
sir.
she is not a person of interest, was she?
At that time,
At
no.
that time.
No, sir.
Correct?
That's correct.
You talked about, when we were watching the video, you said that Marisela and Chuck or Charles did not appear intoxicated to you, correct?
From what it appeared, I don't know about intoxicated, sir. It's hard to tell if someone's intoxicated. They didn't appear inebriated to the point where they didn't have control of their faculties, I guess would be a better statement.
But as far as what controlled substances or drinking they may have done at that time when they're on the video, you have no idea, correct?
That is correct.
Especially what they did subsequent to being on that video, do you?
That's correct, sir.
You don't know what controlled substance he had in his vehicle, do you?
I don't.
You don't know what alcohol he had in his vehicle, do you?
I don't.
You have no idea what their state of being was after they no longer appear on that video, correct?
That's correct.
So in regards to whether he gave her ecstasy, you have no idea, right?
That is correct, sir.
In regards to whether she was under the influence of Percocet, you have no idea, correct?
That's correct, sir.
But you did have reports that at some point Chuck was a drug dealer?
I'm sorry, what, sir?
Did you ever have reports in regards to Chuck or Charles Beltran dealing with drugs?
I know you've been associated with drugs before, yes, sir.
Especially ecstasy?
Sir, I just don't remember. I'm sorry.
Okay.
This is, if Chuck really takes the stand tomorrow, which I believe he will, this is going to be so interesting because the defense is going to grill his
I
ass.
asked you about it. You said at some point you guys were helping out with the missing persons, following all the leads that you guys had, but then y'all discontinued it because there was no nexus, no federal nexus to continue the investigation, right?
That is correct, sir.
Okay. When you say no federal nexus, I mean there's no evidence that there's anything but a missing person at that time, correct?
At the time, yes, that's what we were informed by the missing persons unit, so we didn't have anything else, so we were discontinued from the investigation.
As far as Florida is concerned, you have no idea why Ms. Dyson went to Florida, correct?
I don't, no, sir.
All right. You just know that they moved to Florida.
Yes.
All right. I did want to ask you about, because y'all were surveilling or canvassing that Deep Ellum area, looking for potential witnesses that may be able to help you locate Ms. Marisela, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Were you involved when they went to the Reno Cycle Bar?
Yes, sir.
All right, and at that bar, y'all had information of a patron that told y'all that they thought they saw her, correct?
Yeah, they saw someone who looked like her, yes, sir.
All right. Why didn't y'all get that patron's name?
I don't know, sir. I didn't interview the witness.
I mean, you got someone who's saying that they potentially saw this missing person, and their name wasn't. Y'all didn't record their name, right?
I did not. I never spoke to her.
But someone spoke to a patron that said that they saw someone that they believe was this missing person on in the evening of October 5th?
That's correct, sir.
Around 8:39?
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And they were certain enough that whoever was out there, y'all actually tried to look at video to confirm whether or not the person was in fact Marisela, correct?
Yes, sir.
But the video, you really couldn't tell whether it was or not, right?
That is correct.
And do we have that video?
We made it available to the missing persons unit. Yes, sir.
You made it available to DPD?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We got cowboy boys, Texas boys, man.
So it's safe to say that this patron who says that they saw Marisela, there was a video. I'm trying to think of how to phrase this. The video didn't rule out that it was Marisela. You just couldn't tell from the video, correct?
That's correct. Yes, sir.
But the patron was certain enough that they wanted to bring it to your attention that they saw her on the evening about 8:39 at the Reno Cycle Bar.
Yes, sir.
Now, the people that would have been talking, would those people have had body cams on?
No, sir.
Okay. Do we even know if the witness was a man or a woman?
I don't recall, sir.
I did want to also ask you just real quickly in reference to the garage. I think the state indicated to you that it was that you entered through the alleyway, correct?
You can enter the garage through the alleyway, yes, sir.
Okay. And we're talking about the house in Mesquite that belonged to Ms. Dykes.
Yes, sir. The Kensington address, yes, sir.
Thank you, Detective.
Thank you, sir.
May this witness be found to speak?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thanks, Evelyn.
Actually, just a couple questions.
Come on, man. Let's go.
We had discussed the Reno's video previously, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the reason you all went out there is that you had a tip from someone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you ever speak to that person
No, I was not.
personally? Do you know when you went out there, you were with Special Agent Taylor Page?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see him? Was anybody out there to speak to him?
To the witness?
Yes, to the witness.
The task force officer, Randy Logan, originally spoke to the witness, but that was, I believe, the day before. So, no, I never spoke to the witness on the day that we went to try to retrieve the video.
Okay, as far as the individual that was in that video, it was not high enough quality to determine it was Marisela.
Yeah, we couldn't tell either way, no, ma'am.
Okay, but could you tell if that person had on a purple dress?
It didn't appear that she did, no.
Now, in these missing persons investigations, is it your understanding that, I mean, when they ask for tips, people call in, correct?
Yes,
And some of those tips, many of those tips lead to nothing.
from my understanding.
Okay, and in this case, you all are out there, I think on October 12th, and so this is about a week since she's been missing, correct?
That is correct.
And still there's been no activity on her cell phone, social media, anything of that nature?
Correct.
No purchases, anything?
Correct.
That's what it's your.
Again, yeah, it's a week since she's been missing, right?
Yes, sir.
And you guys, there are posters. The families come in, they got Marcella's picture posted up everywhere. Well, not everywhere, but people are looking for this lady.
That's true.
And someone comes to you guys and says, hey, I saw her on October the 5th at about 8:30, a day after she goes missing, right?
Yes, sir.
Because she went missing the early morning hours of the 4th, right?
Of the 5th, yes, sir.
Of the 5th, I'm sorry.
That's right, yes, sir.
And so the 8:30 would be the next day.
Yeah, effectively later on that night, yes, sir.
Whether Marisela changed clothes, you have no idea, correct?
That's correct.
But you do know that someone cared enough to say, hey, I think I saw her.
Yes, sir.
And they were certain enough that you guys took another step to start reviewing video to try to see if this is the person. Is this Marisela, the person we're looking for, right?
That's correct.
And you couldn't tell whether it was or what.
That's correct.
So we continued the investigation, correct?
That is correct.
But you can't say that was not Marisela at the Reno Cycle Bar at 8:39 on October the 5th, can you?
We could not tell either way, no, sir.
Thank you, Detective Spence.
Thank you, sir.
No other questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be found excused?
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection.
Thank you, sir. You're
All right.
Go about your business.
Vamos.
Watch your step getting down from the witness stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are they gonna do lunch break or
Yes, ma'am.
next witness?
Thank you. Call your next witness.
State calls Mark Sedgwick.
Detective? I'm not sure who that is.
Sir, if you would please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, can you state your name and spell your name for the courtroom?
Mark Sedgwick. Last name is spelled Sedwick.
And can you just kind of introduce yourself to the jury and tell them what it is that you do for a living?
I'm a special agent with the Federal Bureau of Investigation out of the Dallas office.
And what are your duties as a special agent?
Currently, I'm a member of the CAS team, which is the Cellular Analysis Survey team.
What do you do for the CAS team?
What the CAS team is a group of specially trained agents and task force officers who have been certified as experts in the analysis of historical call detail records, or CDRs.
The lawyer's name? Yeah, I do.
How do you get certified to be a member of that team?
It's a process, takes at least a couple years, but we have training originally up to 400 hours of training. That training includes from other agents, from outside companies on how radio frequency works, which is how the cell phone and the towers communicate through radio frequency. And most importantly, I'll be trained, and I have been trained by the engineers from all the major service providers in the United States. Currently AT&T, T-Mobile, Verizon, Sprint when it was in existence, on how the network operates, how the cell tower interacts with the network, and how to do this analysis.
And we skipped over this. How long have you been with the FBI?
Over 25 years.
How long have you been with the CAS team?
Since 2014.
And you mentioned already what the CAS team is as a member, and we talked about kind of what your duties are, responsibilities as a member of the CAS team. Can you explain to the jury what historical call detail record analysis or historical cell site analysis is?
What that is a CDR is basically your phone bill. It has the date and time a call or text was made, the two numbers involved, incoming, outgoing, the length of the call. But it also has the cell tower and sector or side of the cell tower that was utilized when that call was made. Based on those records and knowing where the other towers that were in existence at the time for that network are, I can determine the approximate location that device that made that call was based on those records.
And you mentioned before about your training. What is your educational background that allows you to do this?
I have a Bachelor of Science in History from the United States Naval Academy.
And then tell the jury again, just remind the jury what the training is that you have regarding the historical call detail analysis.
As I stated, from those, from other agents, from outside agencies on how RF works, from the engineers, and we have a yearly recertification that's about a week long, where we bring in the engineers, other people in the cellular network, or just, Google, companies like that, to discuss with them the evolution of the cellular networks.
What makes you an expert in historical call detail record analysis?
The three main things that make me an expert is, one, detailed knowledge of how to actually read the CDRs. Every company presents the same information slightly differently. Secondly is knowing how the phone interacts with the network and how the network operates. But third and most importantly is real-world experience in using these records to locate people. When there's an Amber Alert, cast member or myself or the other cast member in Dallas, or both of us, will usually respond to provide that assistance to utilize the phones to locate those kidnapped victims. I've used records to locate fugitives, missing persons, find homicide victims, stuff like that.
And have you testified as an expert in this field before?
Yes, ma'am.
A few times or many times?
Over 100 times in both state and federal court.
Now, were you asked to review cell phone records of a phone that was subscribed to a Lisa Dykes?
Yes, ma'am. I was actually asked to look at the total of 4 phones in this case.
Okay, and who were the phones for in those cases?
The phones, I was told, were associated with, the first number was 407-406-3757. That was associated with Miss Lisa Dykes. 214-364-6329 with a Nina Marano, and 214-600-0181 with a Charles Beltran. And then the final number was 206-229-2273, associated with Marisela Botello.
And what all did you review when conducting your analysis?
In this case, I was provided the records for all 4 phones. 3 of those phones were AT&T, 1 was T-Mobile. So I received the call detail records. I also, with the T-Mobile phone, received time in advance records, which I'll go into a little detail later. And then I was provided 5 locations of interest and a time frame. So what I do is then I take those records, map their usage to show where the approximate location of the device is when certain activity occurred in the pertinent time frame.
And with the AT&T records, were you also able to obtain the time on tower records?
Yes, ma'am. AT&T, they provide the calls, text, and the data sessions, which is, you're using an app or surfing the net in the records. AT&T, we used to not be able to use the data records because there was an issue with the time. We couldn't say exactly if the time was correct. So AT&T now has a report that now it comes automatically, but they refer to it as time on tower, which basically gives the time the device used the cell tower it was on, or before it switched to another tower if it's a longer data session. But now with that data, having that information, I can use the data sessions as accurately now.
Were you able to use these records that you obtained to determine general locations for these devices?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and it was the records that you reviewed were for kind of a limited time frame. That was the 1st of October through when?
Mid-November. Some of the records ended before then, but about 2 months max of records, probably a month and a half or less of records.
Did you create a report or a PowerPoint presentation based on your analysis?
Yes, ma'am. The PowerPoint presentation includes my report.
Okay. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Let's go. There we go.
Agent Sedgwick, I'm handing you what's been marked State's Exhibit 301. Does that appear to be a very accurate copy of your presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, State Officer States 301 for all purposes.
How many pages is that total?
It is 16.
Thank you.
Dinner to defense.
No, Charles has a trial coming up. As far as I know, he hasn't taken a plea, but I don't know. Him testifying against these two women, it could maybe benefit him, I guess.
No objection, Judge. It's been previously suspended.
All right, states Exhibit 301 is admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner Publisher, Your Honor.
You may.
All right, let's see the presentation.
Now, this is your PowerPoint presentation, and on the first slide, this indicates the 4 phone numbers in different, different colors. Is that helpful for the jury to kind of later determine which phone is what in the presentation?
Yes, ma'am. Each number will be color-coded and will remain that color throughout the presentation just to differentiate if I'm showing multiple phones at the same time. Just helps differentiate which device is which.
Okay, and in this case, the blue cell phone number, that is related to Lisa Dykes, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. And I just want to make it clear when I'm talking about the location, I'm talking about a device itself. I can't say who was carrying any of these devices at any time or what was said in a call or a text. I'm just talking about the device itself.
Okay, and then the black number, that device was associated with Nina Marano?
Yes, ma'am.
The red number was associated with Charles Beltran?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the green number was associated with Marisela Botello?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, can you explain to the jury what slide 2 is concerning?
Basically, this is my written report. The background, I took the 4 phones. I was asked by the Dallas office of the FBI, in this case, to analyze the 4 phones for a homicide that occurred on around October 4th or 5th of 2020. So what I do, the methodology is I take the call detail records and I take the contemporaneous tower lists that were in existence at the time. Obviously, this happened back in 2020, so I want to use the towers in existence 2020, not now. I plot all those towers on the map, and then I will take the usage that's in the CDRs and the other reports I get, plot that usage, and show the locations of the phones along with any pertinent addresses during the pertinent time frames.
Here, could you dim the lights just so the jury can see? Thank you. Now, can you talk about with the jury, I guess, how does a cell phone work?
The way a cell phone works is for a CDR, when the phone's just sitting in your pocket and you're not actively using it, it's going to look for the strongest signal with the least amount of interference, generally the closest tower. AT&T phones are going to look for AT&T towers. T-Mobile phones are going to look for T-Mobile towers. And once the phone itself identifies a tower and sector it sees best, it'll do what we refer to as camp on it. There's
what?
Camp on it. And when the phone is camping on a tower, every tower and sector is continually broadcasting a signal for the phones to look for. That signal also sends some information. It gives what we refer to as a neighbor list. So it gives the other towers and sectors in the area. So if once you're in a call or in a data session and there needs to be a handoff as you move, or the network decides to hand you off, it's smooth. So that information is happening, but when you hit send on your phone, the tower that you're camped on is what is reflected in the call detail records, or if you start a data session or whatever, the phone chooses the tower. For an incoming call or text, the network doesn't keep track of what tower you're camped on, it just knows the general area you're in. So it'll send a page across all the towers in that area, you'll respond, again, the phone choosing the tower and sector it sees the best at that time. In this case, for the T-Mobile number, I also have what's referred to as time in advance records. Time in advance occurs in the background of the network. It's just your phone being on generates this time in advance data. Time in advance does not have to be the strongest tower. It can just be a tower that the phone gets a signal from, and that is so the network is optimized. The timing in microseconds is very important, so you have smooth transitions. So that's why this exists. The time in advance records gives me not only the tower and sector, but an approximate distance that the device was from that tower at that time. So what I can say is the device was within an arc or closer to the base of the tower based on the time in advance, because it's computed straight line of vacuum, the speed of light. Obviously, sometimes a signal gets reflected or goes around an obstacle, so it sometimes can be a little long. But what I can say with time in advance is the device had to be within kind of the arc or closer to the tower.
And what is a cell tower?
Basically, a cell tower, as you see on this slide, you have on the left, you see general, like an overhead view, and then a side view of a general 3-sector cell tower in the United States. You can see there are 3 distinct sets of antennas. In the records, what I'm given is I'm given the tower and the sector. And then I'm given the orientation or azimuth that the center of that sector is pointed at. So if I'm given an azimuth of 60 degrees, that tower will cover approximately from 0 degrees to 120 degrees, or on a clock face, 12 o'clock to 4 o'clock. And they can be oriented in any direction needed by the engineers when they build the network. You know, it could be 60, 120, 240, it could be 0, 120, 240, it could be however the engineers decide to set up the network.
And can you just explain this slide?
Yes, this is how I'm going to display the approximate coverage area of the towers. On the left, this is just for a call or a text or a data session. I have in this case, it's oriented at 0 degrees or 12 o'clock. So I have those 2 sector arms kind of going out, showing the 60 degrees to either side. And that shaded area is just to show how the energy goes out in an upside down funnel shape, or kind of an upside down funnel. But that shaded area is not inclusive of the entire coverage area. It's based on the other towers in the area. On the right, that's kind of how I'll show the time in advance. I have the same sector arms, the shaded area, but then I have kind of that arc or hot dog, whatever you want to refer to it, showing that distance. And there is it's not a solid line, there's a gap, because the signal can travel a certain distance in the time between it can even be measured. So that's reflected in that width of that arc.
And can you kind of explain this slide to the jury?
Yes, this is basically showing the 4 phones, the blue phone ending in 3757 associated with Ms. Dykes, and the other 3 phones. And then I was also provided 5 locations. The first was 3900 Post Oak Road in Wilmer, Texas, which is a red flag, where the victim's body was located. I was provided 3113 Kensington Drive in Mesquite as a residence, and that is a yellow flag with kind of a house in it. A bar, 2700 Elm Street in Dallas, Texas, with a green flag. A 7-Eleven, 4104 Gaston Avenue in Dallas, Texas, with a purple flag. And then a Take 5 oil change, 4004 Lemon Avenue in Dallas, Texas, with a blue flag.
Can you determine location of a cell phone by cell sites?
Yes, ma'am.
And how can you do that?
I take basically the CDRs and then I plot the usage. So in this case, I started on October 4th, and this shows between 6:46 p.m. on October 4th to October 5th, 2020 at 11:56 a.m. And basically what this shows is the 2 phones, the phone associated with Miss Dykes and the phone associated with Miss Beltran, or excuse me, Miss Marano. We're utilizing towers and sectors that have a coverage area that includes their residence. I can't say the devices were at the residence, they're somewhere within that coverage area, but the 3 towers that were used here show the coverage area that coverage area includes the residence. I don't think I stated it, but there is an overlap between sectors, there's an overlap between towers, because the network doesn't want a hard line where one tower ends and another one begins, because you'd have drop So there's a overlap area, and this is kind of the classic example of that overlap area. But what I can say is between 6:46 p.m. and 11:56 a.m., the 2 devices were utilizing towers and sectors that have coverage area that includes their residents.
And what is this slide?
This is for the phone associated with Mr. Beltran, And this is October 4th from 9:27 to 10 p.m. And the same thing, it's utilizing towers and sectors that has a coverage area that includes the residents.
Okay, and the next slide.
Now we're just continuing on to, we've kind of jumped ahead in time to October 5th, 12:42 to 12:55 a.m. And what this shows is you can see the time in advance arcs and the usage of the towers by Mr. Beltran, the device associated with Mr. Beltran, but it puts them in basically the Deep Ellum area near the bar.
And so that is both Charles Beltran, and then the green is associated with Marisela Botello, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's between 12:42 a.m. and 12:55 a.m. on October 5th.
Yes, ma'am.
And can you tell the jury about this slide?
This is just 12:57 to 1:23 a.m. and the same thing. The arcs are kind of intersecting around the bar, and the only activity for the phone associated with Mr. Beltran is 2 outgoing SMSs at 12:57, and his is moved a little off to the east, but it's still in the Deep Ellum area.
And that's up until 1:23 a.m. on October 5th, 2020, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And this next slide?
This next slide shows basically between 1:26 and 1:36 a.m. The time in advance data for Ms. Botello's phone shows her being in the vicinity of the 7-Eleven. You kind of have those intersecting arcs. When I'm looking for like a missing person or a fugitive and I get those intersecting arcs, it kind of gives me a place to start if they're obviously very close in time. And then it also shows that the device associated with Mr. Botello, or Mr. Beltran, excuse me, is utilizing tower and sector that covers the same area. So both devices are in the vicinity of the 7-Eleven in this 10-minute time frame.
And can you explain to the jury this slide?
Basically from 1:38 to 1:43 a.m., it shows the device associated with Ms. Botello starting to move east away from the Deep Ellum and the 7-Eleven area. There's no activity for the phone associated with Mr. Beltran during this 5-minute time frame.
Okay. And this next slide?
This is from October 5th from 1:50 a.m. to 8:09 a.m. And what I have is time in advance data for Ms. Botello's phone arcing and kind of intersecting over the residence. So it's in the vicinity of the residence. And the phone associated with Mr. Beltran is back using that same tower. It was late, late evening on the 5th, or excuse me, the 4th, but also using a tower that has a coverage area that includes the crime scene, or excuse me, the residence.
Okay. And so that is consistent with both phones and devices being in that area?
Yes, ma'am.
And that is until 8:09 a.m. in the morning, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am. And then the last activity on the phone associated with Mrs. Botello is at 8:09 a.m. After that, there's no more activity with tower. So the phone could have been turned off, ran out of battery. I can't say what happened, but there was no longer any data with tower information after 8:09 a.m.
And as far as data is concerned with phones, are there instances where a phone may connect to a cell tower for data purpose that's not, I guess, instigated by the user?
Yes, ma'am. With time in advance, it's happening in the background. Like a data session, you don't have to be actively doing something. You might have something where you get an automatic update, like ESPN sends you a push and automatically opens up, or you just have a map or something running in the background and you just have a constant data session running. You don't have to be manipulating the phone for those data sessions to occur.
And next slide.
So
explain to the jury what this one is?
So now we're 8:29 to 9:59 a.m. So about 20 minutes later, the phone associated with Ms. Botello has moved away from the residence. It moves into the area of at 8:55, utilizing a tower that has a coverage area that includes the Take 5 oil change. And then there's no activity for about 50 minutes, give or take. And at 8:44, it's utilizing the tower north of the Take 5, and then it moves, and then at 9:59, so 15 minutes later, it's moved a little west, but it left the area of the residence, got to the area around the Take 5 oil change around 8:55 a.m.
Okay, and I believe, I think you said Ms. Botello.
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Beltran's phone. I apologize.
Okay, so this is Mr. Beltran's phone between 8:29 a.m. and 9:59 a.m. on October 5th, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and this next slide.
We've now jumped ahead to the evening of October 5th, between 6:36 p.m. and 7:38 p.m. And what this shows is there's only one data session for the phone associated with Ms. Marano, but the phone associated with Ms. Dykes has several data sessions, putting the phone kind of in the Wilmer area. And as you can see, now we're out of like downtown Dallas. The towers are starting to get farther apart. And that's just basically the more people, the more towers you need to provide that good coverage. So when you get to more rural areas, towers get spread out. But this is consistent also with both those devices being in the Wilmer, Texas area.
And let's look at the last slide.
This is basically the same time frame, 6:27 to 7:31 p.m. So generally the same time frame, showing the device associated with Mr. Beltran is kind of in Dallas and north of Dallas during that time frame. So could not have been in the Wilmer, Texas area at this time.
Now, you wrote a report associated with this. You mentioned that was slide 2. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I had asked you a few other questions. This phone kind of highlights certain time frames and areas that were significant during the investigation. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And I noticed in the report you had, I guess, plotted some information about Charles Beltran from October 5th, 8:29 a.m. to 9:59 a.m. And then the next slide goes to October 5th between 6:36 p.m. and 6:38 p.m. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, was there still some activity on those phones between those time periods?
Yes, ma'am. I just didn't kind of show it because they're just kind of, all three phones were just kind of moving around the area, but they weren't going to any of the pertinent locations or pertinent times. So instead of having a bunch of slides that really don't show anything of importance, I just jumped ahead in time.
Okay. And if you can recall, the cell phones, those locations, and especially related to the cell phone of Charles Beltran and the cell phones of Nina Marano and Lisa Dykes, were those cell phones, did those cell phones appear to be traveling in the same areas, or were they in different areas?
They were in different areas, ma'am.
Okay. And did it appear that Ms. Dykes and Ms. Marano's phones were in the same area as each other?
Generally, yes, ma'am.
Okay. And the other question that I had asked you to look at generally, because you had records on out through sometime in November, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And records even just prior to, just a few days prior to this October 5th.
The records I had for all three phones started October 1st.
October 1st, okay. And was there any other activity that indicated that the cell phone devices of Ms. Dykes or Ms. Marano were in the Wilmer location a second time?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And did it ever indicate, was there ever an indication that Mr. Beltran's phone was ever in that area?
No, ma'am. There was no activity showing the device associated with Mr. Beltran in the area of Wilmer, and the only time was for the other two devices, which was between 6:36 and 7:38 p.m. on the 5th.
Okay. And then lastly, Ms. Botello's phone, the last, I guess, contact with cell phone tower that was report that we have is 8:09 a.m. on October 5th. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And that appears to be consistent with being possibly at that location in the house.
Yes, ma'am. It's in the area of the residence. I can't say obviously it was at the residence, but with the time in advance and everything, it was in the area of the residence.
Your Honor, past witness.
Can I do the light back?
Yes.
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to argue this.
Cross-examination.
Just real quickly, as far as the phone record, you're talking about 1 month of phone records, right?
Month and a half. Some of them, the phones stopped having activity earlier than others, but I don't have a long time of
Right.
activity.
Specifically, Charles Beltran's phone stopped having activity, didn't
His phone, his last activity was on October 15th in New Orleans.
So if after October 15th, he went to that Wilmar, you have no idea, correct?
No, sir.
Again, we're talking about devices. We're not talking about, you're not saying Ms. Dykes was at that area, are you?
No, sir. I think I made it, I tried to make it very clear that I'm talking about a device.
You did. But
Yeah, so loud.
whether or not Ms. Dykes and Ms. Marano had been to that area before October 1st, you have no idea because those aren't records you checked, correct?
I didn't have those records, so no, sir.
It was
there's no
only
way
the
I
night
can
of the murders,
determine that.
but you don't know about after, right? Only the night of the murders where the body was found was it there, and it was their phones, but not them. You don't know that it was them. You just knew that it was their
And
phones.
I think just so
Okay,
clear, you were
good.
saying that in the rural areas, they're more, those towers are spread out more, right?
Yes, sir.
And that's what this,
I think it's slide 14.
this is showing, right?
Yes, sir. As you
Spread
can
out.
see, I started, if I didn't say it, all those little dots you see, the blue dots are AT&T towers, the green dots are T-Mobile towers. So as you can see, there's not nearly as many dots on this map just because we're in a more rural area, so the towers are spread farther apart.
Okay.
Wow, good job. That's it. You know, devices. Ah.
And as far as, Mrs. Botello's phone, you don't know why her phone stopped sending signals, correct?
No, sir. It just came off the network, so it could have been turned off. It could have broken. Could have ran out of battery. Yes, sir. I can't say it just went off the network.
But as far as your records, there's no indication that her phones were down in that Wilmar, correct?
No, sir.
Wow, you better pull something out of the hat. Come on, Valerie. Baston.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Oh,
Yes, sir.
no.
Excuse me, any read prayer?
No, Your Honor.
Well, it's time
May
now.
this witness be found and excused.
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
That's the problem with that night.
Sir, please watch your step, being down for the
I mean,
stand it. You are free to leave and go about your business.
They can try to argue, well, it's my client's phone. So how do you know my client was there? It just happened to be that one and the other one that's being charged with
All right,
murder.
ladies and gentlemen of the jury, it is now 12:08. We
But
will
Charles's phone
start
didn't ping down there.
early today. I expect you back in the jury room no later than 1:15 p.m.
All right.
1:15 p.m. So that's going to be 2:15. So I won't be back by then, but I'm going to leave the stream up and running. Amazing. So in case you guys had issues understanding that map, we got another one here for you. Clarify what happened. Honestly, the mapping that they had confused the shit out of me. But I got the point he was making just by listening. I wasn't really, I mean, the quality wasn't that great. Kind of whatever, it's just colors all over the place. I know they give us color codes, but the shit was like so microscopic, the timestamps and everything. I don't know what. But anyway, he made his point though. He made his point. That's all we need to hear anyway. See, my thing is, I don't know that it's so open and shut. I feel like she's probably gonna get convicted, Lisa. I mean, who knows who did the stabbing, who killed who, right? Like Charles. And the thing is, a lot of this tomorrow is gonna be a really interesting day. If Charles testifies tomorrow, which I'm told he's gonna testify, if he testifies tomorrow, that's gonna be a big deal, and he's gonna tell us his version of events in detail. We've heard little bits, but in detail on camera. The defense is going to have to try everything they can do. They've already been trashing him this entire trial. They've been trashing him about his music. Yeah, he got whack music. Those and that. And they've also been trashing the victim, Marisela. My friends, I seen a comment, and then one of my friends told me one of her theories. Somebody had said that like they think that like they're going to try to say, because they constantly keep bringing up drugs and drugs and drugs and drugs and drugs. And so my friend thought that maybe they're going to try to be like she overdosed or something, and so somebody got scared and they did whatever they did to get rid of her. And that's why they keep harping on drugs and drugs and drugs, whatever, and ecstasy and all this stuff. I believe Lisa, in my opinion, I think she's going to get the murder charge at the end of the trial. I mean, there's a lot of variables. It's just so far an opinion. We still got to see Charles, and supposedly somebody told me Lisa's gonna take the stand. That's gonna be pretty wild. But then is Nina? I think Nina might likely get a charge too, because just based off of the GPS location, I feel like if Lisa goes down, Nina's gonna go down too. The one thing I am wondering about is Charles gonna get a murder charge. I don't know if they could consider him an accessory just for being there and not saying anything. I don't know how that works. I think that guy really did flee. I think he hightailed it and left Marisela behind to these women. Also, if you watch that interview that I did with Lisa's ex-best friend, not even just that, but there was trial testimony of the coworker that had said that once Lisa found out that Nina and Charles slept together, Lisa told Nina that she was going to make her bitch. I don't know. Did Lisa flip out that night in jealousy and force Nina to be a part of it? Now you're going to be my bitch. You're a part of this shit. You're an accessory. And I don't know why Charles went on the run and dipped and didn't call cops. Is he living by that code that he grew up in? That culture, that hip hop rap culture of no snitching, snitches get stitches. I don't make no sense to me. How can you leave somebody behind like that? I mean, I guess he just met her that night, but he left her for dead. Or maybe he didn't know that. I don't know. I don't know if Charles is gonna get a murder charge. That's what I wonder about. And I think he's testifying. I don't know if he has an option or not. I don't know if they're just forcing him to testify, but to save his own skin. Also, I heard that Lisa's brother's going to testify. His name is Jimmy. Now, because somebody just sent me the paperwork. Let's see. But I think he was subpoenaed, though. Let me show you this. It's still on my phone. I haven't actually downloaded it. But State of Texas versus Lisa Dykes. Motion to secure attendance of out-of-state witness. Jimmy Dykes, who presently resides in Polk County, State, Florida, is a material and necessary witness for the state in the prosecution of this case. So they're making Lisa's brother testify. So I wonder, are we going to have a hostile witness situation, or does he hate her? And I don't know what their relationship currently is. Thank you, Leno, for sending me that information. So I don't know. Could we potentially have a hostile witness on the stand? That'd be interesting. There's a lot of potential for the trial to be. I think so far it's been really good. It's just there's a lot of people don't know the story, and for some, there's not a lot of attention on it, I guess. Maybe he'll get a plea. Maybe, yeah. Who knows if he's taking one? I don't know. Hey, you testify for us in these 2 cases. Get these banshees out of here, and I don't know, maybe we'll work something out for you. That's a good question, Amy, and I don't know. Amy said, can Nina testify since they're married? I've heard so many conflicting details about their marriage because, we just heard it today, right? I timestamped it because I'm going to clip it for the cease and desist. One of the witnesses had said that they were married or some shit. I don't know the legalities, whether it's considered, is it a legal marriage or not? I don't know. I've heard different reasons for getting married, whether financial or some other benefits. I really don't know. And I don't know if they can testify or not, because when they were out on bail, they were staying together. I think they both had the same listed address. State said Charles will claim Lisa stabbed her. Yeah, Charles, this is a blip of his story that's been put out on news articles, and I think it was on the affidavit. That's supposedly that Lisa stabbed Marisela, supposedly. Yeah, we need a hostile witness. I almost thought Ruiz was a hostile witness. That was an odd testimony. Reminds me of the other guy with the trial for Kathleen Armstrong, that weirdo guy, the guy that looks like an incel. Every time he'd walk in there, he'd step on the people recording the press. He'd step on their feet and shove them out of the way and stuff. He was wearing these dark glasses, walking around with a puppy. I think he's a vegan. I'm just gonna go on a limb and say he's a vegan. All right, so okay, so let's talk about some other stuff. I guess I'm gonna hang out till 1:40 something, and then I'll leave to go pick up the baby. Of course, I'll leave the stream running. They'll be back before I get back. And with trials, this is the parts that we have to kind of go through, the motions of this evidence. Oh, I like that. Some title: Twisted Love Triangle, Murder Mystery Unveiled. Two older one guy. I'm gonna play around with the title. I might even change it for tomorrow morning. Maybe tonight after. BL, if you can capture the suggestions that people are sending, I've saved one already. I might try to switch it around. You know what I did one time? There was a local case that just had no freaking attention. 2 missing people, and one of the people, I met their family, and I went out there and recorded a video for the family. I met the family, super nice. It was here in Florida. Let me see if I can find it. So check this out. When I made this video, I did it a couple times, and this is another one that I did some pretty. I think I was very vested. This was another deep dive. I can't always do deep dives. It's just very consuming. My daughter, all this stuff. But when I do, I do. When I can, once in a while. I swear when I posted this video, I got no views, and then I changed the title. I removed the name of the people. Obviously, the name of the missing girls are in the entire video. Their names are said. I just changed the title. I said 2 women. I re-uploaded it and I made a compilation. And I said 2 women disappeared. Nobody cares. And that got 24K views a year ago. That did better than the single videos that I posted. Maybe sometimes it's just in the title. I don't know. And I'm going to show you a screenshot. Let me show you a screenshot so you can see what I'm talking about. So that one got 24,000 views. The other times when I made the video, right? The screenshot of look at the views, 6,000. This one is just a members video, 55. then 2900, 2200, 2200. So it kind of, in a way, it kind of makes sense if like nobody really knows to look for Veronica Reyes Diaz. Well, who's going to be looking for that, right? Because if they don't know. But if you maybe change the title to something a little bit more, and this was me being facetious because I was kind of upset. I'm like, fuck, yo, like, I mean, what is it going to take? You know? So. So menstrual blood is vegan. Purple, what was the name? Purple Passion. We came up with yesterday. I think you came up with that name. Whispers and Mel's. I'm going to try to come up with a catchy title for the cease and desist video too. Oh, Kitty, thank you so much. Kitty says if you go to the opening statements right at 4340, play till 4346, the defense says you'll hear from Lisa. Oh, I didn't notice that. Oh, Kitty, are you talking about on my video or should I go to the news site video? Are you talking about my live stream day one? Let's check it out real quick. Let's confirm that. Oh, okay. Signatures 4340. Okay.
Piece they need. It doesn't fit their theory of the case. Alaro has videos. They didn't check the videos. Detective Ramsey to go back over there and check videos to see if there's any sighting of Marcellus. There's also.
You said 4340, a little behind.
This is going to show. Mrs. Dykes is going to tell you she's never met Marcellus. She's never met this young lady. And she could care less about the women that Charles was having at that house.
So, yeah. The defense attorney is saying she's going to tell you herself that she's never met Marisela. So, I don't know. So I think those trials, too, when you see the accused taking a stand, it's always kind of interesting. It's just a weird, concocted, because like, and then like for the fact that like Charles is going to at some point testify. I was told he's going to testify tomorrow. So the fact that like he's being accused of murder too, and his trial is coming up, but then he's testifying in this murder trial, right? Like it's kind of wild. If you think about it. I wonder if Nina's going to talk at all or not. And then Nina's trial, I wonder who's going to testify. Is Charles going to testify there too? Will Lisa testify there or not? I don't know. Jealousy and murder. Oh, thank you for that timestamp. Okay, by the way, let's look at this. This was 10 hours ago. Was there another update of this? I don't know. For those, remember yesterday there was a shooting, right? And I mentioned it a little bit while we were streaming, and I was also playing the live feed on the second channel and the scanner audio. So they identified the shooter, and apparently the shooter is a professor. But I had briefly read that he was denied a job there or something like that.
My friend's about to show you, okay? Keep your hands up, okay? Everything's gonna be all right.
I just kept running until somebody saw me crying in the street and they told me to come inside.
We have reports of multiple victims inside, but we're not going to advance forward until we get a clear that that's a cold zone.
A student should have to fear.
Kate, that's a really good question. Can Lisa and Nina testify because they're married? I'm gonna have to reach out. I'm gonna have to defer that to the attorney people. I might have to reach out to some attorney friends. I don't know, and ask them. More specifically, Texas. Maybe I can ask. I don't know if Flossie's around. Yeah, it's Flossie. All right, so I'll text her. She can get back later.
Pursuing their dreams on the college campus. What happened today is a heinous, unforgivable crime.
As a parent, there are no words for what you feel. It's indescribable, the feeling that you have.
And thank you for joining us tonight, live at 11. I'm Trisha Keene. We are continuing to follow that deadly shooting on UNLV's campus. ABC News says the suspect is 67-year-old Anthony Polito. We have learned he was looking to get a job at the university, but was rejected. This is according to the Associated Press. Our team coverage continues tonight. Let's begin with our Alyssa Bethencourt in Henderson with new information on the suspect. Alyssa.
Well, Tricia, multiple law enforcement sources telling ABC News tonight that the deceased gunman in the UNLV shooting has been identified as 67-year-old Anthony Polito. Right now, we are standing outside of what is believed to be his home. This is just off of Arroyo Grande and Warm Springs in Henderson. But I do want to bring up some video from the scene. We're told detectives were conducting a follow-up investigation here, and SWAT was called in to help with serving a search warrant. You can see there is an incredibly heavy police presence inside. And tonight we're also learning more details about who Polito was. Apparently, he had recently applied to be a professor at UNLV but was not hired. And that is an important piece of information as we try to understand the motive behind all of this. Investigators confirming that the victims of today's shooting were not students, but rather faculty or staff members. And that suggests that this could have been a targeted attack on specific people, possibly because of a previous relationship or interaction. And we are being
Previous relationship or interaction. This is why, like, in life too, and I realize that more and more with like just being on the internet and YouTube, and like you never know who's like disgruntled over some shit, and you're not even thinking about it. You're going about your life. You're going to work. Maybe you got kids. You got pets. Maybe your family member's in the hospital or somebody's dying, and you got some person that's like thinking about you every single day and waiting for their moment for whatever reason. And it could be something as simple as you didn't say hi, or you didn't acknowledge them, or something. You know, you didn't say hi with an exclamation point, and now they're after you and shit. You know?
Victims of today's stand, the motive behind all of this. Investigators confirming that the victims of today's shooting were not students, but rather faculty or staff members. And that suggests that this could have been a targeted attack on specific people, possibly because of a previous relationship or interaction. And we are being told that detectives do have Polito's phone and are going through it closely, looking for clues about what may have motivated him to carry out this attack. But again, this investigation is in its very early stages, and as more time passes, we are expecting to learn more details from a...
I mean, you cut them off on the road or something. Maybe you make a little bit more like money than them. You're working at the same job and they didn't know, or maybe you got your vacation time approved and they didn't get their vacation time approved. I remember there was this chick one time. She got really upset. I forgot what it was. So when I used to work at Broad General Hospital, there was this really disgruntled person, barely resembles a woman, but a woman, and she was very, very disgruntled. You could see the disgruntled and just the wear on her face. Nobody liked working with her. She's just miserable. One of those people that are like always reporting people, always going to management, always going to the supervisors, taking pictures, just some weirdo woman. And so they approved her to work overtime because they desperately needed somebody. So they took her. And then one day they asked me about, oh, can you work or whatever? I was like, yeah. I didn't really like doing overtime too much, but I said, yeah, I'll come. So they took her off and they removed her because they just didn't want her. And I remember she made some remark to me about like, oh, you owe me money. How you took my spot? And I was like, I didn't even know. Like, I had no idea that was your, like, I didn't mean to. I didn't really even care to do this shit. I didn't want to be here overnight. An extra thing. I was just doing a favor, really. Oh, she was pissed. She was pissed.
Officials, just be patient.
But shit like that you don't think could really be too much could be like the end of the world for somebody.
as we wait to get that information. I do want to send it over right now to our anchor, Joe Moeller. He has been at UNLV's campus all day. And Joe, I really am curious to know what things are looking like there right now as we approach hour 12 since this shooting happened.
Alyssa, well, it's still an active investigation here at the UNLV campus. We are on the east side on Maryland Parkway. It is closed behind me here. Now, the campus here, this is where that all started. The active shooter was reported here on campus earlier today at around 11:45, right near the student union where you're taking a look at right there. Now, 3 people confirmed dead from the Metropolitan Police Department, and the suspect was detained and killed here on the campus as well. Now, the investigation continuing. Caution tape is still up. There's a number of Metro vehicles here and different law enforcement agencies on campus blocking off several intersections, so the campus remains closed, as it will be for the next several days. But like Alyssa had mentioned, I've been out here since after 12 o'clock covering this, and I talked to several students who are running from the campus, leaving the campus, many of them happy to be off campus as this situation was unfolding. But I also talked to one woman who was at Thomas and Mack Center where she was trying to get a ride to leave campus, and she, on our air, showed us a video of what it was like when she was escorted from law enforcement off. We're going to re-roll that right here.
I'm going to have you go ahead and pull up that video for me real quick, and I want to see if we can maybe have our photojournalist Lee here zoom in on it. I know it might be a little different here to be able to do this, but I was really surprised by it. And we're going to have you turn it around here. Okay. And I'll have him set this up here.
Do you want the audio?
All right, Lee, you tell me when you're ready to go here. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry.
You're okay, come on. Okay, take a deep breath. Everything's gonna be all right. Okay. Everybody is staging over at the Scarlet lot, okay?
So let's cruise side right here so they can come with us to stay in the back of us. Yes, sir. We're gonna exit you out this door, okay? Where these people are at.
Yeah.
Is there any more people in that
Salute
hallway?
to those guys, man. Those cops.
Police! 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 Police!
Hands up! Hands up!
Hands up! Hands up, police! Police, hands up! Everybody's hands up!
It's a lot of pressure because you don't know who's behind the door. You don't know if somebody's waiting for you.
What does that mean? Blue. Wait. Okay. I don't like it.
Oh, and somebody tagged me on the color coding stuff yesterday. Did I send it to myself? Let me see. I don't think I sent it to myself. Damn it. Well, we were hearing color codes on a scanner, and somebody tagged me yesterday. I don't know if the blue is the same thing there, or is there a different code? Let's see if I can find it. Oh, okay. Oh, blue's not on there. Must have been for something different. But I'll show this anyway, though. On the scanner audio, I guess this is different. They weren't talking on the radio, but tag meanings on scanner. Red tags means immediate advanced life support required for victims who cannot survive without immediate treatment and have a chance of survival. Yellow tags, victims are treated and under observation for indication of worsening condition. Yellows are not in immediate danger of death and are considered stable unless observations prove otherwise. These victims will still require hospital care and would be treated immediately under normal circumstances. Green tags, victims are ambulatory. The victims can wait for treatment and are considered walking around. Okay, white tags are victims. Victims are dismissed with minor injuries. Black tags are victims deceased. Oh, we did hear them calling out black tags. I thought I heard orange yesterday too, but so this is all in relation to that shooting yesterday at what was the name of that place? Las Vegas University or something? Forgot the abbreviation. Las Vegas. Was it the University of Las Vegas? Yeah, University of Las Vegas. Okay. So 3 dead. Really, just, I don't even know. I mean, I don't even know what to say anymore about the shooting. It's really like we've gone in circles and said so much. And, targeted attack. Disgruntled. I guess he went specifically possibly looking for these people. Anthony Polito, that's his name. The other thing too, so the other day we had covered, and I just hadn't had a chance because we've been so busy with the trial and, chopping up the clips for the evening. But the guy that freaking blew up that house, Let's see. They say I don't know where the post is at. I don't know. I've had so many messages about it. The last thing that I saw, they said that it wasn't a gas leak because I believe that supposedly they closed the gas to the place. So I heard that it wasn't a gas leak and that they were looking into it, possibly this guy blowing up the place. His name was James Yo Arlington. Police say man whose Virginia home exploded is presumed dead, so he is dead. Even though somebody tagged me in this tweet yesterday. Check this out, bro. I couldn't help but like laugh when I saw this. Let me show you this. And today they claim they found his remains at the scene. The man who police were raiding last night in Arlington named James was commenting on the video of his house exploding. He's claiming he was not at home. He's being set up by the U.S. government and the Department of Defense is behind it. So I saw this. I got tagged in it. And I'm sure people probably believe this, but you know, anytime there's some type of situation, you get all these fake accounts. We said, I was being spied on by the U.S. government for previously working as head of security for CFIUS. They assume I am a traitor. And let me tell you that there's some people, I used to be, you know, sometimes like to explore conspiracies. You know, I wouldn't get crazy with it like some of these nuts that I had to deal with, but there's people out there that are probably going to believe this and go crazy with it. Somebody said, don't do drugs. As a fellow schizo, I wish our government did more to surveil us and make sure we were up to no good. So hell no, he sat back and watched. January 6th event is rigged, orchestrated, bullshit by them, which actually, he's using the same verbiage though. They do not want an actual coup against them, so they rig, orchestrate, and control fake January 6th event riot and rig trials to set fake precedents in attempts to scare and control people's minds. Then they spy on people and track the people's reaction to fake January 6th event and ruin people who show the event even a slight hint of resistance against them. All my social media is banned, which actually they did ban his YouTube page. You'll all know the truth soon, and blah, 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 blah. Whatever. Would you agree to an interview? Are you one of the most explosive... James, would you agree to an interview? You're one of the most explosive guests I could ever dream of. He says, would you agree to the U.S. government is the biggest terrorist organization and that you're all going to be Israel puppets soon? They're just a troll. A troll. But, I don't know. Let me see if they confirmed if he blew himself up or not. Medical examiners will work to positively identify their. I wonder why they take down the social media pages of these people. Like, what's the purpose of it? To protect what? But rather leaving it up or taking it down. Like, what's the purpose of taking it down? Shutting down their pages. Suspect had been calling and writing to the FBI for years. Wow. I feel like people that do that, they should put them on a list. You know something's not right. But for years and years, people just keep calling FBI. Those are the nuts. So, yeah. So they're saying Vegas shooter, back to the Vegas thing, Vegas shooter who killed 3 was a professor who recently applied for a job at the university. Did he get denied for the job? Did he go in for an interview and actually talk to those people that he shot and killed? Oh man, people are something else, man. Let's see what you guys are saying. Oh, it's nasty outside now. Cloudy. Yeah, I know, Mojo. I think the plan of attack is going to be we finish out this trial and then maybe the next 2 trials, depending on how things are for me the next 2 months, you know. worst come to worst, we just do recap streams at the end of the day for the new trials. You know, watch opening statements, key witnesses. If the evidence becomes repetitive, especially with Nina, we can skip all the repetitive stuff, which would save a lot of time. Since we watched this trial, people that missed the trial will have to, I don't know, rewatch it. The other one. Side edition. Let's check out what's going on now.
These are the
what's going on inside edition. Freed Hamas hostage. Freed teen Hamas hostage describes captivity with her dog.
The teenager who kept her little dog by her side during her hostage ordeal is speaking out today.
I missed you.
I missed you too, baby.
17-year-old Mia Lemberg managed to keep her Shih Tzu Bella hidden from the Hamas terrorists.
Really?
This just-released video shows Mia and her mom being driven away in a pickup truck.
Luckily for me, Bella is rather quiet, so they didn't notice her. It was difficult because, all the journey to get there with her, it was, an extra 4 kilos of this
I'm shocked that they didn't notice this dog the entire time she was gone.
small, cute puppy.
After Bella was discovered, Hamas guards let Mia keep the dog. She fed her scraps of leftover food.
She was a huge help to me. She kept me busy. She was moral support, even though she didn't want to be.
America was stunned to see Mia cradling her little pooch in her arms when she was released 9 days ago.
I thought they were going to pet the dog. We need to go to PR.
Stunned to see Mia.
She was moral support, even though she didn't want to be.
America was stunned to see Mia cradling her little pooch in her arms when she was released 9 days ago. We're also learning more about why some of the hostages appeared to be having friendly exchanges with the terrorists.
Good goodbye.
Congratulations.
Good luck.
The Israeli Health Ministry is now revealing that a number of the hostages were forced to take the anti-anxiety drug clonazepam prior to their release to make them feel happy and upbeat. We showed video of hostage releases to psychiatrist Nina Cerfolio.
Their affect definitely seemed odd to me. They were laughing, giggling. It's remarkable to me. I would think that they probably...
I don't know. Klonopin don't make me giggle like that, though. Klonopin just makes me sleepy. I just want to go to sleep.
had been medicated with something.
Meanwhile, there are calls for the presidents of Harvard, MIT, and UPenn to be fired over their testimony at yesterday's fiery congressional hearing on anti-Semitism. All three refused to say that anti-Semitic chants at protests broke their university's code of conduct.
I will ask you one more time. Does calling for the genocide of Jews violate Harvard's rules of bullying and harassment? Yes or no?
It depends on the...
All right, it's almost time for me to head out. Let me see. Of course, I'm going to leave the stream running. See if there's anything else. Well, I should probably start heading out, I guess. School kids help save women. So I forgot what the volume increase. Let me just do a test real quick.
So
Explain to the jury what this one is.
So now we're 8:29 to 9:59.
Oh, that guy was like talking into the microphone.
Anything else in that Google return that was significant?
One of the things that was found was the transport from, I believe.
All right. So we'll leave it on current, and I'll lunch break. This should actually be returning soon. Well, at 2:15, I think, Eastern. Lunch break. Return. 2:15 East. I feel like Xanax doesn't make giggly like that either. I don't know what would make them giggly like that. Oh, clonazepam is different. Clonopin is clonazepam, I thought. No? Yeah, clonopin is clonazepam. I've had that. Mandy, I haven't gone yet. I know. I'm going to try to go this week. I don't want to say specifically when in case, somebody's stalking me. But this week, I know I need to get it done. Mandy sent me something in the mail. I think for Maddie. It's been a while. I need to go check that box. Yeah, no. So I can't believe it either that the story is just completely dead in the news. I actually reached out to, there was a company years ago that wanted to do some type of Lifetime thing. I reached out to her today, but they told me that they're done with that Lifetime series. It was a company that was going to do it on behalf of Lifetime. But I emailed her and she said, like, we'd like to talk though still. And I sent her some of the information. And so we're going to talk next Thursday after the trial, after the trial's over, the day for the trial's done for the day. I don't know. I just figured maybe to spread it out. I don't know what kind of conversation is going to happen, but if they want to cover it or something, I don't know, anything. So my friend on Facebook tells me the marriage certificate was in Pennsylvania. And so to that, I was talking with Lena, right? And Lena pulled up the law, I think, marriage license disclaimer. And so what Lena said is that read the marriage disclaimer for Pennsylvania, because if they got married in Texas with a license from Pennsylvania, the marriage may not be valid at all. Yeah, the license, not the license, but the marriage thing has always been like some type of confusion for me. I don't know. I never really understood it too much. So, oh, it's for me. Oh, okay. Thanks, Mandy. Yeah, I'm gonna. Well, I'll text you. I don't want to say too much on here. Let me just make sure nothing can open on its own. And if you guys can, please, if you could hit the like button, I'd appreciate it. It helps out the stream and the algorithm. I guess tonight I'm gonna try, if I'm not too tired, to finish the cease and desist, or at least get most of it done. So hopefully post it tonight or tomorrow night. All right. So I'll be back. I'll be listening on my phone.
You're here because you had a relationship with Charles Beltran, known as Chuck, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And
You have to answer out loud, yes or no. Please.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Instead of uh-huhs, yes, no, answers like that. Do you recall about when you met Charles?
I don't know exactly the day, but I met him at a club.
Okay, you met him at a club. And was that back in 2020?
Yes.
Okay, kind of the later part of 2020?
Yes.
And when you saw Charles, how did you guys meet?
I remember I saw him with his friends, and I saw them leaving, so I went outside as I was leaving too, and that's where we saw each other, and that's how we met.
That's how you met. And Your Honor, may I approach the witness? I'm going to scoot this microphone up for her.
You may, thank you.
It's a bit soft-spoken. Are you nervous?
A little bit.
Okay. All right. Now, you said that you saw him in a club with some friends. He had left, and then you exited the club and left too. And you guys just saw each other outside. Is that right?
Yes.
And you thought he was good looking, right?
Yeah.
And so you started talking.
Yes.
And what was he like?
He seemed nice.
Okay. It's pretty charming?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you guys kind of start dating after that?
Yes.
And about how long did you guys date?
Not so long. I'm not sure.
A couple months maybe?
Couple months.
Okay. During those few months, how did he treat you?
Good.
Okay. Was he nice to you?
Nice, yes.
Okay. Did you guys ever have major conflicts or anything?
Not that I remember.
Okay. Was he ever aggressive with you?
No.
Violent?
No.
Anything like that?
No.
Did you have any concerns about being around him at all?
No.
Okay. In fact, like if you did have any kind of argument, if you will, it'd be more about you just asking information maybe about where he is and things
Yes.
like that. Okay. Now, in your relationship with him, did he ever tell you, look, you're my only girl, you're the one, or did he just make you feel that way?
He made me feel that way.
Okay. But as far as conversations go, there was never a time where you all said, hey, we are 100% committed to each other?
No.
Okay. Did you know when you were dating him that he was talking to other girls?
No.
Okay. Did he ever take you to his house in Mesquite?
Yes.
How many times?
Like that I remember, probably 2 times.
2 times?
Yes.
Okay. And did you guys hang out in the outside, the common areas of the house, or where did you go?
No, he never took me around the house. I was just in his room.
Okay. Did you know who he lived with?
No.
Did he mention, did you ever see anybody that he lived with?
No.
As far as that house in Kensington, did he tell you that I guess I'm asking, did he tell you that he lived with some people or a person?
He said he lived with some people.
Okay, and did he tell you kind of what his relationship with them was?
No, not
So
really.
you didn't have any idea?
No.
Now, I want to talk about October 4th and October 5th during that time period, okay? Were you aware that he went to Arkansas for a rap show?
Yes.
Okay, and he told you about that?
Yes.
And you were you able to go with him?
No, because he never invited me to go.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, October 4th is when he returned, right?
I think so.
Had you spoken with him or texted him about y'all meeting up later?
Yes.
Okay, and did you meet up with him?
Is it a Sunday or?
Yeah, this was a Sunday.
I was at work.
Okay, you were at work Sunday.
Mm-hmm.
What time would you get off at work?
2 in the morning.
2 in the morning. That's when you work at Rick's. It's
Yes.
like a Rick's
Door
Cabaret.
girl.
Is
I'm sorry, one at a time.
Is that when you work at Rick's Cabaret as like a waitress?
Door.
You worked at the door? Okay. And I saw you look at the calendar. That's just a calendar to kind of help you remember what day of the week it was. Okay. So on Sunday, you would be working the door at Rick's Cabaret, and you would get off around 2 a.m., right?
Yes.
Did you have plans to meet up with Chuck later that evening?
Yes.
Did you try to contact him?
Yes.
And how many times did you try to contact him?
A lot.
Okay, so you blew him up, right?
Yes.
You blew up his phone. And he never calls you back, right?
No.
How'd that make you feel?
Like, it made me feel like he was with somebody else, you know, because he never answered.
And the next day, did you finally get in touch with him?
He hit me up.
Okay, and hit you up. He texted you, called you, or do you recall?
He texted me.
Okay. Let you know that he fell asleep, right?
Yes.
Did you all hang out later that day?
Fell asleep.
Yes.
Okay, and where did you guys hang out?
I don't remember.
Okay. And do you recall about what time of day you all hung out?
Probably like in the afternoon.
And did you guys end up spending the night together that night?
I don't remember if that night.
Thank you, guys.
I don't remember.
So prior to this, you had only been to the house once or twice. He didn't take you over there frequently, right?
No.
Would there be times that you all might spend the night together?
What do you mean?
Like stay overnight?
At the house?
Not at the house, just anywhere.
Oh, yes.
Okay, and where might you stay?
So after that, he never took me back to the house. Like, he would always want to rent hotels.
You recall if that first night after he kind of ghosted you, did you all stay in a hotel that night?
Yes.
So after that, you never went back to that house in Mesquite with him?
Yeah, no.
Okay. Did you ever meet Lisa Dykes or Nina Marano?
No.
Did Chuck ever tell you about it?
I knew them as his lawyers, because that's how he would always tell me, that Lisa and Nina were his lawyers.
At some point, did you and Chuck decide to go out of town?
Yes, that's when he had told me that if I wanted to go out for a vacation to New Orleans.
And do you remember when you went to New Orleans?
I don't remember. I know it was like around October, but I don't remember the day.
But it was after this situation where he kind of ghosted you that night.
Yes.
And did you all go to New Orleans?
Yes.
And what car did you all drive in?
He pulled up in a SUV, white SUV.
Had you seen him drive that car before?
Oh, the SUV.
What car did you see him normally drive?
He used to drive an Audi, black Audi.
And did you, you all drove to New Orleans. Did you rent an Airbnb for you all to stay in?
Yes.
About how long were you going to stay there?
I think he had booked it for probably a week or so.
Did y'all end up staying in that Airbnb?
No, when we got there, we had barely just got there, and it was only one night that we stayed there.
Okay, and why'd y'all leave?
He received a call.
Yeah, and did you hear the call?
No.
You just heard his side of the call?
Yeah, when he received the call, he got away from me.
Okay. But based on that call, how did he act?
He looked worried.
And at that point, what did you all decide to do?
So that's when he told me that his uncle, that's how he would call him, unks, said that called them and said that the detectives were at his house trying to speak to Chuck.
After that, what happened?
So that's when I asked him what's going on, and he didn't tell me anything. He just said, I need you to go back to Dallas.
Did he tell you about meeting a girl that night that y'all were supposed to meet up?
No, not there, no.
And so he told you you needed to go back to Dallas, is that correct?
Yes.
And did you go back to Dallas?
Yes.
How'd you get there?
I went back on the car, the SUV.
Did you drive?
Yes.
Okay, on your own?
Yes.
And where did Chuck go?
He stayed there.
He stayed in the New Orleans area?
Yes.
Okay, did you drop him off at like a friend's place?
No.
You know?
No, he stayed there.
Okay, you just stayed at the Airbnb?
Yes.
And where did you take that SUV?
He told me to drop it off at the house.
And after you dropped it off the house, what happened next?
I just left it there.
How did you get to your car?
My sister picked me up.
And did she take you back to wherever your vehicle was located?
Yes.
And what did you do after that?
And then after that, I went back.
Back to?
To where he was at.
Okay, in New Orleans area?
Yes.
Okay, and where did you pick him up?
There in the New Orleans.
When you picked him up, did y'all stay in New Orleans for any amount of time?
No. So when I went back, that's when I asked him, I'm like, I want to know what's going on.
Okay, and what did he tell you?
He didn't tell me nothing yet. Like, not then, right there, he hadn't told me anything.
Okay. And so you pick him up in New Orleans, he doesn't tell you anything. I mean, something's going on, right?
Yes.
During that time, did you have any contact with Lisa or Nina?
No, not that I remember, no.
Okay. What did you do after you picked him up? Where did you all go?
So that's when he was driving. He was driving my car, and I remember the trip was silent. Like, he wasn't saying nothing. Like, it was just like us muted. And that's when I asked him again. I'm like, hey, what's going on? He kind of got mad. Like, he raised his voice at me. He had never done that.
Okay.
He said, stop questioning me.
Okay. Now, when he raised his voice at you, were you afraid that he was going to do something violent to you?
At that moment, yes. Like, he had never talked to me like that.
Okay, that's the only time you ever heard him say that?
Yes.
Or raise his voice?
Yes.
Did he do anything to you?
No.
Okay. Where did you all go?
I don't remember where I dropped, because I dropped them off somewhere. I don't remember.
Okay. So we had met before a couple of times, and do you recall telling me that you took him to a hotel in Pennsylvania?
Yes, I think that's where I dropped them off.
Okay, so you dropped him off at a hotel in Pennsylvania, is that right?
Yes.
And did he tell you that Nina and Lisa were going to pick him up there?
So when we got there, we got into kind of an argument, because I was just like, hey, like, what's really going on? Like, you're telling me that the detectives want to talk to you. Like, I don't even know what's going on. I'm over here with you. Like, what's going on? And he just said, stop questioning me. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to go. And he said, okay, that his lawyers were going to pick him up.
His lawyers?
His lawyers.
Okay. And during that conversation, you guys have an argument. You're confronting him about something that you know sounds strange.
Yeah.
Did he act like he was going to do any harm to you at all? Physically?
No.
Okay. It was just argument.
But he was just acting crazy. Like, you know, he was, I don't know how to explain it.
Okay, he was acting crazy, like...
Because I just kept questioning him, like, what's going on?
Okay. Was he Paranoid?
Yes.
Okay. Concerned?
Yes.
And so you left him at the Pennsylvania hotel, and you said that he said the lawyers were going to pick him up. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you drove back here
To Dallas,
to
yes.
Dallas. Now, did you have any communication with Chuck after that?
I don't remember after that, but he had probably weeks, or I don't even know, months. He had texted me from an unknown number that I gave one to the detectives.
Okay. So you got that text from the unknown number, and did he let you know where he was?
At that point, no.
Okay. At some point, did you learn that he was in Mexico?
I don't remember.
Now, you mentioned a minute ago that you got this unknown number. You were questioned, I guess, by detectives, about his whereabouts. Is that right?
Yes, when I got back from, where was it? You said Pennsylvania?
And they came up to your work, right?
Yes, when I came back to Dallas.
And that was a little, I guess, scary for you.
Yeah.
Did they tell you anything about why they were looking for Mr. Beltran?
I don't remember what they told me at first.
But you cooperated and gave them any information you had?
Yes, I told them, yes.
All right, Your Honor, pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Ms. Alvarez, thank you. My name is Heath Harrison. I represent Ms. Dykes. You've never met Ms. Dykes, correct?
No.
Even though you've been to her home, you've never met her, right?
No.
Do you actually remember, his name is Charles Beltran. I'm calling him Chuck. You knew him as Chuck.
Yes.
You know him as Chuck 5050 or just Chuck?
I knew that he was Chuck 5050 when I started following him on Instagram.
Okay, what do you think Chuck 5050 meant?
I don't even know.
Okay. So you didn't follow him on Instagram that much, right?
No, wait, what was that? Oh.
I'll withdraw the question. I guess what I'm trying to get at is you didn't know him that long, right?
No, I did not. A few months.
All right. But in the time that you did know him, at some point he took you over to Mesquite. You knew that it was in Mesquite, right? The house?
Yes.
Just if you remember. Do you remember?
Yes.
All right. He took you to this house in Mesquite. You remember did y'all go in through the front door or y'all go in through the garage? Just if you remember. Do you remember?
I think it was the garage.
You go straight to his room, right?
Yes.
When you go there, you don't know if anybody's at that house or not, do you?
I don't.
They could have been, right?
Yes.
You're in his room, right?
Yes.
Did he show you his studio?
No.
He didn't show you the studio?
I never seen no studio.
Okay, just his bedroom?
Yes.
All right, so y'all in his bedroom. How long were you at his house?
I would go there, but just spend the night, basically at night.
So you literally spend the night at this house, and you wouldn't know if there were other people in the house?
No.
Right?
Yeah. Right.
In his room?
In his room, it was just me and him.
And whether there were other people in the house, you had no idea?
No.
Could have been?
I guess.
Is that a yes or no?
No.
I'm saying, when you were there in his room with him, could there have been other people in the house?
I don't know. Like, if maybe there could have been people in the house, maybe. Yeah.
Because y'all just stayed in his room, right?
Yes.
Just you and him?
Yes.
That boy sitting down.
Did you use his bathroom?
Yeah.
Okay, but even going to his bathroom, you didn't know whether there were other people in the house.
Right.
When you left the house, still didn't know whether there were other people at the house.
There was nobody when I would leave. I would leave like the next day in the morning.
Back through the garage.
No, it would be through the front door.
Okay. And during that time period, when he was messing with you, he was driving the black Audi?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about this night that you were you working at the Ecstasy Club?
Oh, Ecstasy Club? Oh, no.
It was
hell no.
Rick's.
Or you were going to meet him at the Ecstasy Club?
Oh, meet him.
Y'all must have been doing
Ecstasy.
ecstasy.
Ecstasy Club?
Yes.
It's XTC, right?
Yes.
Ecstasy. Right?
Ecstasy, right?
Yes.
So you were doing
Strip
ecstasy.
Club, right?
Yes.
And that's where you were supposed to meet him that night.
Yes.
Why else would you go to a
Right?
place called ecstasy?
Okay. So you start calling,
Yes.
and you worked in Vids Cabaret,
Yes.
but you just worked the front door.
Yes.
So you start calling him, he never answers.
Yes.
He calls you the next morning, about 7 in the morning.
Yes.
All right?
I don't remember if 7 in the morning, but it was the next
He
day.
calls you that next morning.
Yes.
When he calls you that next morning, is he excited? Does he sound nervous and paranoid?
No.
You remember when you said he got this phone call from his uncle, right?
Yeah, but that was like
Later, way later. But when he got that phone call from his uncle about the police looking for him, he got real nervous, didn't he?
Yes.
He got real scared, didn't he?
Yes.
You could see the difference in him, couldn't you?
Yes.
But on the night you called him that morning, he was normal, wasn't he?
Yes.
Was he on one? Is that what they say? He was on one?
I think and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you said that y'all met that afternoon, right?
Yes.
From what you remember.
Yes.
All right, and then whether or not y'all spent the night that night or the following night, sometime after that, y'all started going to hotels, right?
Yes.
And never went back to the house in Mesquite.
No.
At some point, when you're taking him, when y'all go to New Orleans, and y'all supposed to stay at the Airbnb for a week, you said?
Yes.
But he gets a phone call, and that's when you end up coming back?
That's when he canceled everything. Like, said, just go back.
All right. When he gets his phone call and you start questioning him, you said he got angry.
Yes.
So you stopped questioning.
Yes.
You never seen him like that?
No.
You were afraid, weren't you?
A little bit, because I really didn't know him.
Yeah, he's raising his voice at you, telling him to stop questioning him. You were afraid. You're with this man that you really don't know, right?
Yes.
Something's going on and he won't tell you, right?
Yes.
He's telling you stop questioning him about this stuff.
Yes.
Do you stop questioning?
I did.
Because you were afraid, weren't you? To keep questioning.
Yeah.
Now, at some point, you said y'all start driving, and do you even know where you dropped them off at? I know they kind of told you that you said Pennsylvania. Do you even remember that?
I don't even remember. I didn't really remember where I was at. I don't know the place.
Everybody's refreshing your memory, right?
Yes.
They're telling you dropped them off in Pennsylvania, right?
Yes.
You don't really recall being in Pennsylvania, do you?
No, nothing.
I don't remember if it was there, but
What city in Pennsylvania were y'all in?
I don't know.
Oh.
I'm not gonna put words in your mouth. You tell me.
I don't know the city.
So they told you the story of what to say.
Do you even know if you were in Pennsylvania? Did you understand my question?
I don't remember, no.
So So is that a no, I don't know if I was in Pennsylvania?
I don't know
Oh boy.
where I dropped them off. I don't know.
You just know you dropped him off and he was supposed to meet someone that was supposed to be his lawyer.
Yes.
You do remember that?
Yes.
And you do remember that on this trip it was silent, wasn't it?
Yes.
Long trip, wasn't it?
Yes.
Do you remember about how many hours y'all were in that car together?
I don't remember. It was hours.
Several hours of silence with a man you barely know, right?
Yes.
Traveling across the country, right?
Yes. Yes.
Do you know where you are right now?
Traveling across the country with this man you barely know. Did you feel like you had to go at that point?
At some point, I started questioning myself, like,
Why am I doing this?
yes,
What am I doing?
yes,
Why am I putting myself in danger with a man I barely know?
yes,
Because again, you're traveling hours and hours, state to state, with a man who's already gotten angry with you before y'all left, right? Because he got angry with you in New Orleans, right?
yes,
For questioning him
yes,
about what's going on.
yes,
And you still felt necessary to go with him, right?
yes,
At some point, y'all get to wherever y'all ended up, and you start questioning him again, didn't you?
yes,
Because now you know the police got something to do with this, right?
yes,
And you're asking yourself, what is this guy getting me involved in, right?
yes.
Well, why don't you just leave?
Because at first, I really thought, because he was selling drugs that I knew of, so I thought maybe they're looking for him because of drugs.
Okay. But isn't it true you didn't leave because you couldn't leave, right? He needed you.
Right.
You couldn't leave, right? That's why you didn't leave. Until he let you leave, right?
Your Honor, I would ask counsel just to ask one question at a time.
Right, if you could give the witness time to.
Yes, ma'am. My question to you is, you couldn't leave because he wouldn't let you leave.
Right.
And at some point, wherever y'all were, when y'all got to wherever y'all ended up, you start questioning him again because you knew the police were involved.
Yes.
And you didn't want to get in trouble, did you?
Right.
And he told you stop questioning him.
Right.
And he's not talking as nice as I'm talking to you now, is he?
No.
He's yelling at you.
Yes.
And you're shocked because you've never seen, Chuck talking to you in a manner like that, right?
Right.
Didn't seem like the same person, did it?
No.
And you were afraid.
Yes.
So you stopped questioning him, didn't you?
Yes.
And when he let you leave, you left.
Right.
But that's only when he let you leave. Right?
Right when he would tell me to leave.
Okay. And when you say he was acting crazy, did you know what he would do if you kept questioning him?
At that moment, like I said, I didn't really know him or his bad side, so,
You stopped questioning him.
Right.
Because you didn't want to get hurt, did you?
I could say that.
And you said you knew he was a drug dealer, right?
Right.
Did you know what type of other people he hung around?
The only people that I knew was Freddie and Unks.
Uncle Dykes?
Yes.
But did you know he had been to prison?
No, he never told me.
But he never told you anything about, now you've seen the stories about Marisela, right? The missing girl?
Yes.
He never told you anything about her that when he was with you, did he?
No.
Never told you anything about Miss Dykes hurting Marisela, did he?
No.
In fact, on the morning you called him, he was calm, cool, and collected, wasn't he?
Just how he was, the normal him.
And as far as the lawyers, he wasn't afraid of his lawyers, was he?
No.
And on that day, you were supposed to meet him on October the 4th. How do you know it was October the 4th? Is that something else they just told you?
No, because I was working Sunday. So I remember that when I was working on a Sunday, I was getting off at 2 in the morning and I was supposed to meet up with him.
And you would have met up with him that following day during the afternoon, right?
That's when I met up with him later on.
But where he went or what he did before he met back up with you, you have no idea, do you?
No.
Did you know anything about Carmen?
Who's that?
Another one of his girlfriends.
No.
So you never went to that apartment?
I would drop him off at some apartments.
Mm-hmm. What were those apartments?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
No. Okay. And ma'am, just so we're clear, even now, you're a little afraid about being associated with all this, aren't you?
Yes.
All the people that are involved in this thing, right?
Yes.
I mean, your fear is real, right?
Yes.
What people could potentially do to you for hanging out with Chuck, right?
Right.
For testifying in this case, right?
Yes.
Whether that's his friends or Marisela's friends, you have concern for your safety, don't you?
Right.
That's what he said. Thank you, Ms. Alvarez.
Can you redirect?
There you go.
May this witness be found excused?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you for being here today. You are free to leave and go about your business. Please watch your step.
Okay, so that witness is gone. That was Mama on the phone. I'm finding all kinds of interesting messages with people I've had in the past about this story. People that knew Chuck.
Scarpa?
I found some other interesting stuff too. Somebody that knew Chuck as well. This guy said he messed with both of them. Chuck did. I done seen him kiss Nina, etc. Yeah, what people don't know, that was his sugar mama / girlfriend, and Lisa and Nina are married. They was also going for the other baby mama daughter as well. They wanted a kid with Chuck, I'm guessing. Chuck didn't want them kids though. He acted like he did, but we told him all the time, be in your kid's life. So I know it was them. That's what I say. Chuck wasn't in his kid's life like that. I think he would sometimes see them, but to try to get full custody.
You can please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed. Thank you, Your Honor.
Ma'am, can you state your name and spell your name for the court reporter, please?
It's Jamie Scarpa.
Oh, Scarpa.
Jamie. Scarpa is Scarpa.
Oh, this is a good witness.
And can you tell the jury just, I guess, generally where you're from and what it is you do for a living?
I am from East Stroudsburg, Pennsylvania. I am a realtor there. I'm also a bank teller there.
Okay. And
this is Nina's neighbor.
Ms. Scarpa, have you, how many times have you met Lisa Dykes?
Maybe 5.
Okay. And your relationship or your I guess connection to this case is more through Nina Marano, is that correct?
Yes.
And how did you know Nina Marano?
She moved in next to the My house.
Okay, that in East Stroudsburg.
Correct.
And do you recall about what year she moved in?
They moved in early 2018, her and her husband.
Okay, and her husband's name is?
Bill. William.
William?
Yes.
And he went by Bill, correct?
Yes.
Okay, Bill Marano.
Correct.
And how was Nina in the neighborhood?
When she first moved in, she was real quiet, but as we grew to know her, she was a social butterfly. She talked to everybody. She was always outside, very kind, great with my children.
Did you have some time to, spend with her and Bill as a couple?
As neighbors, yes.
As neighbors, I
Yeah.
mean. Let me clarify that. So you, would have dinners together as, neighbors and do events and things like that.
Yes, we've been to their house. They did fires with us, that sort of stuff.
When was it that you recall maybe noticing a change in Bill and Nina's relationship?
When Lisa?
I would say in the fall of 19. And we only noticed it because Bill would sleep in the car in the road behind her house. So we found it odd. So we would ask him, like, are you okay? What's going on? And he would be like, oh, we're arguing. I think she's cheating on me. I thought they were just going through a rough patch, though. I didn't.
You guys watched the
I
Bill
didn't
story?
think they were going to break up.
I hope you watched the Bill story.
Did you ever talk to Nina about it?
No.
Okay. And you said that was in the fall of 2019, is that correct?
Yes.
And had you seen Lisa Dykes in Pennsylvania prior to that?
No.
Now Bill passed away, is that correct?
He did.
When did he pass away?
He passed away November of 19.
Now, when did you actually learn of his passing?
She told us March of 20.
Okay, and when you're saying she, who told you?
Nina.
So you all are neighbors for a few years, you spend time together. Did you find it odd that she didn't tell you of his passing when it happened?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Was somebody you would have gone through his services?
Absolutely.
But you didn't really know what all was going on between them at that time?
Correct.
Okay, so you learned this in, what'd you say, March of 2020?
Yes.
Now, at what point after that did you first see Lisa in Pennsylvania, if you recall?
I would say the end of the summer or beginning of fall in 2020.
Okay, and
So-
did you have a conversation with Lisa at that time?
Not really. I met her for the first time walking a dog.
Okay. And you saw her, noticed her, said hi?
Yep.
Now, did Nina start doing more, after Bill's passing, did Nina start doing more travel?
Yes.
And as a neighbor, did you kind of help her out with, various things, getting the mail, things like that?
Yes. She'd have me watch her cats, get the mail, check her oil levels, that kind of stuff.
Okay, and check her oil levels if you don't live up
Like
north,
heating
might not
oil,
be-
heating oil.
That's just make sure because the winters get bad, right?
Yes, they do.
Okay. Around, I guess, October, well, let me back up just a little bit. You all were neighbors. After Bill's passing and you learned his passing, had Nina indicated that she was planning on moving anytime soon?
She did not.
And why did she move to that neighborhood, if you know?
She was trying to rekindle a relationship with her father, who lives in the house behind us.
So I want to kind of fast forward to, you said that she started traveling quite a bit. In early October, in fact, October 2nd, did you get a text from Nina that just indicated she wasn't home?
Yes.
And she was traveling somewhere?
Correct.
Did you know where she was?
I did not. She was telling us that she was opening law firms in New York and Florida with a friend. So that's where we assumed she was.
Okay. Did she ever mention traveling to Texas?
No.
Now, at the first part of October, I guess the second week of October, did you get a phone call from Nina? Well, let me back up just a little bit, Scarpa. At some point, you provided, I guess, a timeline just to kind of help you remember everything that kind of happened from September of 2020 on. Is that correct?
Kind of. The timeline was to prove whether she was in Pennsylvania or not for the detective when they asked.
Okay. And you provided that to Detective Ramirez?
Correct.
Would that timeline kind of help you refresh your recollection?
Probably.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Yeah, this is a good witness.
Scarpa, is that the timeline that you provided Detective Ramirez?
It is.
Okay. And if you want to just kind of read over the front part of that, just to refresh your recollection, and you can refer back to that if you'd like. You received a phone call from Nina at some point in October, is that correct?
I did.
And when in October did you receive that phone call?
I mean, there's a few on here. Which one are you referring to?
I'm sorry,
okay.
What about selling your house?
The selling your house one was closer to November.
Okay. And what she need? What did she want?
She just said that it had to be listed right away. It kind of seemed urgent. I told her that I would need keys and we'd have to take pictures. Like I couldn't just do it today, like she was wanting. I'd had to wait for her to come back.
So that was closer to November, is that correct?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And I'm going to give you just a moment just to read through that timeline. We talked about this yesterday, is that correct?
Yes, we did.
And this is your timeline that you provided Detective Ramirez?
Correct.
Oh, you guys are bad in the chat, man.
Okay. Are you nervous?
Yes.
Incredibly nervous?
Yes.
Okay. Have you ever had to testify before in a
No.
criminal court proceeding? Now,
Defense gonna latch onto
looking
that.
back and refreshing recollection.
Oh, she's nervous. Yes.
Do you remember about what week it was that you received a phone call from Nina about listing the house?
It says the week of October 12th on here.
Does that sound right?
That seems right, yes.
Okay. And you said she seemed urgent.
She did.
Okay. On that day, do you know if she was in Pennsylvania or if she was somewhere else?
She was out of town because I told her I would need keys in order to list the house.
Okay. And she wasn't there to provide those at that time?
Correct.
And did she say why it was urgent or anything like that?
No.
Okay. What was the next recollection that you have as far as a conversation with Nina concerning the house?
Not until she returned home. She returned home maybe the second week of November, and we listed the house then.
Okay, second week of November, you listed the house?
Yes.
Okay, I want to talk more about that in just a minute. Did you receive any communication with her, I believe November 1st or 2nd?
Yes, the first she called and said she needed me to do a favor, that she was having a car delivered, and then the second she had texted me, the car will be arriving shortly. When it comes, put a car cover on it. She had a car cover on the passenger seat of the car.
And what car was it?
It was a black Audi with tinted windows.
Okay, had you ever seen her to drive a black Audi before?
No.
Do you recall what cars she generally drove? If you remember.
I do not. She drove not nice cars.
I'm sorry?
She drove not nice cars for
Not nice cars.
a while, yeah, until Bill died.
Until Bill passed?
Yes.
Okay. What did you guys do with that car?
Parked it, put a car cover on it, and left it.
Okay, and in fact, I mean, the car cover kept blowing off, kept going over there, putting it on.
It did. We put it on 2 or 3 times that week.
Okay. And these are all neighborly things that you would do for any of your neighbors.
Yes.
Now, So it was clear that she was not in town or not in Pennsylvania November 1st or 2nd.
Correct.
And what is the next event on the timeline that we discussed?
When she came home,
And when did she come home?
November 11th.
November 11th. And that is when she listed the house. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, was she alone or was she with somebody?
She was not when I went to the house, and Lisa was there.
Okay. Lisa was there. Is that the first time you officially met Lisa?
Yes.
And describe, you've been in that house several times before, your dinners and things like that. Was the house in the same condition it was before? Or did it look the same decor-wise?
No. So
Okay,
normally,
tell the jury what the difference was, or what the house looked like when you went in November 11th.
yes. So normally her house is bright and airy and open. All the windows and doors were covered with like black sheets. It was pitch black in the house when I walked in.
And Lisa was there, is that correct?
Correct.
And what was your purpose of being here?
Bring over the listing contract.
And did you start a discussion with Nina about the listing contract?
Yes, we went to the dining room table. We sat down. They put a tape recorder in the middle of the table, like a phone on record. I'm not sure why.
Okay, and you said who put the phone down, if you remember?
I don't remember.
Okay. Was this typical behavior for Nina?
No.
Was she outgoing and friendly like she used to be, or how was she acting?
I mean, she was friendly, yeah.
Okay.
She was okay.
When you talked about the housing contract or the listing contract, who is the primary person between Nina and Lisa that was doing the talking?
Nina talked about a price. She said a set price that she wanted for the property.
Okay.
The rest of the questions I were going over was mostly Lisa.
Okay. And Nina made it clear that she wanted $310,000 for it. Is that correct?
Yeah, not a penny less. That house was her baby. Like, she didn't want to get rid of it.
Okay. And all the rest of the questions were Lisa.
Yes.
Had you ever had anybody record a conversation like that before about a listing contract?
No.
Did you find that to be somewhat odd?
Awkward.
Awkward?
Yes.
Okay, was the meeting awkward?
Other than being recorded, no.
And at some point, you were having them, it's time for them to sign the listing documents. Is that correct?
Yes.
What happened after that?
We toured the house, and there was a closet that's next to the foyer. Inside that large closet was like a life-size, I guess you call it a statue of a skeleton, and it was wearing like a robe, and it was holding something like this. There's like a mat on the floor in front of it. She made it like pretty clear buyers are not to go in there. Don't open that door.
And what did they do in front of that?
Kneeled.
After they kneeled, were you standing there while they kneeled, right with them, or where were you?
I was not in the closet.
Okay. What did you think about that?
I was ready to go. Yeah.
Find it pretty terrifying?
Scary.
Santa Muerte.
Did you ever know Nina to be into that sort of thing?
Yes.
I told y'all.
She originally lost connection with her father due to religion, but I didn't know what the religion was.
Okay, so you're just kind of surmising that maybe it was this.
Yes.
Okay, but you've never seen anything like this before.
No.
And you didn't know her and Bill to have these types of statues in their house before.
No.
When they finished kneeling, what did they do after that? Did they sign the contract?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
Signed.
And you listed the house.
Yep. Took pictures a couple days later and listed the house.
Okay. Eventually, did you all get an offer on the house?
Yeah, we got a lower offer a couple weeks later. I think it was $285, if I remember correctly.
Okay. And did you talk to Nina about that offer?
Yes, she originally said no. She wasn't going to take it. I got off the phone. I called the buyer's agent. I'm like, we're not accepting your offer.
Okay. And did you get subsequent communication?
Yes, same day, Nina called back, and after speaking with Lisa, we would like to take it. We just want to get rid of it.
Did you know where Nina was at that time?
I did not.
She was not in Pennsylvania.
Not that I recall.
Okay, and you didn't see Lisa in Pennsylvania either?
No.
On December 8th, did you have some communication with Nina?
She came over with paperwork that I gave her to sign. She handed it in to me and just said that they were leaving town.
And so you had the signed paperwork, documents, things like that, and she advised that she's going out of town again. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. At some point, in December, did you receive a photograph from a buyer's agent about some concerning things in the home?
Yes, we did. A buyer's agent had said that a buyer was concerned about something that they seen, and they sent me a photo. It was like a smaller, what I would call Grim Reaper statue, and it was on like a small side table with candles and like little cups of alcohol or money in the cups. The buyer wanted like an explanation if they were going to buy this house. That was scary to them. I didn't know what to say.
So, and you kind of let the buyer's agent know, look, that's her religious beliefs. I can't really talk to her about it or anything else like that.
Yeah, I never brought it up with Nina either.
Okay. And at some point, you did your own personal research on what that statue was. Is
I
that
did,
right?
yes.
And what did that statue in your research represent?
The Santa Marta statue was Angel of Death that they had up.
That particular person, did they make an offer on that house? Or
They did not, no.
Okay. At that time, was Nina in Pennsylvania next door, or was she elsewhere?
She was elsewhere at that time.
Okay. Did you know where she was?
No.
On December 16th, did you get a phone call from her that she was going to be out of town?
Yeah, that was for the holidays. That one they did say they were going to Texas to see Lisa's family for the holidays.
Okay. And again, asked you to watch the house, bring in the mail, check the oil levels.
Correct.
All those things. At some point, did the mail that you were bringing in, did I guess the address or the name on the address change?
It did.
And what did it change to?
It was Nina Beltran was what we were starting to get mail as.
And did you text Nina concerning that, about getting a package?
Yeah, I just said your package came because she was looking for it. I put it on the counter and I took a picture and sent it to her.
Had you heard any talk from Nina about changing her name to Beltran or anything like that?
No.
Was it just a little surprising to you that this name change had occurred?
Yeah, odd.
Did you ever meet Charles Beltran?
No.
Okay, never saw him in the house?
No.
December 7th, did you get communication again from Nina about just checking the oil levels?
Yes.
Is she still out of town?
Yes.
At some point, did you all get an offer on the house and get a contract on the house?
We did.
Okay, and was that first contract, the 285?
Yes.
Is that the contract that ultimately went through?
We did have others, but yes, that's the one that went through.
Do you recall what day it was that you saw them packing up and moving out of that home?
It was like early January.
And did you speak with Nina when they moved out?
I did not.
Did you ever, I guess on January 14th, is that the day that you saw the moving trucks?
Yes.
And did you receive a phone call from her that evening to just kind of say her final goodbyes?
Yes, I did. I was not home when she came to the door, and she was like, "Thank you for being such a great neighbor. Thank you for helping me through the transaction. You've been a good friend. I'll never see you again," is pretty much what she said.
Okay. between January 15th and January 24th, you spoke with Nina frequently just about the closing.
Yeah, daily.
Contracts had to be extended, things of that nature.
Yes.
Do you recall what day it was, and you could refresh your recollection, that you saw police cars over at Nina's house?
It was January 25th.
And did you call Nina and let her know?
I did. I said, there's police in your driveway. Do you want me to go over? I originally thought maybe somebody was trespassing or something. It was a vacant property. She said no.
And you didn't go over there, but the Dallas detectives come over to your home?
Yeah, within minutes, like when I was on the phone with her, they were coming to my door.
And you told Nina, I'm going to talk to the police and I'll call you back.
Yes.
Okay, did you call her back?
I did not, but I sent her a picture of Detective Ramirez's card.
Okay, did she let you know via text that she'll contact you?
Yeah, it's a misunderstanding. I'll call them right now.
Did you talk to her any more about that day?
No.
Did you receive a phone call from her January 27th?
Yeah, a few days later. She seemed a little panicked. I just need to know what you told the police. What did you tell them? What did they ask you? I didn't know anything at that point, so I didn't tell them anything.
You had not heard anything about Marisela Botello, Charles Beltran?
No.
Police looking for them or anything of that nature?
No. The police told me that they were looking for a missing person. They did not give me a name.
And knowing Nina, did you find it very odd and strange that she might be involved in something?
Oh, absolutely. I didn't believe it.
But you didn't know Lisa at all?
No.
And you didn't know Charles Beltran at all?
No.
That's Jesus.
At some point,
With a, what they call that, a
I
Seth?
believe you got a phone call
Or what
from
they
the
call
buyer's
it? Thing on
agent
the back?
that the mortgage denied and the sale was going to be extended again.
Extended again.
And how did Nina react to that?
Panicked. She was telling me that she was purchasing another home with this money. They needed it now.
At some point, the contract did go through, and every state, the real estate transactions are a little bit different, but they had to execute a deed. Is that correct?
Correct.
And I say they, Nina was the only person that was on the deed of the home. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Nina,
Well, it was Nina and Bill, but Bill had passed.
Okay, Nina and Bill, and so Nina had to execute a deed for you to, I guess, get the sale to go through. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what day did that deed go forward or go through?
We had a closed in March, but she had signed in February, and I had set up something for her to come in and sign, but she refused to attend. She wanted to use a notary of her choice.
Okay. And Scarpa, I'm handing you, it's been Mark's Estates, Exhibit 302, 303, and 304. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes.
And that is your words at the bottom, a text message to Nina, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And then this is a picture of that you received from the buyer's agent in the home?
Yes, it is.
And this is the deed that we mentioned before, is that correct?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, state offer states 302, 303, and 304 for all purposes. Tendering to defense counsel.
Oh, Brad, I apologize. I need to take a brief break and call my son's dentist to give them permission to fill his cap. We're going to take a 5-minute break.
All right.
B Rhymes. I didn't think you were gonna be like confirmed. But yeah, I don't think we should have the whole religious talk. Or probably should, because it might delve us into another thing. And I'm not saying there's any religion that's better than the other or whatever, but I don't know, with the Catholic Church in particular, over the years, I don't know, man. There's only one thing that comes to mind. This is the first thing that always comes to my mind when you hear Catholic or Catholic priest. The first thing that comes to my mind, and always. And I've covered so many stories of some of these priests that have done it to hundreds of kids. And like, how do you get away with doing it to hundreds of kids? And like, even in some situations where it seems like there's complicit cover up, I'd be afraid to send my child to that church. I would not leave my child in the Catholic Church. What? I mean, probably any church, honestly, but even especially the Catholic Church. What? Oh, come on. We're not going to try to play that. This is like some sort of... No. Anyway, move on from that. Anyway, the statue thing, I was showing you that Santa Muerte. And you know, honestly, how I feel about Santa Muerte, there's people out there that really like love and practice Santa Muerte. There's people that got like YouTube pages and they really worship and love these things. To me, Santa Muerte is the religion of rapists and criminals. People that are looking and praying to whoever that they don't get caught. All right? Just my opinion. It's a religion of criminals. That's it. Look at the boy from Texas that's missing. What they got in there? Santa Muerte. I covered a couple stories of Santa Muerte. It is nothing good. Nothing good. And anyway, why is people worshiping statues and idols? Isn't that something in the Bible? Something about like worshiping idols, over people over here praising and worshiping and bending to the knee on statues? Why? And the defense was trying to throw it out and be like, oh, but yes, there's a statue of Guadalupe, right? Who's Guadalupe? Isn't the Guadalupe like isn't that a Catholic thing? Or what? Guadalupe statue. Here we go. And look, Guadalupe seems like a different thing. The defense was trying to be like, isn't this Guadalupe? Maybe it's Guadalupe. Bro. This satanic, whatever the hell this shit is, ain't no Guadalupe, okay? This was on the listing, the house listing in Pennsylvania, where Nina was living with Bill. This is the only picture I've ever seen, but I've heard, and we've already heard supposed testimony of like something in a closet, some type of shrine. And this person, Jamie, I believe, I feel like I'd have to go back and listen to that clip again. I believe she said she saw some type of shrine and these weirdos fucking like on their hands and knees on the shrine stuff, like praying to it. And so much so that like, I don't know if the seller saw this thing here or they saw the shrine. I didn't hear it. I wasn't listening to intently, so I might have to listen to that again. So much so that somebody didn't want to buy the house. I can tell you that multiple people that I've spoken to regarding this story, some people I won't say because a couple of people back then, I have their messages. They told me, hey, please don't mention my name. And so out of respect, because those people trust me, and there's even somebody reached out. There's just a bunch of stuff, even so, whatever. Those people trust me, so I don't want to violate that or whatever, because you know that's why sometimes people come to me. But what I can tell you is that a lot of people are afraid. I'm not afraid of this Santa Muerte, this doll or whatever shit that they got there. I'm not afraid of it. I don't believe in it. But there is people out there that are legit, that I've talked to, that know these girls, Nina and Lisa, that are afraid for their safety, whether it's Santa Muerte or just Texas, because they feel like these women are connected. Some people are very concerned about their safety, that these women could try to send somebody for them, or that these women are going to do a hex on them. Charles Beltran's friend, he told a pretty compelling story. I'm going to drop that video one of these days too, where he called in. I have his phone number too. Maybe he'll come on sometime. I feel like Charles Beltran's friend, maybe we should save for when Charles' trial comes, or I don't know. Maybe we can have him speak his piece on all of them. But Charles Beltran's friend got sick. Mel, can I go to your YouTube page and not get what? Huh? Not sure what that question was. Anyway, I don't want to get serious with the religion. Everybody has their own, thing that they do. My mother's Jehovah's Witness. I grew up Jehovah's Witness. My grandmother's Catholic. I love my grandmother to death. She's so freaking sweet. I just particularly kind of not really into the Catholic thing. And I have friends like, like that. Jehovah's Witness. I guess I'm Christian. I don't know. I just pray. I just pray every day. Like at night, I try to pray and just be thankful for what I have. I've read some parts of the Bible. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the reality is in any place you need to be careful with your kids. Even daycares, school, shit, even family. You know what I'm saying? Like, but I felt some type of way because I had covered some stories with the Catholic stuff, and every time I covered it too, it was like always suppressed on YouTube for whatever reason. But when you hear like these stories of like decades, like hundreds of kids, you're like, bro, this should shut down that local church. Like, why are they still? And then in some cases, were like they knew about it. I don't know. I don't know. And honestly, a lot of this Israel-Palestine shit is religious. Religion. I almost think religion is the deadliest thing almost. I feel like it can save people, but it's also like some people take it to the next level where there's wars over this stuff. So Fairram says, but Santa Muerte and black magic aren't the same. I mean, it might be interesting to have somebody break it down sometime. So, the witch doctor that I talked about, Shannon Ryan, who is believed to have murdered Layla Cavett, a local story here in South Florida. Her body's still not found to this day. It's a story that I covered in depth too. He was a witch doctor. He claimed to be a witch doctor, and so I guess he did black magic, and he's the one that had said. See, the whole menstrual thing, when I posted that video yesterday, which is a video from like a year ago, when I spoke to Nina's best friend, Jen, which I think she's going to be testifying at some point. She had mentioned something about Lisa and like this menstrual blood and that they put it in the food. I've heard of stuff like that before. Some people doing that. You need to be careful whose house you go to. I mean, guys out there, you're dating a chick and you're not too sure about her or she's into some weirdo shit. Careful. And somebody was asking me the other day, like, oh, well, how can you not taste blood? And it was specifically with when I was talking to Charles's friend. Charles's friend had told me like they could put it like in pasta or something with sauce, or they could do some shit. People are just weird. But with the witch doctor from South Florida, somehow his ex-girlfriend that lives in Holland had contacted me. And she was like, yeah, I used to talk with him. I came to Florida to visit him. And she was telling me this whole story. And she had told me that like they did a binding ritual. And it's almost the same thing as what Jen said about Lisa, about some type of thing that we're going to be together forever. And so what this lady told me, the witchcraft guy, this lady here in South Florida, the lady told me that like he drank her period blood, her menstrual blood, which I was shocked. You could see my facial reaction in that video. I was like, what? I was shocked. And then I was like, so like, what did you have to do on your end? And she didn't want to tell me. Like she was embarrassed and she just wouldn't tell me. Oh, I should add that to the questionnaire. I should add it to the questionnaire. I don't consider myself atheist, but I've been watching a lot of different, especially now with this conflict that's going on. I've been seeing like Muslim people arguing with Jewish people, and like Islam and the Quran and Christianity, and all these people going back and forth and interpreting the Bible and whose interpretation is correct, and I don't know. I guess I'm Christian. I don't know. I just pray. And I just be thankful for what I have. And,
Your Honor, I believe Ms. Aston was looking at.
Yes, to see if 302, 303, and 304 would be.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. And then 302, 303, and 304
People do that kind of stuff, you know, that menstrual status. It's crazy.
are admitted for all purposes. And these were mortgage documents?
Mortgage documents and 2 photographs.
Okay.
And the mortgage document is 3 pages.
Thank you. Which number is that?
That is 304.
3 pages of mortgage. Thank you.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
Yeah.
Now, this is states 303. This is the photograph that was sent to you from the buyer's agent. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's not the same one that you saw in the closet.
Oh, no.
Okay, the same one that you saw was
The one in the closet is life size.
Life size. That's what I've heard. The life size closet track.
302. I'm going to turn it this way. This is just that package that has this has the, and for some reason the document's not refocusing, but it has the name addressed to now Nina Beltran. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and that was dated, I think this text was December 31st, 2020.
Yes.
That's the
And
picture I haven't seen.
States 304. This is the document, the deed that you had sent her to execute, and you mentioned before that you had asked her to come in the office. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, that is a common practice, right?
Yes, buyer and seller close together.
And on this particular occasion, she wasn't there.
Correct.
Did she tell you where she was?
No.
Okay. At some point, she had to get it notarized. Is that right?
Yes.
And initially, she failed to fill out a portion of it. This top portion, is that correct?
Yes, the state and location.
And did you eventually have to send that back to her to have her fill that out?
The title company sent it back to the notary. Yes.
Okay, and the notary filled that out, and that's the notary down there, state of Florida.
Correct.
Okay, is that the first that you learned that she had gone back to the state of Florida?
Yes.
Okay. She had mentioned before that she was possibly opening some law firms in New York and Florida.
Correct.
At what point, so this is February 4th, the house still, the closing hasn't happened yet, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you have communication with her between February 4th and March 17th?
Yes, almost every day.
Okay. And what was the conversation about?
Just the deal, what's going on, days it's closing, information.
And did she seem concerned about getting the closing done?
Yeah.
I mean, as anyone would.
I mean, it was extended a long time, so anyone would be mad.
Okay. And at some point, did the closing happen?
It did, mid-March.
Mid-March?
Yes.
Okay, and the funds were dispersed?
Correct.
In that initial meeting with Lisa and Nina, did you field a question from Lisa, from Ms. Dykes, concerning the proceeds of the sale?
I don't know if Lisa asked, but yes, they were asking if it could be split.
And what was your response to that?
No.
Yeah, this lady is definitely nervous and she's been afraid, and she's doing good though.
Based on kind of that interaction between you all at the initial contract signing, did you have an opinion or did you have determination about kind of who was in charge or who was kind of running that show?
Lisa. Yeah, Nina was quiet, reserved.
Your Honor, pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Scarpa, I'm Valerie Baston, and I'm one of Mrs. Dykes' lawyers, and I'm going to ask you some questions.
Okay.
All right. So you said that you met Nina when she was married to Bill back in 2018.
Correct.
Okay. Did you notice that there was like a significant age difference between the two?
Oh, yes.
What did you notice?
I didn't know how old she was, 40, 50, I assumed, but he was like 80.
Okay, so about a 35 to 40 year age difference.
Yes.
And did you know how long they had been married?
No.
So you didn't know anything about the background of how they met or anything like that?
I did not. She just said, I'm coming back to the neighborhood. This is where I grew up, and my father lives here.
Okay. Her father and her mother?
Yes, but I've never met her mother.
Okay. You said that Nina would play with your kids, and she seemed like a very affable lady.
Yes, very nice woman, very good with my children.
Did you know anything about what was going on in her marriage besides seeing Bill sleeping in her car, his car?
Nothing.
So you didn't know anything about any domestic violence issues or police reports that Nina had made about Bill?
I did not.
Being violent. Okay. It was just Bill's side of the story that he thought she was having an affair.
Correct.
Oh no, they're gonna try to trash Bill.
And
no, don't do that. They're trying to insinuate stuff. I don't know what.
Let me ask you, what was the housing market like in that part of Pennsylvania during this time? Was it a hot market?
It was not. It was fairly slow. We were selling in about 3 months.
Okay. So for it to take this long, it really wasn't a surprise to you being in the business that it would take a while.
Correct.
And did you know that Nina had been doing repairs on that house?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And they were significant repairs, correct?
Oh, yeah, she did a roof and a very large deck in the back.
Trying to help get it sold.
Yeah.
Yeah, chaos.
And when you when you found out that she wanted to sell and coming to you, and then later on seeing the moving trucks, did that really surprise you, knowing that she was talking about opening up a law firm in Florida or in New York? Well, let me ask you this question. If you're opening up a business in another state, it's kind of expected that you're going to need to move to that other state.
Yes.
Okay. And she had discussed with you her plans on expanding her law firm.
Correct.
Okay. And it wasn't going to be in Pennsylvania.
No.
So you were saying with the closing that normally you have both the buyer and seller there, but there have been times that the buyer, or excuse me, the seller for whatever reason can't make it.
Yes.
And she did try to follow through by executing the deed. Yes or no?
Correct.
Okay. And it wasn't her that forgot to fill out that part. It appears that it was the notary that she used in Florida that forgot to put in state of blank, county of blank.
I do not know.
Are you a notary in Pennsylvania?
I am not.
Okay. But normally, have you ever had any notary work done?
We normally close with the title company.
Okay. But normally it's the notary that fills all that portion out because they're signing off on everything. Where they're executing this document and then acknowledging that this person signed in front of them.
I assume.
Okay. Now, let me ask you this. You said that when you saw those two statues, that you decided to do, well,
I only seen one.
you had only seen one. Okay.
Yes.
But then you got the picture of the second one.
Correct.
And you started doing your own research about this religion.
Yes, I just wanted to see what it was.
Okay. So you did your own research.
There we go.
Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. Because it made you curious?
Yes, because the buyer was uncomfortable and I didn't really know why.
Okay. And you didn't know why the buyer would be a Mormon?
Right.
Okay. So in your research of this religion, did you find out that it's connected, it's an indigenous Mexican religion connected to Catholicism?
Well, I don't know what the second word is, but yes, it was a Mexican religion.
Being Catholic.
Yes.
Okay. And that in this religion, it's judgment free. Did you find anything?
I did read that, yes.
That is so you could be a lesbian or gay, transsexual, transgender, black, white, rich, poor, and this would be an accepting religion.
Yes, it said that.
Okay. And people from all walks of life use it. People who have been in prison are involved in this religion, and people who've never been in any trouble are in this religion. What you
that I
researched.
don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
It says Catholic, though, is what they say?
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
I guess, especially in 2023, that makes sense. Look, yeah. You've seen the Pope,
Yes,
right?
Your Honor. Yeah, no,
All right, thank you for being here today. You're free to
I
leave
guess
and go back
Catholic.
to your business. I hope you enjoy your
I mean, with all the shit that goes on in that church, that makes sense. Yeah, it's Catholic.
Call your
Oh my God.
Your Honor, this time the state would call Agent Raul Perez.
Bro. All right, so that was Jamie.
That's it. Good afternoon. All right, if you would please stop and raise your right hand. You solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you state the clear name for the record, sir?
Raul Perez, P-E-R-E-Z.
And how are you currently employed?
I'm employed as a special agent for the Florida Department of Law Enforcement.
Oh, Florida.
And what is the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
It's a state investigative agency out of Florida, much like your Texas DPS. And we have 7 regions. I'm assigned to the region South Florida, which encompasses Miami, Dade County, Broward.
Let's go, baby.
Palm Beach and Monroe County, the Keys.
And how long you been with, it's FDLE, is that the
Yes.
initials? How long you been with FDLE?
27 years.
27 years. And any experience in law enforcement prior to that?
Yes.
What else have you done?
I was retired from a city in Miami called North Miami Beach. I did 20 years with them.
So all said, 47 years of law
Coming up
enforcement.
on 47.
Right. And what's kind of your role there at FDLE as a special agent?
I'm currently assigned to a guns, gangs, and drug task force. It's a government-funded task force that we specialize in violent crimes. I've been on that squad for about 5 years.
And in 2021, the first half of 2021, were you in that same role or something different?
Same role.
Same role. Does your role, or does your office, they assist in assisting out of county, out of state agencies if they're apprehending a suspect in your state?
Yes.
Okay. So how does that work? If, in this case in particular, right, we've got Dallas Police Department reached out to Florida in some capacity?
What I believe happened is normal channels would be the agency that's requesting assistance goes to Tallahassee, which they have what they call a fusion center, and the fusion center feeds it out to whatever region would deal with that situation. In this case, it went, I believe, went to Tallahassee, went to Miami. We have what they call a duty agent that's on 24 hours a day for 7 days on rotation. He got the call and he notified us.
And was that Detective Christine Ramirez reaching out from Dallas Police Department?
That's correct.
You eventually spoke with her as well?
Yes.
Okay. Based on that call, what was the FDLE's involvement to be? Or whenever Dallas is reaching out to FDLE, what's your involvement going to be at that point?
Well, at that point, we Well, I initially got the response. I started coordinating the efforts between the Texas and ourselves and trying to confirm everything, the information that they gave us. And I ran it through our analytical people. We have 2 analysts assigned to our squad.
Stop us there. What was Dallas looking for?
2 individuals that had open warrants.
And their warrants were for murder?
Yes, they were.
Okay, so they had active warrants for murder, and they tell you they've got these 2 individuals. Do you know who those 2 individuals were?
Yes.
Okay, who was it?
Nina, she went by a couple last names, and Lisa.
Okay, and we're talking March of 2021, is that right?
I believe so.
Does March 22nd, 2021 sound about right when you guys would have gotten that initial call?
Yes.
And so you're told about these two women that have arrest warrants for murder from Dallas Police Department, and they're wanting your help to contact them and potentially arrest in St.
Correct.
Okay. And you said that there's Tallahassee kind of spreads it out, finds out who's going to do what, essentially. Am I getting that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And then you get involved. I guess there's information that they may be in the Miami-Dade area.
Correct.
Okay. So walk me through whenever that kind of gets on your desk. How does that work then?
We gave the information to our analysts, and they have various databases that they can run certain information, and we end up getting a couple addresses.
Okay.
So at that point, actually, there was a couple addresses in Florida. So I believe our Orlando region checked some residences up in central part of Florida. And then there was a couple addresses that we had in South Florida.
And you guys begin to start checking out those South Florida addresses.
Correct.
Okay. Was a plan, or I guess, did you guys discover or confirm one of those addresses?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the plan then once one of those addresses was confirmed as being the address of Nina and Lisa?
Set up surveillance.
And who went out to survey that?
Initially, it was Joe Crystal.
Agent Crystal then went out there and began surveillance. Did he eventually make an arrest?
Yes.
Okay. That wasn't the initial plan, was it?
No.
Okay. But he's here to testify as well, is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. So we can get into kind of his reasoning, but he had a reason as to why he kind of skips out of the plan and makes the arrest of, was it Nina Marano?
Yes.
He makes the arrest of Nina Marano there at the apartment complex. Is that right?
That's correct.
Local law enforcement, Miami-Dade, would also have been coordinating in with you guys.
That's correct.
And then you eventually respond out to that arrest location.
That's correct.
Was Lisa Dykes there?
We never saw her.
Did your investigation lead you to believe that she was there prior?
Yes.
Okay. And in fact, was there a surveillance video at the, this was an apartment complex?
Yes, there was.
Was there a surveillance video at that apartment complex?
Yes, there was.
After the arrest of Nina, did you all view that video?
Yes.
And what did you see on it?
That Lisa was leaving the location.
And Nina, ultimately, did you get consent to go in and check the apartment?
That's correct.
Now, when you guys go in and check that Miami apartment, were you doing a full search or just check in to make sure everything's safe?
Check for Lisa. That's it.
Just looking for Lisa.
Wasn't there, and we cleared.
So you're not taking inventory of the house. You're not doing any of that kind of stuff.
Absolutely not.
You're just checking to make sure that the defendant or the suspect you're looking for is not there, and there's no other danger in the home.
That is correct, and she had an open murder warrant at the time.
So house goes in, it's clear and empty in that apartment.
Correct.
And then that would have been, do you remember what day Nina was arrested?
I don't. I could check my reports and...
If I were to show you your report, would that help refresh your memory of the day she was arrested?
Absolutely.
Mr. Beltran?
You may.
Be careful, I got a hex on me saying all this shit about the Muerte people. It's the Mexican version of peace and love.
Do you recall now?
Yes.
What day was Nina arrested?
March 25th.
And you said Lisa seen exiting the area of the apartment on those apartment surveillance videos that day.
Yes.
Correct. Was Lisa ever apprehended in Miami?
No.
Okay. Was she ever arrested in Florida?
Yes.
Okay. Was FDLE assisting in locating and getting her arrested as well?
Yes.
Okay. Where was she ultimately arrested?
In the Orlando area.
Okay. How did FDLE help find her in Orlando?
We wrote the tracker warrant and tracked her phone.
Okay.
And then our units, or what we call ESST, in conjunction with Orange County Sheriff's Office, established where she was, located her, and followed her and arrested her.
And it's Orange County Sheriff's Office that actually made the arrest?
That is correct.
But you guys are all working in tandem with one another and with the Dallas Police Department?
Correct.
And then that's essentially the end of your involvement in this, is kind of that overarching, helping coordinate some of those moving parts. And once they're arrested, obviously, you're done with your portion of this case.
That's correct.
How far of a drive is it from Miami up to Orlando?
3.5 hours.
I'll pass on this.
Cross-examination.
Oh, that's quick.
As far as when Lisa, I guess, left Miami, you don't know why she left Miami, do you?
I do not know.
You know she had a family in Orlando?
I know. Excuse me?
Just if you know.
I know now.
Okay.
Let
me kind of go back. Y'all keep saying that Detective Ramirez had obtained an arrest warrant for Lisa and Ms. Dykes for murder. She had an arrest warrant for capital murder, didn't she?
I don't recall. I don't know.
Yeah.
Halloween decor. Oh yeah, they give stuff to the Santa Muerte, right? Like offerings. Sometimes it's alcohol, cigarettes. I don't know what else. Jewelry, maybe.
So you're saying you don't know whether the initial warrant was for capital murder or murder?
I don't recall. It would be on the arrest form.
Chuck. 50-50. Trying to get him canceled too. You know it's an all-inclusive religion, Santa Muerte. Didn't you know that? Are you discriminating against Santa Muerte? Huh? No, of course not. No. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought so.
Let me rephrase the question. Regardless of what type of warrant, whether it was a capital murder or murder, this is the warrant that you guys receive information from Dallas or Detective Ramirez that they're looking for Lisa Dykes and Nina Marano in the Florida area.
Prior to that, we confirmed the warrants.
Okay, when you confirm the warrants, Can I approach Judge?
You may.
Let me get this mark.
What the hell did you smoke?
And this may be a better question for Detective Ramirez, but I mean, this appears to be, when you talk about the date that Nina Marano got arrested, it's March the 22nd? Or in that March of 2021, right?
The day we arrested her, or the day?
Yeah, what was the date you arrested? Do you remember?
I just said it. March 25th, was it?
Okay. All right, but does that appear to be a warrant for Nina Marano for the offense of capital murder?
I'm not familiar with the Texas. If you give me a minute, I'll just look at it if you want. I mean,
that's not even the complete warrant. Don't worry about it. I'll ask another witness. Thank you. But when you talk about warrants, again, you guys are acting. Y'all not just going to pick them up, right? Because they don't have warrants out of Florida, right?
It's an extraditable warrant.
I know, but I'm saying they don't have any warrant out of Florida. Right?
No.
They get picked up for something that happened in Texas, right?
That's correct.
And even when you are, I think you told the members of the jury, when y'all went in that house to execute the warrant, y'all not searching, right?
No.
Because you don't have a search warrant, right?
We do not have a search warrant. We were looking. She gave us permission, verbal consent to go in and look for the body. That's all we went in for.
But if you wanted to search, you would have went to the judge and got a search warrant, correct? You wouldn't just went in the house without her consent, right?
Absolutely not.
Okay. And it's the same thing. You wouldn't just arrest these things without a proper warrant, would you?
That's correct.
Arrest warrant.
We have to have confirmed that it was a valid warrant, and we did.
Okay.
Grumpy. Santa Muerte. Wonder what else we got for today. I hope we got something interesting.
That's all I have, Detective Perez. Thank you.
Anything further?
Just briefly, I forgot to ask you, Agent Perez, states 288, 289, those are the bookend photos from Florida for Nina and Lisa, isn't that right?
That's correct.
Nothing further.
Anything further from the defense?
No, nothing further, Judge.
May this witness be finally excused?
No,
All right.
All
Go
right,
on.
sir, thank you for being here.
Thank you.
See what else we got for today.
All right, call your next witness.
At this time, the state calls Special Agent Crystal.
Special Agent Crystal. And I really hope the person that told me Charles is testifying tomorrow is right.
Sir, if you would please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am, I do.
Thank you. May be seated.
Thank you.
You may proceed.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Could you state and spell your name for the record, sir?
Yes, sir. Joseph Crystal, Joseph, last name Crystal.
Oh, sorry.
And how are you currently employed, sir?
Currently, sir, I work at the Department of Homeland Security for Immigration and Customs.
How long have you been there? That's ICE?
Yes, sir.
How long have you been with ICE?
Got hired with ICE in January of 2022.
2022, okay. And what did you say you do there now?
I'm a deportation officer.
And prior to that, where did you work?
Previously, before my employment, I worked with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for approximately 7 years. And 6 years before that, I was a detective in the Baltimore City Police Department.
How many years in law enforcement?
Wasn't expecting math. I'd say about 15 and 6 years in the military.
I thought about that. Vin Diesel?
6 years, sir. The United States Coast Guard.
And kind of coming back then to your time at FDLE, Florida Department of Law Enforcement,
Where were you stationed with the Florida Department of Law?
Originally, when I got hired, I did the governor's protection detail for his second term, and then I transferred to the Miami office where I worked as an agent on the major crime squad, and I was also detailed to the DEA as a task force officer.
And then your involvement in this case from March of 2021, it sounds like you were tasked with doing surveillance.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what was your task as it related to this case?
My supervisor had asked if I could assist Agent Perez in trying to locate two homicide suspects that had open warrants for homicide in the Miami area. The day before, I believe it was a Wednesday, I was given two addresses by one of our criminal analysts that were possible addresses for where they believed the two suspects might be. So I researched.
Break that up a little bit. So you get the addresses from your analyst, and then you're going to do your own research from that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you said two addresses.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Walk us through what you're looking at with those addresses.
I looked at both addresses. I usually check them on like Google Maps, and what I noticed was in one of the addresses, it was just an address to an apartment building with no apartment. And based off my time as a narcotics detective when I was in Baltimore and in Miami, and also when I've done warrant apprehension in the past, something I learned was that sometimes criminals or people with warrants would list the address to the apartment, but not the individual unit number, because it was harder for law enforcement to figure which unit was theirs, but the mail person would just be able to match the name to the box. So my first thought was, this is the best one to look at, so I went there.
And you go there, and did you do an investigation? What day? Do you remember what day you would have been going there?
It was Wednesday, and then the next day was Thursday that I did the surveillance.
Okay, so it's the day before the arrest.
Yes.
Okay. So then about March 24th, does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. You go out to do surveillance on your own. Is that right?
The first day, yes, sir.
Okay. Let me give us some context too. Commissioner Bertram.
You may.
Here, states 305 through 312.
So states, take a look through states 305 through 311 first.
Okay.
Are those a fair and accurate depiction of the apartment complex we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's an apartment complex where we actually met and discussed your involvement in this case.
Yes,
right?
sir.
I think you were there while I was taking these photographs. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And states 312.
Yes, sir.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the apartment complex that we're talking about?
Yes, sir.
This time I'll offer states 305 through 312. Alternative investigation.
Those are all photographs.
Photographs, and then a screenshot. 312 is a Google Earth screenshot.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, states exhibits 305 through 312 are admitted for all purposes.
Thank you. And permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
So let's kind of start us here on states 312. This is the area that we're talking about, the park at Kendall. Is that right?
That's correct, sir.
And where on this layout here are we talking about for the apartment in question?
All right. Here.
If you recall.
I know you come in, you go into the right entrance. You go around. If my memory serves me correct, it's the, I want to say the bottom left building.
Back corner.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So the bottom left corner of the apartment complex is this building. So there states 305. And which apartment?
It's the second floor apartment, right there, sir.
This one?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so I wanted to get to that point so you could talk a little bit about your surveillance effort.
Okay.
So tell me your first steps in order to get there and start doing your surveillance.
So it was a large complex. So the first thing I was doing was looking. I was told that the suspects had a black Maserati. I believe this was a Maserati, if I remember correctly. I was driving through the development looking, but I noticed that, as you can see, they do have some garages. So there would be a possibility that the vehicle would be there. I just wouldn't be able to see it. I drove around. There were people around just to see if I saw the suspects in the area. One thing I had random pictures, I believe it was from social media, like photocopies or something like that, of pictures, and I saw that they had a brown dog. I'm a big dog lover. My wife and I have 3, so it was a brown, like kind of boxer, maybe something mixed with a pit bull, friendly dog. And I noticed the dog on the balcony on the second floor outside, and the sliding door was open.
Okay, so first tip you see is, hey, I see that dog that I've seen in pictures before, and the door's open. What do you do?
I walked over and kind of like tried talking, baby talk, you could say, to the dog, hey, just because I love the dogs and they're cute. And he was cute. And my second thought was that if they were inside, they might think, who's this weird guy talking like a 3-year-old to my dog? And at least it would give me like a visual confirmation. So after about 2 or 3 minutes of doing it, I decided, all right, this isn't working.
Okay, and let me back up just a little bit here. Are you in police uniform or plainclothes?
Plainclothes, sir.
Okay. That's kind of the point of the surveillance, is you're out there to just look like a regular person.
Exactly.
Okay. And so you're talking to the dog. There's no response from anyone inside.
Yes, sir.
Okay, what do you do next? Did you go and talk to the leasing office?
First, I walked up the stairs to look at the exact apartment, whether it was letter, number, or how it was that I identified. And then I spoke to somebody in the leasing office after that.
When anyone says, did you gather information to lead you to continue to sit on that home?
Yes.
Okay. And so then you decide to sit outside in your car the next day?
Yes, sir. I was did surveillance at approximately 6 o'clock in the morning the next day.
Next morning, it's go time to sit in the house and see if you ever see the suspects.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you by yourself that next day?
Yes, sir. At the time, yes.
Okay. And you're plainclothes again?
Yes, sir.
Okay. What's the plan when you get there at 6 a.m.?
So in that apartment complex, it was kind of 2 thoughts in my mind. There's an entrance, as you can see, and like it's not very uncommon in those types of apartment buildings, where there's an entrance on one side, but there's also an entrance on the opposite side. So I kind of had to pick my poison, because if they left out one way, it wouldn't have worked. So I decided to set up on the street where I could see the deck and the sliding door. My thought process being that in that time it was still dark when I first got there, that if somebody got up, I might see a light on or something like that, so I would know they're there. Or in those apartments, especially in Florida, because of the hurricanes, those doors kind of slam shut once you open them. And I thought that even if they didn't turn on a light, I would see the motion of the blinds move, and that would let me know that somebody left.
Okay. You know, like the multiple ways they could leave, there's an entrance from this side of the building and an entrance on this side of the building.
That's correct, sir.
And then, of course, you also have the entire apartment complex where you can go around this way, come out over here. You can come down this way and out over here.
That's correct.
Now, at the end, there's still only one exit, but multiple ways to kind of get through the apartment complex.
Yes, sir.
Back out. And so you're sitting out there at 6 a.m. Is the plan that you arrest them as soon as you see them?
Originally, I was there just to kind of keep eyes on, and the rest of my team was going to come a little bit later. I wasn't really expecting to encounter them that early, I don't believe, but...
And this is early morning hours?
Yes, sir.
6 a.m.? Was it 6 a.m. whenever you do make visual observation of one of the suspects?
No, it was later. I don't remember exactly. It was a while ago, but I'd say it was probably about maybe 7:30, 8 o'clock, give or take.
Did that factor into your decision to go ahead and make the arrest?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Why is that?
Well, when the subject, there was a couple of things. When the subject came out, she brought the dog with her, and it was a large, like I said, it was a larger dog. It wasn't like a pocket dog. So because of the heat in Florida, most people don't bring those types of dogs unless they're leaving for the day or something like that. So I saw her bring the dog and put it in the back seat, and she had, I'm not a big expert on purses, but she had like maybe a larger pocketbook, could be maybe like perceived as a tote. So I thought maybe, I didn't know if she was leaving for like a day or so. So that factored into it. And then because of it being rush hour traffic, I didn't want to take the chance of attempting to follow her and then losing her like in rush hour traffic. So I thought it would be better to arrest the subject at that time than take the opportunity of possibly losing both subjects.
And where were you parked?
If you can kind of see and scroll over to the left, right where you're pointing, that's where I parked my vehicle that day.
And that's actually your vehicle again that day as well?
The day I met you, sir.
Okay. And so you're kind of parked in a spot right there where you can look up at the apartment.
Yes, sir.
And then I think there's like a little...
There's a grass area kind of separating myself and then the next group of cars parked.
And so is the suspect then parked right there next to you on the other side of that grassy area?
Literally right next to me.
And so you decide it's rush hour, dog, large tote, and she's literally right next to you. Go ahead, I'm gonna make the arrest if she confirms her identity.
Yes.
Okay, she confirmed her identity?
Yes.
And who was it that you arrested?
Nina, I believe at the time she was using the last name Beltran, if I'm not mistaken.
So Nina Beltran's the name she was using at that time?
Yes, sir.
And you make the arrest?
Yes, sir.
And then you seized her purse. She had that large tote.
Yes, sir.
Did you place that in your squad car?
I left it in the vehicle and secured the vehicle, and later on I gave it to the law enforcement.
And you picked it up and the law enforcement. And at that time, did you talk to Nina about whether or not Lisa was in the apartment?
Yes.
Okay. Before we talk about that, I guess, what was Nina's kind of, how was she reacting, like, just visibly?
I would say she was nervous, but she didn't ask me what she was under arrest for or anything like that, which was somewhat telling to me.
And then talking about so she doesn't ask any questions, but seems nervous, and then you ask if Lisa's in there. Eventually, did you find out that Lisa may have been in the apartment?
What I asked Miss Beltran was, I said, do you live with anybody? And she stated, I live with my wife. I then asked her, Lisa, and she got nervous and stated, I don't want to answer that question.
Okay. But eventually she consents to let you search the house?
Yes.
Okay. Did you later learn through your investigation that led you to believe Lisa was in the apartment at the time that you were making that arrest?
Yes.
Okay, what was that?
Well, Nina had said she believed she was in the apartment and began to text Miss Lisa's phone.
She never responds?
Never.
Okay. Did you review surveillance video at some point?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what did you see on that video?
Miss Sykes leaving the apartment complex.
Okay. And did you learn that she was arrested later?
The next day.
The next day. And do you know where?
In the Orlando area.
Okay. Did you see a picture of her arrest?
Yes, sir.
Did anything stick out when you saw that?
She had the same exact clothes that I saw in the surveillance video when she left the apartment the next day.
So that was just something that kind of stuck out to you?
Yeah, exactly. Most people usually change their clothes.
And then that tote that you grabbed had a few phones in it?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And those were all seized as part of the arrest?
That's correct.
Okay. And you said you're the first one to kind of grab it and pass it on, and then it goes into evidence?
Yes, sir.
And then today you met with Detective Ortiz, who brought the property from the property room, is that right?
That's correct, sir.
You're tripping. I didn't get to see your reply, but well, so what do you guys in the chat think right now? Do you think that the prosecution has enough?
I'm going to show you Ridge Mark to states 313.
Still early, a little early, I guess, but so far.
And states 313. It's got a property tag on it. It was sealed earlier, but I just cut it open. Is that right? Yes, sir. And then inside states 313. Does that have the Florida Department of Law Enforcement on each of these?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I believe it has you on there as well?
That's my name, yes, sir.
On each one of these 3 phones?
That's correct.
I don't understand why Nina would stick around too.
So
How she?
This is the packaging from
I don't get it.
Florida
Yeah.
Department of Law Enforcement as well. That's inside the Dallas packaging.
Why help Lisa?
These are the phones that you would have seized in there in Miami.
Yes, sir.
This time I'll offer state 313. The bag that has the 3 iPhones and the alternative 3 injection.
Damn. I mean, they don't have a weapon, right? I don't think they have a weapon. They have the GPS location going for them. Nina and Lisa's phone pinged by the body. The phones did, or where the body was found. Blood at the house. I think in the carpet that matched Marisela. I don't remember if the hair trunk. I don't think they matched. I don't know if they finished it or they didn't match it. I don't know. I thought it was hair found in the trunk. We gotta look back at that and see. They did try to hide the car. They sent the car to Pennsylvania in a flatbed to have it sent somewhere else, I think. They all went on the run. And then they fled to Cambodia. That is a little fear of mine. It's like, do they have enough? You know, what else are they gonna, do they have enough? I'm trying to think of what else. You got Santa Muerte. That's proof. I'm just kidding. Open and closed. Yeah, I may be a little biased. I'm trying to look at it subjective, but for sure, that's what I'm asking you guys. Maybe a little because I've covered it for years and stuff. Chuck's charges, I honestly don't know. I can tell you what Lisa's is. I think they're all charged with murder. Lisa is murder and like tampering with a body. Let me confirm. Maybe BL, if you can look it up too. Maybe confirm it or Mo. Lisa Dykes charges. I think it says charged with capital murder along with her wife Nina Marano and Charles Beltran. So they're all charged with capital murder. But I'm pretty sure that I saw with Lisa, she had something like tampering with a body. This is an article from a day ago. Let's see.
All right, is there any objection to State's Exhibits 313 that had the manila envelope that has the 3 individually wrapped cell phones?
No objection to the phone themselves at all.
All right. Then State's Exhibit number 313 is admitted for all purposes. You may.
Nothing further, Your Honor. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. Officer, as far as Miss Marano,
Okay, thanks, Bill.
you're arresting her because there's an active warrant, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And these warrants contain specific information, right? That
Uh,
justify a person being arrested, right?
Somewhat, yes, sir.
Some,
I mean, I guess specific is somewhat subjective.
Let me rephrase the question. How do you get an arrest warrant for someone?
You fill out either a probable cause statement. Usually it's reviewed by your superiors, your agency's legal, state attorney or U.S. attorney's office, and then it's usually goes to a judge or a court commissioner.
And that information that you submit in that arrest warrant, you pretty much swear to it, don't you?
Yes, that's correct.
That is true and correct.
Yes, that's correct.
And based on that true and correct information, whether it's a judge or a magistrate, then you're given authority to go and arrest someone.
That's correct.
And whether that warrant arrest, especially a homicide, is out of Texas or Florida, Texas can get Florida to help them exercise a arrest warrant out of Texas, right?
Yes.
And that's what happened in this case.
Yes, sir.
Because you're anticipating and expecting that all the information in that warrant is true and correct, right?
Well, I don't review the actual what's the probable cause of it. Usually when an officer is giving it, you're given maybe a warrant number or something like that you verify that it is actually an active warrant, make sure there's no issues. But I've never seen or never do I see the probable cause that goes into the arrest warrant, if that's what you're asking, sir.
Right, but you're trusting that whatever officer obtained that warrant swore to true and correct information, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's whether that's a arrest warrant or a search warrant, correct?
Yes, sir.
Oh, and as far as you said that Ms. Marano didn't answer your questions, did you know she was an attorney?
She didn't say she was an attorney. She had told me she was a paralegal, sir.
Okay, but regardless, attorney, paralegal, they might know that they have the right not to answer your questions, correct?
Yes, that's not what she had said, though.
I'm just saying, when you agree that most attorneys know that they don't have to answer your questions. If you have an arrest warrant, right?
I guess so, sir.
Plotting. Next trial will be Nina, and I'm told that that's going to be in February next year.
Thank you, Officer.
Thank you, sir.
Any redirect?
Nothing from the state room.
May this witness be finally excused?
No objection from the
No
state.
objection, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You're free to leave and go about your business.
Thank you, Your Honor.
This is still moving relatively fast compared to some trials.
Next witness.
No reproach.
2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, this is moving relatively fast compared to some of the trials where these are like crucial witnesses, like GPS, phone data. Like sometimes this stuff can take a long time, and it kind of taken a good part of the day. But this is still a pretty fast-paced trial.
We're going to take a 5-minute break.
Who's next? Imagine it was Charles. I wish it was Charles. Imagine it was Charles. I don't think it was Charles. That'd be. So, I don't know what could have been the motive. I mean, I don't jealousy, or I don't know why that night. Like, because according to the witness testimonies, and I've spoken to people too, Chuck would hook up with women pretty regularly, and Nina knew about that and seemed to not really have much of a problem, even though I was told she's a very jealous person. But according to the witnesses, seemed to not have a problem. The only problem in the rule, the stipulation, was that he can't sleep with Nina, her close friend, that apparently Lisa was hooking up with Nina, but Lisa didn't really want to hook up with her, or they're claiming that she just wanted her at financial means. I don't know. Right? I don't know. That's weird. But anyway, Chuck ends up hooking up with Nina. And Nina was pissed and infuriated. I don't know what the timeline is for that. I wonder when exactly that happened, that Nina and Charles had hooked up. But let me show you too, because I'm saving some screenshots because I'm working on my little cease and desist video. Kind of like I want to read the cease and desist, but also give context and put video clips and like back up a little bit of what the things that I've talked about. Even though even in the cease and desist, they quote me saying it's just my opinion. Okay, so why are you writing me this shit? But anyway, like, I didn't concoct things. I just literal people that know these people told me. Like, I wasn't just manifesting this out of my air. I had a reasonable reason to believe that. But anyway, I don't want to show this guy's name, so let me just redact this real quick. Let's hit a 5-minute break. Do this real quick while we have some time. That's my only fear. I hope that they have enough to prove what they got to prove. I'm still holding on, and giving the benefit of the doubt. For sure, Chuck is gonna be a main star witness. I mean, he's there the night in questioning. Though they could call his credibility. His credibility could come into account. I think he's a felon or he's been to prison. Like, he went on the run as well. He didn't call 911 the night that Marisela was murdered. It's believed to be that night. You couldn't call the cops. You just dipped. Like. Okay, let me open this. Okay, this is just a small thing, but it's a lot of the different varying conversations that I've had. I don't know why this looks like that though. Okay, what's up, man? I've been following you since you started the Charles Beltran case. You're doing a good job. If you have any questions, I most likely have the answers. I've had way more in-depth conversation, but this is just something on the whim that I found. But anyway, he was like, what people don't know, that was his sugar mama and girlfriend, and Lisa and Nina are married, which the whole logistics of their marriage is a little confusing and up in the air. And I have screenshots of conversations, varying things, whether it was financial or whatever the reason is. And then he said he messed with both of them. I'd done seen him kiss Nina, etc. There was also going for the other baby mama daughter as well. They wanted a kid with Chuck. I'm guessing Chuck didn't want them kids though. LOL, he act like he did, but we told him all the time, be in your kid's life, so I know it was them. And that goes back into the whole Beltran story. I never really did a deep dive on Charles Beltran, but I covered the situation with him and his baby mama, and that these ladies had started sending money to his child support, and then under Charles's name had sent a lawyer request with their names on it, trying to get like custody. I think they probably would have ran off the show. I think they're trying to see the child for a holiday, and it seemed like they were trying to get custody. I had spoken to somebody that was really, really uncomfortable with what they were trying to do. And this should take into context of like that Nina wanted a child, but Bill didn't want a child. I don't even think he could have a child really at that age. I'm not sure. And then the other thing that came up, I don't know if Lisa could have kids or not. I know she already has kids, but I don't know in her age she could have any more kids, but they wanted a kid allegedly. But I don't get the potential motive. I mean, if he sleeps with women and, she didn't want Nina sleeping with him, but they did, but he's known to do that. Why Marisela? Why that night? Did something happen when they went back to the house? And and they both switched or had some sort of aliases to Beltran, to Charles's name. I don't know what was up with that. iCkEdMeL member stream. We could do one. It's been a while since we've had one. I know I haven't done one in a while. We need to do a member stream again. Dylan syndrome. He was a victim, Mel. Well, I do believe Chuck was afraid. I do believe he was afraid. And again, I said that, like, I don't know if it's like a cultural thing where it's just like there's no snitching thing, or did they have something over him? I don't know. He just decided to run. What's Dylan syndrome? Let me look that up. Dylan. Who are the best 5 rappers alive? I can't find anything called Dylan syndrome. Is that somebody that went missing? Teen, 1 of 13. Teen's rare 106 million condition prevents him from storing fat. Oh, no. I wish I couldn't store fat. Maybe I shouldn't wish that. But if Charles turned state's evidence and got a plea deal, he'll most likely won't have a trial, just sentencing hearings. Okay, maybe. Where will they talk about prior bad acts? Possibly. Where they will talk about prior bad acts. Yeah. I'm kind of surprised that in these last 2 trials, I mean, we got this one here where they mentioned, was it Ruiz's past history? The guy that's like a really close friend to Marisela that they've kind of hooked up here and there. And then also on the John DeLee trial where one of the witnesses, they brought up his history. I haven't seen other trials where they won't let you bring up the witness's history. Yo, Gunnar, what's up, man? How you doing? Yo, I heard that Charles is going to testify tomorrow. I can't confirm it, but somebody told me he's going to testify, so that's going to be interesting. I'm trying to see if any of my people in SLC know more about Chuck. It's small. I have a lot of messages in my DMs that I could start messaging people back to. You know, maybe Nina was done with the lesbian thing and Lisa couldn't handle it. I feel like Nina was more into women. Lisa was kind of just doing it for, I don't know, whatever she could benefit from Nina, it seems like. And even one of the witnesses, I don't remember the timestamp, one of the witnesses said that Lisa would occasionally hook up with a guy or something. There was one witness, I think it was Uncle. I think it was Uncle that said that she was very flirtatious with him. They had some type of open thing, you know. But then these people with open relationships, they have like these rules and regulations and stuff for themselves. You know, like, you know, you can go give oral and swallow, but don't kiss or something, or you cheated on me. Like they have these weird like regulations and guidelines. I guess they see it as like, I saw someone in the chat earlier mention like they see it as intimate. So you can have somebody do whatever to you in your mouth, or whatever. Just don't kiss them, but come home and kiss me or something, you know. Or like Charles, I think Charles had fallen asleep with Marisela in the bed. Like, I don't know, was that like something like, I don't know, shit flip because of that? You know, or Marisela's a pretty young woman and, you know, Lisa's no longer young and pretty. Or, I mean, I'm not trying to defile her, but, you know, she went and got the surgery to try to, it seems like she's flipped her whole life around. I don't know why she would do the buzz cut. I'm not sure why she went buzz cut route, but she got the surgery and I think some tattoos. And Nina, I think Nina, to survive, Nina should flip on Lisa and flip on Chuck. Heather said Nina was taken advantage of. Nina should just, these people took me for a ride.
All right, you may be seated. Call your next witness.
Your Honor, state calls Jimmy Dykes.
All right, Mr. Dykes, come on up.
The brother. This is the brother, Jimmy Dykes.
All right, Sheriff, you would please stop and raise your right
Is
hand.
this Jimmy?
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated, sir. Please watch your step.
Is this Jimmy? This said Jimmy?
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Could you state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Jimmy Dykes. Jimmydykes.
Yes, sir. And where are you from?
Somerset, Kentucky, originally.
Originally? How long did you live in Texas?
This is big.
Ooh, most of my life. I don't remember exactly when I moved out, but I stayed there till after I graduated. Well, I didn't really graduate, but I went to college 3 years after that. I moved out and went to Florida.
Okay. Whereabouts in Florida did you live?
I've lived all over Florida. Back then, I think we moved down to New Smyrna first, and then wandered around. Went up to Daytona for a while. I've been around.
Where are you living now?
And Davenport, Florida.
Okay. Where's that at in Florida?
It's south of Orlando a little bit, not too far, by Champions Gate, which you don't know where that is either, but that's where it is.
South of Orlando.
South of Orlando, not too far.
Okay. You work up in Orlando, is that right?
Yes.
It's right there between Davenport and Orlando, right?
It's not too far.
Okay. You work at Disney?
Yep, sure do.
Oh, there you go.
How long you work for Disney?
Oh, I first started Disney a long time ago, like 2004. I took a short break in the middle. I was, you know.
Okay, and we'll get into that a little bit. You're having to miss some work right now to be down here, is that right?
I'm afraid so. I got like $100 to my name.
Okay, well, we'll try and get you out of here and get you back to Florida. Okay. Let's talk a little bit about Lisa here in the courtroom. That's your sister, is that right?
Yep.
She older or younger than you?
She's older than me, like 10 years older.
Okay. And have you and Lisa lived together before?
Oh, off and on, like families do. You know, like she always made. She was the money maker, and I was always the peasant. So when I ran into trouble and mom and dad weren't around, she would sometimes let me stay with her, sometimes not. It was a lottery.
Sure. So there have been times where you needed some help or a place to live, and Lisa was the stable one who.
Yeah, she always was lucky with money.
Okay. I guess at some point you moved to Texas.
Oh yeah.
And you lived with Lisa then?
I can tell you about that.
Okay.
So I was living in Davenport, I think, Davenport, and I was living with my mom who had cancer. I was taking care of her. She was real sick, and after she died, I was kind of lost there. I didn't have no direction in life. I didn't know what to do, so I didn't have any money either. So after she died, she offered to let me live with them. So
Lisa said, "Hey, you can come stay with me."
Yeah.
Okay.
So I went out there.
Where'd you come in Texas to live with Lisa?
She was out in Wilmer at the time, in a little house out there.
Wilmer.
I'm not really sure where I should look. You guys.
What do you have the proof that she lived in Wilmer? Brother comes out. Yeah, she lived in Wilmer.
Jury, so wherever you feel comfortable looking, it's completely fine. Okay, and I know it's never right to be up there. Okay. And you said you lived with her in Wilmer, Texas. Is that right?
Yeah, that's where she was at when I went out there.
Do you recall that address?
I might if you showed it to me, but I don't know it off the top of my head. Like it'll probably come back to me if you read it to me.
I'm going to show you what I had marked here.
Mr. Dykes, you can't just speak out. You have to wait
Oh,
for the
I'm sorry.
question. That's all right.
No worries.
He's probably nervous.
You've never testified before, right?
No, never.
It's kind of an awkward process, so you just got to wait till I ask the question, all right? Here's States 49. 274 Turning Tree Road in Wilmer, Texas. Do you recall that house?
Yeah, that's it.
That's it. At the end of that street there that we can see, it just kind of ends in a dead end. There's a big old field out there in Wilmer. Is that right?
Well, there was at the time.
That's how you remember it, though. Is that right?
It looks just similar. It looks different a little bit, but it's probably just because time went by.
Okay. And so you come to that house in Wilmer. Do you remember about when that was?
Oh, it would be a guess on my part, but I think it's around 2016.
And that's when you moved in with Lisa here in Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, you have to answer.
Oh, yes.
Just because she has to write everything down.
I'm sorry.
And when you moved in, so who all lived there with Lisa and you?
When I moved in, it was just her and Aaron and Chelsea was there.
And who are Aaron and Chelsea?
Well, that's her kids.
And so Aaron and Chelsea were already living there in Wilmer with their mom, with Lisa.
Well, yeah.
And then you moved in.
Yeah, +1, yeah.
Okay. How long did y'all live in that Wilmer house?
Oh, I don't remember. It was a year or more. I don't remember how long it was.
Okay. Why'd you guys leave?
Oh, she ran into trouble with the landlord. Somehow, I think they found the dog. I don't remember how they got a dog, but somehow Lisa produced a brown dog. And it was a bulldog, I think. And it caused a ruckus and broke the fence and things. And so the landlord was distraught about that. And yeah, Lisa found another house.
Okay, so Lisa has a dog. Dog's not allowed to be there. We decide we're going to move out of this 274 house, and we're going to move on to somewhere else.
Well, there wasn't any other choice, I suppose. Yeah.
Okay. Where'd y'all move to next?
She got a place out there in it's the Kensington House. I don't remember where it's. Mesquite. That's it. Mesquite's the name.
Kensington House in Mesquite. All
That's
right.
right.
And you lived there with her as well?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I'm so curious what this guy's gonna say, man. I am so like, I don't know, man.
I'm going to show you what's been entered as 179 floor plan from that Kensington address. Let me know if it looks about right to you.
Hills have eyes?
Yeah, it looks right. It looks correct.
Because that house had an alleyway, is that right? With the back entrance for that garage?
Yeah. There was an alleyway that you had to use to get to the garage.
Okay. And then it's got what looks like 3 bedrooms, is that right?
Yeah, I think it does, yeah.
And so you, Lisa, Chelsea, and Aaron all moved there.
Mm-hmm.
And Chelsea and Aaron are her kiddos, but were they adults at this time?
Yeah.
About how old are Chelsea and Aaron?
Oh, I don't know if I could tell you. I don't know. I think Chelsea's 10 years younger than me, but I'm not sure about Aaron.
Okay. And so you guys all move into this house there in Kensington. Were things fine there?
At first, it was just a normal family arrangement. Nothing weird going on. It was perfectly normal.
And Lisa, at some point, I guess, had a medical emergency, like a blood clot or something?
Yes, she had a...
Was that at this address or back at the...
I thought it was Wilmer, but I think it was this address.
Okay. And if you don't know something, that's perfectly fine too.
I'm pretty sure it was here in retrospect, thinking about it, because I remember the big bedroom, and I think that's where it happened at.
Okay. And so she had a blood clot issue?
Yeah, I wasn't there. I was at work, but I know what happened. She had a blood clot, and they had to take her to the hospital, and it was touch and go whether or not she would survive. They didn't know.
Scary ordeal.
Very.
And she was lucky to make it through.
Yes.
That sums up that, and that was probably pretty scary. Is that right?
Yeah, it must have been. Yes.
Yeah. But after that, was there a change in Lisa that you started to see?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. What did you start to see?
Well, I wouldn't say I was ever particularly, close. So, we weren't really that close, but nevertheless, we were a family, so we did talk together and, eat together and things like that. But after that, she kind of just became obsessed with going out and, being young and regressing, having midlife crisis type of thing, right? Regressing to childhood, trying to get back lost time, hanging out with young people instead of like the family. And basically, from that point on, all us family members were just rapidly but not instantly phased out. Like we were just neglected utterly. And instead, she spent all of her time with other strange people we never met or interacted with. She stayed out a lot.
She starts going out more. It's these different people, and you guys are taking the back part.
No, we're not even in the burner. Yeah, we don't have hardly any communication. She just does her own thing at that point.
Okay. Is pretty soon after that, then does Charles Beltran come into the picture?
Well, I don't really know much about Charles, but
Does he come into the picture at some point?
Yes.
After this has happened?
Yes, after that incident.
Okay. And he goes by Chuck, is that right?
I think so. I've heard people call him that.
You've met him, what, maybe once or twice?
I saw him literally one time in the kitchen, and he immediately left. So I don't have any interaction with Chuck to speak of, but I do know that it was after her, ordeal that she got with him.
And at some point, Lisa bought an Audi.
A
black Audi.
It showed up mysteriously.
Okay. Did you find paperwork about that Audi?
Yeah, I saw a thing where she had bought it, and it was for Chuck. So.
And at some point, did you have to move out of that house?
Yes, out of the blue. I mean, like I said, she had been spending all of her time out and not at home. But one day, she was just like, "I need the house to myself. You guys got to go live your own life." And we were like really shocked because that came out of the left field over there, And she was just like, "Don't worry, I'll help you get started. But after that, you're on your own." So that was that.
Where'd you go after that?
We came to Davenport, Florida. So.
And then you in that same house that you?
Yeah, at the same place.
Lisa helped you get that house out there?
Yeah, she helped. We don't understand how to buy houses, so she helped a lot with the process.
Okay. So she helped through that. I'll help you get settled and set up there, but then you're on your own.
Cut off entirely.
All right. And then you don't have much interaction with her from that point on, is that right?
I honestly, I don't remember her calling me at all. Like, maybe one time when the air conditioner blew up, I called her to see if she would help us fix it because air conditioners are a lot of money. And she was like, "You figure it out." So, other than that, I don't think I don't remember communicating with her at all until, if she did, it was just like random, casual conversations. Like,
do you remember about when that was when you moved, when you're forced out of the Mesquite home and sent back to Davenport?
Oh yeah, I remember that.
When was that?
That was 2019. Around August, but it could have been end of July.
Okay, so that late summertime.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes. Sorry, I'm bad at this.
So late summertime 2019, I'm ready to live my life, and I can't do that with y'all, so go get set up in Davenport.
Correct. That's pretty much exactly what happened.
Is that when you went back to work for Disney when you got back out there?
Yeah, I got hired back almost instantly.
What
like
were
a
you
week.
doing for work out here when you were living?
Oh, I was working for Amazon out here.
And then from August or so of 2019 to the end of 2020, not much communication with your sister Lisa Dykes.
I don't honestly remember any I had with her, but I know her kids had some. But it was even with the kids, it was just like, I'm alive. This is very basic.
But so it's you, Chelsea, and Aaron that now live out there and have lived out there in that Davenport home since 2019.
Yes.
And she has another son as well, right, Kyle?
Kyle, yeah.
Now he's got a different dad, different last name than Chelsea and Aaron, right?
Yes.
But my point of that is he's not with you guys. He wasn't living with you all at any of these times.
No. I think he might have lived with her in Wilmer before I got there, but I'm not even sure about that.
Okay. You think he might have lived there at Wilmer, but he wasn't by the time you got there?
No.
Okay. And but he lives in the Dallas area.
Well, he did. I don't know if he does now.
You and Kyle don't have much of a relationship.
I would say negative relationship. Yes, we don't get along at all.
And so let's talk a little bit about the next time you kind of see Lisa. Was that early 2021?
I didn't literally see her then, but she came by sometime that year, and I wasn't at home, but she dropped off the Tucson. It was a vehicle she had, Aaron's name was on the vehicle, and she wasn't going to make any more payments on it, so she dropped it off.
And that was that white SUV Tucson?
Yeah. She was like, if you don't want it, just turn it back in. And Aaron didn't want it to destroy his credit, so he kept it and paid for it for a while.
And that's states 293. And I think, and actually, this states 293 is a photograph of that Tucson out in your driveway in Davenport. Isn't that right?
Yeah, that's it. That's what we call the white turkey. That's it.
There we go. The white turkey part, and that is your house right there, right? You remember what the Dallas Police Department came out and talked to you about that Tucson?
Yes.
And about Lisa?
Yes.
You talked with them. You and Aaron both spoke with detectives to let them know, you don't know much, but you'll answer questions.
Yes, that's it.
And because you obviously, October of 2020, you're long gone from living with Lisa.
Yes, totally.
But sometime before she's arrested, you're aware she was arrested in Florida. We're going to get to that in a second. But before that is when she dropped this white Tucson off.
Yes, she dropped it off while I was at work, and I saw it when I came home, and that was the story behind it.
Okay. And at some point, kind of late March, did you get a call from Lisa?
Yeah, she called insanely early in the morning, and I was mostly asleep. And she said that she wanted money to come up to Orlando because she wanted to meet with her lawyer up here. And I told her I didn't have any money, so that wasn't going to work. And so I told Aaron about it, and I think he sent her money. I think he did, but I'm not really sure.
That next day, did you hear about anything?
Well, the same day, later on in the day, the police showed up and told us what was going on, which I was floored by that information. All my years of life, I would never dream such a thing could transpire. I never thought that would happen. But, yeah, the next day we heard of what happened there.
That she got arrested in Orlando?
Yes.
Pass it.
Yes, thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Jimmy. I'm Valerie Baston, and I know we've talked before on the phone.
Yes.
Okay. It wasn't that Lisa was lucky with money. Lisa worked very hard for money in her career, right? Yes or no?
Well, yes. I mean,
so it wasn't like she just won a lottery. She was a very hard worker.
Well, yeah, she worked a lot.
Okay. And she took care of you, Jimmy. Yes or no?
Well, yes.
She allowed you to come live with her in Texas.
Yes.
Then, after a while, it wasn't working out with you being in the house anymore. And she actually put the down payment down for the house in Florida. Yes or no?
I don't know much about that, but Aaron would have known more about that than me.
Well, you just can't get houses off of your good looks. Oh. So someone had to come up with the money for the down payment on the Davenport house.
Well, I presume you're correct, but I don't know for sure.
Okay. And Lisa sent you and her kids money all the time. Yes or no?
Well, not to me, but she might have sent it to the kids.
Because her kids are with him.
Now,
well, Chelsea.
You said you saw a change in Lisa after she had that bad health scare.
Oh, yes.
Okay. She almost died.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And then you said she started bringing strange people around. Like her co-workers.
She had co-workers came to the house which had never done a thing before ever, and she also went out all the time.
But she was going out for her job at the law firm doing marketing events, like at the rodeos and other places like that. Yes.
Well, she went down to Deep Ellum a lot and hung out down there a lot. So.
Okay, but she was also doing things for her job.
Well, I'm sure she did both. Yes.
Okay. And these strange people, and I'm just going to ask you, Jimmy, because it's been mentioned in some documents that I read. You're really not that fond of minorities. So these strange people that she was bringing around, they were black, they were Hispanic, and you didn't like that, did you?
I don't have anything against minorities.
Are you sure?
I'm pretty sure.
Bring it out.
And isn't that what caused the rift? Especially when she brought this new boyfriend around, Charles Beltran, who is...
He was never really brought around. I only saw him one time in the kitchen. And the only thing that happened was one day she was just like, I need the house to myself. She didn't mention anything about any relationship with anybody else.
Or when she married Nina Marano, who is also part black, that didn't bother you?
I didn't even know she got married to Nina Marano until after the arrest. That was a shock too.
And you said this outing mysteriously showed up.
Yeah, it was just there one day.
And so digging through her personal paper, she found out that it was registered to both her and to Charles Beltran.
Well, it was just laying on the counter in the bedroom. It wasn't really required to look. It was just there.
In her bedroom?
Well, yeah.
Okay. You went into her bedroom?
Well, that was quite common. We passed through it all the time.
And you say, though, you weren't close to Lisa, but Lisa provided substantial support for you.
Well, that's what family does.
Even for family members they're not close to, as you stated?
It's pretty normal in Kentucky.
Oh, okay.
What else is normal in Kentucky?
Now, this Tucson was actually registered to Aaron, correct?
They're both of their names are on it.
Who's both of them?
Lisa and Aaron, they bought it together.
Okay. But you're the one who gave the police permission to go inside the Tucson?
I was the only one who would go out and talk to them. Aaron was very shy. He only came out after I volunteered.
But Aaron was at the house too?
Yes.
And the detectives also talked to Aaron?
Yes.
But you're the one who gave permission?
Honestly, I don't remember
Yes or no?
particularly. I'm not
Yes or no?
sure.
You can't remember?
No, we were both there, so I'm not really sure. I think I did, but I'm not sure.
For a vehicle that wasn't yours?
Well, Aaron was standing right there. I'm confused.
Oh. Bring out the cannon. Pull out the cannon.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Oh, that's it. Dang.
Can you redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Dykes. You're free to leave and go about your business. Please watch your step getting down from the witness.
I was really hoping they were going to ask him about the
So
niece.
pause.
But
You're fine. Thank you.
that was rough.
On your next witness.
Chuck?
Here at this time, the state would call Sergeant Scott Haynes.
I was kind of expecting some more from that, but Sergeant Scott. Yeah, I don't know if that's like, I don't know why they wouldn't ask about the niece.
Are you all
I mean, the niece.
hot? We are at 77. I know. Oh, we broke 78. That's a first. Hot. I apologize. And tomorrow's, wear layers. It's going to be really hot tomorrow in the courtroom. All right, come on up, sir. If you would please stop and raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated.
Yo, imagine when Beltran, Charles,
You may proceed.
when Charles takes the stand, tomorrow's supposed to be. They are going to come for him hard.
Could you please state and spell your name for the record, sir?
My name's Scott Ames, S-C-O-T-T-A-M-E-S.
And how are you currently employed, sir?
I'm a sergeant at the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
All right, how long have you been with the Orange County Sheriff's Office?
Orange County, 23 years.
23 years. Any other law enforcement experience?
I was at the city of Palm Bay for 6 years.
So, coming Coming up on 30 years?
Correct.
All right. And what's your current role there in the sheriff's office in Orange County?
I run what Orange County calls a felony unit. And basically what that is a unit, we have two of them. And we're tasked with going out and apprehending wanted fugitives.
I'm sorry, the last part?
Apprehending wanted fugitives.
And that could be your local fugitives that have got warrants for local.
Yeah, it could be for local folks, warrants out of Orange County. We're also cross-run with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement and the U.S. Marshals.
And so, like in this case, you obviously get tasked with executing an arrest warrant for a Dallas case.
Correct. It was a collateral from Dallas to the Miami field office of FDLE, and it came up to Orlando.
And then, so how does it land on kind of your desk, so to speak?
So we get contacted by the FDLE out of Orange County, and anytime they have a collateral case, they reach out to us and my team to go out and assist with the apprehension.
And so what do you start doing at that point?
Well, they were already tracking the phone, and we were advised that the phone was in the area of the Florida Mall, which is down there close to Orlando International Airport.
And so the phone's being tracked, and you guys are getting that information as to kind of where?
Correct.
And then what do you do with that information?
We respond to the Florida Mall because that's where it was being tracked to. We start fanning out. It's a fairly large mall, and one of my team members, I guess, sees Lisa in the open food court, which is outside. So you're sitting outside. Basically, you can eat inside or outside, but she was outside.
So she's observed at the mall. Do you remember what day this was? This was 2021, is that right?
Yeah, March 26th, I believe.
So March 26, 2021, and then you're seeing her at the mall. Are you guys, I'm assuming they're in plain clothes?
Yeah, we wear shorts and t-shirt, look like regular Florida people, and unmarked cars.
Okay. And so you guys start following her at that point?
We watched her for a little bit. We also knew there was one outstanding, I believe Charles Beltran.
Okay.
So we weren't sure if he was in the area as well. So instead of just apprehending her, we wanted to observe her for a while, surveil her, and see where she brought us.
Did she have anything with her there at the mall?
She had some bags.
What, like bags like a purse or bags like shopping?
Shopping.
Okay. Was one of those bags from like a phone store?
It was.
And so you guys watch her there at the mall. Where do you follow? Does she leave the mall?
Yeah, a vehicle shows up, a smaller vehicle, and we determined it was an Uber, and we trailed that vehicle over to our International Drive area, which is a tourist area, a lot of hotels, and she ended up pulling into the Metropolitan, which is the north side of I Drive.
Okay. And then what do y'all do at that point?
I pulled in first, one of my guys pulled in second. I got out of the car. I actually went into the Metropolitan at first, into the lobby. This Dykes came in, and then one of my guys came in after, and we watched her register and get a room.
And then did you guys talk to the hotel staff?
Yeah, so as Ms. Dykes went to the room she was given, my guy followed her, and I got with management, explained what was going on, and they gave us the room number and a hotel key. And they did ask us to, if we were going to make the arrest, to go around back. So we went, we observed.
No need to make a big scene.
Yeah, with all the customers and everything, all the tourists.
And so did you guys stage up there in the back, and you had keys to enter the back of the hotel? And all that?
Yeah, we staged in the back. We made a plan how we were going to do it. I had people on the outside. It was the first floor room, so I had people in the back. We weren't sure. Again, weren't sure if Charles was in the area. When we determined that we didn't believe he was there, we made a plan to make an approach and knock on the door.
Okay. Did you knock on the door?
I knocked on the door, yes.
So you're the one that actually goes up and knocks on that door?
Correct.
What happened when you knocked on that door?
I knocked on the door. I didn't announce immediately. I just knocked. And then I believe I announced our presence. And I could hear her talking on the phone as she got closer to the door. I explained to her, there's a sheriff's office, I need you to come out. If you don't come out, we're coming in. And about that time, I heard her say something along the lines of, like, I think I'm getting arrested. Door opened up, she came out, was cooperative.
Went into custody.
Went into custody.
Commissioner Grosham?
You may.
I'm going to show you what I have marked here. It states 314.
Yep.
Did you have a chance to review that video?
I did.
Okay. Is that your body cam from the arrest?
It is.
All right. And that's your initials there on the disc?
Correct.
Thank you. At this time, offer states 314. I'll turn to the defense for any objections.
No objection, Your Honor. It's been previously continued. Excuse me, Judge.
All right, State's Exhibit 314 is admitted for all purposes.
Commissioner Beltran?
You may. Would you like the light stand?
Yes, please, Your Honor. It's a short video.
What is Sean? You guys with the real estate person. She looks a lot better than from a couple of years ago. She's really, I guess, took care of herself. Oh my God! You guys like the sergeant? He can arrest me at any time. Oh. Not sure what this is supposed to be. Armed up to the teeth.
Give it a little bit of volume come on. I think the first minute there's no audio.
No audio in the first minute?
Yeah, it should be soon.
Okay. Mr. R's put it on in 30 seconds.
They change it now, it goes right on.
Outside, we got on 430 north. We came in and took our left, or halfway down.
So at least a single.
Lisa? Lisa, you have the door. Open the door, please. Sheriff office. Open the door. Do it now. We're coming in. You see your hands. Step on out. Walk back up. Walk out. Thank you. Turn around and face the wall.
Ooh.
Put your phone down. Put your phone down. I know. Okay, just put it down. You can talk to me in a minute. Put it down.
What's that tattoo on her back? Y'all saw that? Look like a skull. Catholic tattoo. Yep. I was told about that too. I never saw it. It's the first time I'm seeing that. I heard about that tattoo on her back.
I'll stop it here. That's the end of the interaction with Lisa for you.
Correct.
Dope. I finally got to see that, man. We're gonna look at that later.
And then we see in the video that there's a large number of officers out there. Is that right?
Yeah.
And that's your team that's kind of in that hallway.
Yeah, there was a combination of two teams together, just because of the unknown of the second suspect. So we always bring force multiplier with us.
Okay. So. And FDLE is eventually out there as well.
Yeah, FDLE was in the parking lot. They were outside waiting for us.
And then Detective Clybourne was out there as well from the Orange County Sheriff's Office.
Correct. Yep.
And then the room is secure at that point. Whenever you make contact and you place Lisa Dykes under arrest and you pick up her phone off the ground.
Correct.
At that point, that room stays secure.
Yeah, we went in and cleared it and made sure no one else was in the room.
And then some of the things, some of her personal things were seized as part of that arrest. So.
Correct.
here with mark this. States 316.
What was 315?
I have 315, I'll go ahead and off that now, Your Honor. 315, I have a chain of custody affidavit for record purposes from Officer Lee Clyburn. It's been on file for the record for 20 days.
You're offering that for record purposes only?
Yes, just the affidavit for record purposes. And that affidavit contains the items seized by Lee Clyburn in conjunction with Officer Ames, which are beginning to be with States 316 here.
No objection, Your Honor. All right, States Exhibit 315 is admitted for record purposes only.
And then, pursuant to that affidavit, Your Honor, States 316, which is the bag that contains 2 iPhones and a charger.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, States Exhibit 316 is admitted for all purposes.
You guys. Wimbos, thank you for the 5 months. Says, woohoo, 5 months and counting. Thank you for resubscribing. Appreciate that. And the whole Rabbit News, thank you for the 15 months earlier, too. Because Mel hit like button. Shirley says she don't trust cops no matter how handsome they are. Tripsy and Boo, I'm gonna timestamp the trial once it's over today. The parts of today was Lisa's brother testifying. That was really good. I don't know if you saw that. And a lot of it was cell phone data, ping data, which was kind of like, it's important for the case, but wasn't that particularly interesting. I'm gonna timestamp it. And what else was there? Oh, and I got more confirmation. I'm not saying it's fully, but that Charles Beltran will be here tomorrow. So a good friend of mine, I don't know if it's a really good friend of mine, but she's whatever. She's going to be a witness. She's going to be there tomorrow. Or not, she's not going to be there tomorrow. She's going to be there at some point, but I was told that he's going to be there. And then also a friend of the channel, Tina, I think Tina's in Texas. She told me that the court, let me see. Clerk said that Charles has court tomorrow, and I asked her, so I was like, oh, so he's testifying, right? She said didn't say for what, so I'm assuming that's what it's for, that Charles is testifying tomorrow. So I believe Charles is gonna be there tomorrow. I'm looking forward to that. They're gonna grill him. The defense is gonna grill him.
Yeah, appreciate it. Pursuant to the same affidavit from 315, also offering states 317.
Thank you, Notre Dame.
Recovered. 318, the map of the hotel. 319, the passport going to Lisa Beltran, 320, taxi card, and 321, the room keys.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, state's exhibits 317, 318, and 319 are admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish?
Okay.
So, you saw her checking in. You're going to stay at that Floridian Express. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And so we see here, states 318, one of those things that she had in her room was a few business cards and some keys and like things like this, where she just checked in, the map of the hotel, 318, is that right?
Yes.
321, her room keys.
Yep.
She had with her states 319, her passport, is that right?
Yep.
Where she's got a passport issued to, under her name, Lisa Beltran, with an issue date of December 11th, 2020. Is that right?
Yes.
And she also had a 320 taxi card for Orlando as well.
Correct.
And you talked earlier about seeing her at the mall with shopping bags, explicitly or specifically, one being from a phone store.
Correct.
States 317, she had a brand new T-Mobile phone.
Correct.
I'm sorry, what was that?
A brand new T-Mobile phone.
I didn't hear his answer.
Correct. I'm sorry, ma'am.
All right, you can pull that microphone closer. It moves it.
Oh, okay. I got you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So 317 is that brand new T-Mobile box that your team was watching her purchase or saw that she had just purchased at the mall.
Yeah, she purchased it at the mall, I assume, but she had it outside when we saw her. So, yes.
It still has inside of it its contents, the charging base. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant Ames, I'm Valerie Baskin, and I'm going to ask you just some questions about the arrest.
Yes, ma'am.
So, Sergeant Ames, you received an arrest warrant that came out of Dallas, Texas, Dallas Police Department, is that correct?
FDLE received the arrest warrant.
Okay.
And they notified us of what they were doing.
Okay. So they notified you about the arrest warrant. Did you know where it came out of? Did you see a copy of the arrest warrant?
Never saw the arrest warrant, but I knew it was out of Dallas.
Okay. Did you ever meet with Detective Christine Ramirez?
I did not.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Detective Christine Ramirez, either when this arrest warrant was being executed or any time after about this arrest?
I've never spoken to her.
Okay. Now, you mentioned that you were also heightened to the fact there may be a second suspect named Charles Beltran.
Correct.
Okay. And did you get any information about Charles Beltran, like he was armed and dangerous or known to carry weapons or anything like that that would make two teams come out there that day?
Well, anytime we're dealing with a homicide case and people are on the run, we take that very seriously. So we, again, use a force multiplier. So it's for the safety of the officers and also for the safety of the person we're trying to take into custody.
Okay. And this was a capital murder warrant, correct?
I knew it was a homicide warrant.
Okay. And you said that you approached the door and you could hear her talking to somebody.
Not initially.
Not initially.
Well, when I knocked, and didn't say anything. I think she was approaching the door, and that's when I started hearing her voice.
Okay. Could you tell she was talking to her attorney?
I didn't know who she was.
Arrangements to turn herself in?
I didn't know who she was talking to.
Okay. But she later informed you she was on the phone with her attorney?
That's what she said.
Okay. And when you took her into custody, there wasn't a fight?
No.
Okay. You didn't have to use any strong physical force with her?
No.
Okay. No taser, nothing like that?
No, she was cooperative.
She was very cooperative?
Yes.
Okay. Did she ask you any questions?
After what you saw there is the extent of our conversation.
Okay, that was it with her?
We normally, when we arrest someone, we don't know the details of the investigation, so we don't get into conversations with those folks.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thank you, Sergeant Ames.
Yes, ma'am.
Welcome to Texas. Thank you.
Thank you.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
May this witness be finally excused.
No objection from the state.
All right, that's it
Is
for
there any
Sergeant.
objection from the defense?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, Sergeant. You're free to leave.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you.
Watch yourself.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, call your next witness. Governor approach. You may.
There should only be about 30 minutes left for the day, I guess. Man, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Mm-hmm. All right, what's the deal? Who's that, brother? Oh, courtroom shot of a camera. WD-40. That's true, Christina. Oh, thank you so much for the super chat, Bernice Rivas. Thank you for the 10.
solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Can you state your name and spell your name, please?
It's Michael Neely, Michael-Nedeley.
And can you just kind of introduce yourself generally to the jury? What it is you do for a living, how long you've been with Dallas Police Department, your educational background that allows you to do what you do.
I'm a senior corporal at Dallas Police Department. I've been there about 17 years now. I do digital forensics in our fusion unit, dumping cell phones, computers, digital devices. I've received extensive training through Cellbrite, through the International Association of Computer Investigative Specialists, those kind of things. And I've been doing it for quite a few years.
Quite a few years, okay. Can you tell the jury what the fusion department is?
Fusion Department, it's actually a federally funded department that works as a conduit kind of between state and local and federal agencies, intelligence, dissemination of intelligence, those kind of things. And we also do forensics for the department.
You mentioned, well, I guess, so in the fusion department, you were talking about the digital devices and things like that. How do you go about getting certain devices to perform extractions and things of that nature?
Sure. So if a detective has a case that involves any kind of digital evidence, which most do these days, they will bring it up to us. We will accept it, we secure it, and do whatever. Generally, we're, as far as cell phones, we're going to do extractions, which just means getting the data off of the device, either a phone or a tablet or something like that.
And how do you go about getting the data off the device?
We use a number of tools. We use tools from a company called Celebrite, tools from a company called Grayshift, Gray Key. Cell phones are just little computers. They're very complicated, but cell phones are privacy oriented. The manufacturers want you to have a private environment to do your business, because people live on their cell phones. So it's pretty complicated to get into them. The vendors have special tools that allow us to do that. They're proprietary. We don't often know how they do it, but the tools allow us to get into phones. Sometimes it's complicated, and it really depends on the phone model, the software version, etc. So there's a lot of different things that go into it.
Okay, and you said sometimes. Are you able to get into every single device that is submitted to you?
No.
You mentioned that manufacturers and things like that kind of play a role in when you're able to do that. Can you explain to the jury how so?
Sure. For example, Apple. If you have an Apple iPhone, they're very privacy oriented. One of their selling points is that they secure the data on the phones. Well, that's great, except if a criminal has that and uses it in some crime, and we need to get that data for evidence. That is a barrier to us. We have to get past those security measures. Google sells Android phones. Same thing. They're trying to compete with Apple, so they're going towards the same kind of process. The phones are encrypted on the phone, so the data that you get, if you don't get it correctly, is nonsense. It's just ones and zeros. So it's complex, and the vendors are just working harder and harder to make sure that the phones are secure.
And so is it almost kind of like this, I don't want to say competing back and forth, but the cell phone vendors, Apple, Android, and then some of these others, Motorola and things like that, they come out with a more secure system, if you will, and I know I'm not using the correct terminology. And then the vendors that you use, they also update their technology in order to try to combat that. Is that correct?
That's exactly what it is. The vendor makes a change, and then the security tool vendors have to make a change to try and get past that change. And so when that happens, the vendor says, okay, well, we need to make another change. If you have any modern phone, you'll notice that there's always these little updates, especially iPhones. You might get 2 or 3 updates in a month. Those are usually because there's some security flaw. Now, the security flaw might be just people trying to get in your phone or something, but it also could be that the vendor has figured out a way of getting data off the phone, and so the phone vendor, the phone manufacturer, will do something to try and fix that, and it's a never-ending race between them.
And we mentioned the two main, vendors you have are Android right now and Apple. Is that correct?
Right. Well, so Apple manufactures their own phones, and they have their own operating system that they use on the phone. You've got Apple iPhones, and then you have the iOS operating system. Android is kind of a generic term for the operating system that's run on Android phones, but they could be from multiple manufacturers, Google or Motorola, Samsung, those kind of things. So those are really the operating systems that run on the devices, and it's pretty much standardized on those two.
Are there other phone manufacturers that use, other operating systems besides just Android and Apple?
We really don't see anymore. So if you remember back in the day when they had flip phones or what they call feature phones, some of the older phones that were just a single device, some of those would run different operating systems, and generally they weren't security oriented, so you could just plug them up and get whatever. If any of you remember, you could just turn it on and start using it. And it's not that way anymore. Now you have to actually log into the phone. They're little computers again, so you have to get into the device and actually use it. And those are primarily just the Android and iOS. Well, Android and iOS.
Now, when you are able to, get access to this information, does that ensure that you're going to get all the data off the device?
No, it really depends. Again, it depends. It depends on the manufacturer, the age of the device, the version of the operating system on it, the tools that we have, etc. So again, it's that kind of race back and forth. So.
And you mentioned, some of the reasons for not being able to get all the information off. What are some other reasons you might not be able to get text messages, call logs, things of that nature?
Well, I mean, if you're able to even get into the phone, once you get into the phone, there's a couple of different ways that you might extract data. I don't want to go too detailed, but you have a number of different ways. So, for example, when you get a phone, if it's been turned off, when you first get that phone and turn it on, it's in what we call a BFU state, or before first unlock state. So everything on the device is encrypted. It's secured. A user has to actually go in and log in for the first time to actually open that device, and then the device works with your password or passcode to decrypt the information on the phone. So once you've logged into your phone the first time, even if it shuts, you get your screen that you have to keep logging in. Once you've done it the first time, it's in what we call an AFU, or after first unlock state. So if it's in BFU, we can sometimes get information off of it. But if we get the information off of it, it's really going to be just kind of generic information. So it's things that the phone needs to actually start up. So it's kind of operating system stuff. It's stuff that's not your personal stuff. It's just stuff that the manufacturer might have on there. Now, there might be other things on there like pictures. Sometimes there's some information on it, what we call keychain information, which is basically just information that pertains to like passwords and stuff for other things, like if you have a Facebook account or something. But most of that information is not necessarily that useful as evidence. It's really just kind of information that the phone would have. And again, maybe some pictures or something that's not encrypted on there. So you're not going to get probably text messages or those kind of things.
Now, most phones and most individuals have some kind of passcode on their phone, is that correct?
Yes.
And if you do not have that passcode available to you, how are you able to access this more personal information, text messages, things like that?
Well, if the phone is in the AFU state, the after first unlock state, even if it's locked, a lot of the tools we have will get into it. They'll break it. We also have a method called brute force, where if you know how, if you type your passcode in, sometimes you type it in wrong, it'll say, sorry, that's wrong. You forget, you type it in again, it says you have to wait 1 minute. Well, we can get around that sometimes, and it can just try every number, and it'll try and brute force. But the tools can sometimes get past the AFU. They can sometimes, or the passcode in AFU, they can sometimes brute force, where we'll actually get the passcode. And if we do that, we can actually log into the phone, and it's as if you just had it in your hand using it, and we can get most of the data, if not all the data, off the phone at that time. And that's the tools really do that.
Okay, and you continue saying the words sometimes. None of this is guaranteed.
Right. It really depends on the model of the phone, the version of the operating system, the age, etc. There's a lot of variables.
Now, when you are able to extract information on the phone, what format is that information extracted in, and how is that, I guess, been passed over to investigate?
So what we do is, depending on the tool we use, whether it's like a gray key device or whether it's a Celebrite device, we will get an extraction, a binary extraction. It's a digital extraction. Once we get that, then we put it into a tool. We use right now a tool called Physical Analyzer. We bring that information into the Physical Analyzer, and then it goes through and it looks at all the data, and it kind of pulls out pertinent data based on the tool. So like text messages, emails, pictures, those kind of things. Pulls that out, and it'll create a report. And so what we do is we run it through Physical Analyzer, we create that report, and then we give that report and any other data in the phone, the devices, back to the detective.
Okay, so it looks a lot different than just picking up the phone and thumbing through it, looking at the message.
Exactly. The tool actually breaks it down into the various groups. So you'll have all text messages, you'll have GPS location data, all that separated out, so it's easier to see.
Okay. And when you receive a phone to, I guess, unlock or try to get into, is it accompanied with either a consent form or a search warrant that the detective has signed?
Yes. When they bring the device up to us, there's a form we fill out, or they fill out for the request, and then they provide us the legal reason why they're getting into the phone, a search warrant or consent or whatever.
Now, in this case, were you provided, I believe, 8 devices to extract?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay, and you were aware that there are some other devices, but those are the 8 that you completed.
Yes.
Is that correct? Detective Painting has been marked states 322 to 330. Are those your reports for the devices that you unlocked or attempted to unlock? I mean.
Noel. Oh, Shirley. Well, I did one not recently, Shirley, like a month ago. I don't know if you saw it. You should check it out.
State offers states 323 through 330 for all purposes.
What's that where's 320?
I said 323. Did I skip the numbers you're on?
All right, let's go off the record. Mrs. Garza, do we have a 320?
Yes, Judge, it wasn't admitted, but it was offered. No, but you did offer it. I was gonna tell you how to break, Judge. 320 and 321. So she would start it.
It was 18, 19?
Yes, 18 and 19. It was just these two that lied. And then, so she should start at 322.
Yes, and that's what she said.
Yes, yes.
Okay, okay, back on the record. All right, hold on. States Exhibits 320 and 321, those were items from the hotel room. Those are admitted for all purposes. And then States Exhibits 322 through 330 are admitted for all purposes as well. Oh, did you object? I'm sorry.
Tendering to defense counsel.
Tendering to defense. Okay, I'll hold my ruling.
But these are the records from the phones that were taken from Dykes.
Those are some of the phones from Dykes, some of the phones that were taken from Marano.
Judge, I don't know if we need to have a hearing or not. I just want to make sure that, I believe I informed the court earlier that we wanted to make sure we had a running objection in regards to the sufficiency of the arrest warrants in this case and the search warrants that led to the state obtaining this documentation. So, that we're contesting both the arrest warrant, the information contained in the arrest warrant, and the search warrants. That, first of all, we believe the arrest warrants that led to our clients being detained, and then the search warrants that led to this information. So we just want to make sure we have a running objection.
All right, the court will grant your request for a running objection to the items discovered as a result of the search warrant and any items seized as a result of the arrest warrant for Mr. Dykes.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Do you have any other objection other than that?
Well, Judge, I mean, I understand the court's position as far as any information contained from.
No, hold on. Let's, ladies and gentlemen, jury, I'm going to send you back to the jury room right quick. It's something that just occurred to me. So, I will send you out for just a few minutes.
All right. I mean, it's already the end of the day. I was hoping they'd finish off with this guy so tomorrow we can start. I'd love to start Chuck at the beginning, but I don't know. What a day. I mean, hopefully after they get the cop portion done, we can get to, I don't know, more witnesses or whatever, or Chuck. I don't know if I wonder if he's the last one. No, there's still, no, I wonder how much they got left. Because I was thinking too, like, somebody was asking me how long is this trial going to be. I have no idea, but I would think they have to be done by Christmas. Because there's no way they're going to, like, stop in the middle of, take a Christmas break and send the jurors home and then have them come back and whatever. So definitely before, I don't know. I wonder if they plan to be done this week, like Friday. Or is it going to run into the middle next week? I was thinking maybe 2 weeks. I don't know. Oh my god. I know. Yes, Mel, not supposed to idolize religion. I thought that was like one of the most basic parts in the Bible or whatever. And these people got like artifacts all over their house, bowing down and kissing it and praying and whatever. Well, survived another day. Then I wonder how many witnesses Lisa's people plan to bring. Lisa's gonna be big, so Chuck's and Lisa's testimony are gonna be huge. They were in Cambodia. They still went and got him. I don't know how they did it. I don't know if they worked out some type of deal. I know there's like supposedly no extradition, but they didn't. They went and got him. That's where they went. Let's see. However, it is essential to consider the political situation and regional dynamics when contemplating these destinations: Vietnam, Cambodia, and Mongolia. Best non treaty on extradition, Cambodia. Lisa Dykes. Hi, baby. Oh, let me warm it up a little bit for you. Let's Cambodia. I don't know how they did it. That arrest scene, that was Lisa in Cambodia, right? With the tattoo, the demonic Catholic sign on her back that's not demonic. So, Bill, what are they trying to get thrown out? Okay, BL says the FBI assisted law enforcement in Cambodia 9,000 miles away. Oh, the FBI, while taking a couple into custody. Thank you, thank you. The arrest was in Florida before the ankle monitors were put on. The Florida arrest was the first arrest, and they got arrested, and then they bonded out, and then they fled the country again, and then they got arrested again. They were fleeing from persecution of injustices of their religion, freedom of religion, practicing Santa Muerte. No, I mean, they fled twice. You know, when the situation first happened, they were on the run, and then they got caught, and then they bailed out and ran again, and then they got caught again. Amazing. I don't know if we have time before they come back, but Dykes and Marano were initially arrested in Florida in March 2021, and they were jailed in Dallas in lieu of a $500,000 bail, which they got from some attorney that put up property. They bonded out of custody that May. The ankle monitors miraculously lost signals within minutes of each other on Christmas morning. Merry Christmas, Feliz Navidad. According to court documents, the FBI and Cambodian law enforcement found them in February, and they were extradited to Dallas last month. Prosecutors asked the judge Wednesday to set the woman's bail at $5 million. Defense lawyers asked for $500,000, the same bail woman previously had. Yeah, right. It does not appear the $500,000 and electric leg monitor were sufficient to get your clients to appear in court and abide by the bond conditions. Defense lawyer Heath Harris, the guy that's savage right now, along with Valerie Baston, they're both right now in the trial, represents both women, said the pair were afraid of Beltran. So these two women, that's what I'm saying. And I guess these same attorneys are representing Nina. They are going to throw Charles under the bus. Because somebody was asking me earlier, like, do you think he's willing, or was he subpoenaed or whatever? I think Charles at this point is willing, but I don't know. Maybe he was subpoenaed. That's what I meant to ask Lena. I don't know if she's watching. I know she had to step away. Charles needs to come on and take the stand. This is his last. He needs to fight this because these two women, I believe they're going to pin it on him. And I think when Lisa testifies, she's going to put this on Charles. The pair said they're afraid of Beltran and people he associated with. He said that their fleeing isn't evidence of guilt in the killing.
Judge, in regard to the search warrant, we have State's Exhibit 331, which is the affidavits for search warrant and search warrant in regard to the blue and purple
Phones?
Yes, the blue purple HUAWEI.
Wallway.
Wallway.
Wallway?
Wallway.
Wallway.
Thank you.
So that's the first thing we have. And then additional, is that what you offered?
Yes.
And he's gonna talk about all nine?
He's not gonna talk about it, he's just talking about the extracted, the temporary extractions.
I don't believe that.
So we're offering it for record purposes of this.
The affidavit for search warrant.
Yes.
Okay.
And the affidavit for search warrant and search warrant. Together.
Correct. That helps. All right, so the State's Exhibit 331, affidavit for search warrant and search warrant regarding the blue and purple Wallway phones. The offered for record purposes is now admitted for record purposes only. Okay. Did it work or no?
It did, John.
Oh, okay. Are any of these phones actually in evidence?
Yes, not all of these phones are in evidence, Your Honor, just the ones that were just offered.
And admitted that were found with Nina Marano when she was arrested?
Yes, and
those three?
Aloha, thank you.
Those three, and then two other phones, a blue iPhone and a black T-Mobile cell phone.
Where were those two?
Those were with Lisa Dykes when she was arrested.
That's what I think he wanted.
Yes, I see that. Okay, so we've got 5 phones then.
We have 5 phones in
evidence
right now.
Right now.
In evidence, correct.
Okay, now I'm going to read this report.
Angie, how did they have their passports to get to Cambodia? Oh. I don't know. Is that when they went through the border? Is that how they got there? Going through the border? I don't know. I mean, at this point, they might as well send the jurors home and figure this out, I guess. I was hoping they'd be done with this guy today.
Would it be too loud to try and run the air while we're doing
No,
this?
you can bring that in, that's
All right.
fine.
Yeah, I'll try and give us a little relief.
Yeah, are we at 79 yet?
78.
Why would they bring Chuck in? Because Chuck claims he saw Marisela stabbed.
I know, it's awful.
Sorry. He saw Lisa stab Marisela. I mean, this whole trial, you know, that we've been watching, the constant person that's always come up is Chuck. I feel like the prosecution kind of does need him, even though, again, his character is going to be called into question for sure. He's a big piece of the puzzle, and I don't know what happened, but I don't think that he stabbed Marisela. I don't think he helped hide the body or dismember or whatever. I think he literally hightailed it, which I don't agree with. I don't know how anybody could do that. I think he knew he was playing with fire with Lisa, but enjoying the ride and the fruits that he got from that. I don't know how Nina would even, if Lisa stabbed Marisela, why would Nina stay there?
Okay, sorry.
Or not call cops or whatever, I don't know. This whole thing, they should just send these people home because it's already figured out right now after hours, but like let the jury go home for the day and you guys argue what you gotta argue. But I mean, Chuck was sleeping with women all the time. I just don't see a reason for I see more motive, I think, with Lisa to like snap. I just still don't understand why she would snap if it was a constant thing of him sleeping with women. But I do know, I mean, from what I thought I heard, I thought he had fallen asleep there in the bed and he woke up. Let's find that article. Isn't there an article with Charles Beltran, his account? It's a very short account. It's not the whole story. That's why tomorrow is going to be like, I think, a really big deal. But there was an article that said a little bit of like his claim of what happened. Let's see if I can. I don't know if you're still watching, Bill, too. If you see it, I had the article a long time ago and I saw it that it kind of like, let's see. It's like stabbed. Let me just say that stabbed Marisela. Let's see if that pops up anything. Charles Beltran, the man accused of having killed Marisela, claims that he didn't do it. However, he admits that he did see who did it and points to Lisa Dykes as the person who stabbed Marisela to death. He says Nina Marano saw the whole thing. Okay, Charles, Nina, and Lisa, they're all facing capital murder charges. So let's stop right there for a second. You guys have the death sentence in Texas? Capital murder means the death penalty is on the table? Is that what that means? In Texas, the biggest difference between murder and capital murder can be summed up in 2 words: death penalty. So that's another, and I think what happened that night, BL, like, to hit Charles's claims. I mean, I guess that's it, right? Let me see if there's anything else. Did he claim anything else? I clicked on an ad or something. Okay, here we go. Okay. I think has the information. After his arrest, Charles Beltran told DPD Homicide Division detectives that he actually met Marisela at Select Start Bar, and they agreed to have sex. According to Beltran, he had sex with her and they fell asleep. That's what I was saying. In the middle of the night, he woke up and he saw Lisa Dykes stabbing Botello. Charles Beltran wanted to become a famous rapper, blah, blah, blah. Beltran maintains that he pushed Lisa Dykes and Marisela away and that he got dressed and left the room. See, that's foul as shit. That is foul as hell. I mean, one thing to run and leave, that's one thing, but to not call the cops, to where maybe they could have got help. Maybe this wouldn't have been something that's gotten delayed for so many years. Maybe this would have been more of a clear up and close, like open and close. The deputy maintains that the woman cleaned the house and disposed of the body of Marisela Botello. I mean, when they walked through the house, I thought that's what they were showing to what looked like. We saw, was it yesterday? Weren't they showing like the Blue Star agent, the reaction, like the luminol stuff? And I thought in certain places of the house, they were trying to show that these people cleaned up the house. For some reason, I kind of believe that part of the story. I just feel like, and maybe it's because of this deep dive stuff I've done with Lisa, and given the history, and then Nina and their little weird warped relationship. I mean, yeah, he definitely deserves to be held accountable for sure. I mean, but I don't think he did the stabbing. Jerry, who's that? Oh, Jeannie says, what's Lisa's story? Well, I did a deep dive, but if you're talking about like what's her side of the story, like what does she claim? I don't know. That's a good question. She's supposed to be taking the stand. So that'll be the first time we'll hear it publicly what she claims happened. I'm assuming they're going to claim he attacked her and stabbed her. I don't know. I actually have a story too. Maybe I'll wait till the Charles trial starts, or I don't know. I had somebody in my Instagram that knew of him and that she had a friend that dated him, and she just said that like the guy, I don't know, was never like violent. Even though we had that one ex or acquaintance or whatever she was that testified today that said she was kind of afraid of Chuck. They didn't say he got physical with her. I think they said like he yelled or they got into an argument or something. He then returned later. They told him that cleared up and took care of it. Wow. Charles was in bed with Marisela, woke up to Lisa stabbing. He jumped and pushed Lisa off Marisela. Nina came on and pushed him. He ran out the room and got dressed and left. You guys got to hear that creepy ass story too about Charles's friend. I think that's worth a repost. I might do that too at some point. Tonight I want to work on a cease and desist. If I can get it together. Like I have all these thoughts and all these pieces flying everywhere, and then it's just like to get it together to make it make sense. But I think I have way more than I need anyway to do it. Should be too hard. Lisa, well, the one thing that we did hear is Lisa's claiming she never even met Marisela. And I wonder how is it that Lisa and Nina's phones were pinging by where the body was found? Like, I wonder what the defense is going to try to say with that. Oh, really? Well, somebody had messaged me. Somebody had messaged me. The same person that told me that Chuck is going to testify tomorrow, which I was surprised. And I'm like, okay, cool. And they actually did say that in the opening statements. That same person told me that Lisa was going to testify. And I was like, okay. I don't know. But Beautiful Ball Messi said that maybe just hear interrogation video. Well, that'd be interesting too if that's all it is. I hope she testifies. Do you have to send a cease and desist out? They sent me one like 2 years ago. So I'm working on making a video to show what happened back then because I think it might be kind of interesting, given some of the context and stuff like that. Murdoch's pings held up in court, yeah. Yeah. He just said we will hear her say. Okay. Yes, Notre Dame. The story about the friend getting sick after the special dinner is yeah. Lisa made some type of special dinner for one of Chuck's friends while he was visiting, and he got sick. And I don't know, honestly, because I've talked to him a couple of times. He doesn't want anything to do with this case. Like, he's watching, of course, but he doesn't want like any of. He actually ended up getting some like medical health conditions, and I don't know. He was pretty. I mean, I don't know that it's related to that at all or not, but I'm just saying that like recently he had some medical health conditions. You know, certain people are superstitious, and especially when it comes to like the Santeria stuff. Like, some people are very, very, like, imagine my mother came to my house and I had this like Santeria bullshit, like a statue somewhere, what my mother would say. You know, she's Jehovah's Witness. Some people are very, very like, they don't play about that. You know, so I've known quite a bit of people, or I know two people that, you know, told me they were going to be at this trial. They were going to testify. They told me to pray for them. They were like concerned. I was trying to open the website, BL, but the stupid thing is trying to make me pay or something, and I can't. Let me see what it lets me activate. It wouldn't let me activate for some reason. I don't know. And I can't use my VPN because if I activate it, it's going to drop the connection. And honestly, I think people are done for the day. They're done for the day. Let's see something. Let's see if I can. I know it's kind of scummy, but it's a news channel. See if I can promote myself in there. I don't know if anybody's actually watching. You're gone. I'm thinking they're done for the day. These people don't really communicate when the day's over sometimes. They just cut it. Or they just let it just ride. I heard Murky Piglet, some weird disgruntled professor reject. Yeah, I got rejected for a job, went and shot up the school. But I heard it was faculty that he shot up. It was like just doing something like it was random students. I guess it was some type of payback thing. Oh, you wanted to go to the court tomorrow? The camera's shaking. I don't foresee them coming back tonight. It's already past. So their schedule, their central time is in Texas. So like they're usually 9:30 a.m. their time till 5 p.m. their time. So like 10:30 our time till around this time, 6 p.m. Eastern. Yeah. Yeah, right for. Yeah. I mean, I don't know if there's more to it, but yeah, they said he was denied a job recently. Ascension, that's probably true. Ascension Princess says, I believe Chuck, but I also believe he's leaving some stuff out. Yeah. Is that your screenshot? Oh, thank you. Okay. Okay, so yeah. Beltran admitted meeting Botello in Deep Ellum and taking her to his home where they had sex and fell asleep. And the whole thing with that, you know, during this trial where we had these witnesses that you Chuck, I don't know why Chuck lied and told them that they went to their car and that they went to his car and had sex. When this story was first happening and before Charles was even mentioned publicly as a person of before he was mentioned as a person of interest publicly, I had somebody reach out to me and tell me like, hey, this is the guy. And I was like, what? And I couldn't believe it. Even back then, for anybody that, when I was covering the story back then, I was mentioning, I'm like, there's a guy I don't want to say because I can't confirm it. And that the story that person told me is the same. It's over. Is the same story that people that know Chuck during his trial have said, that supposedly they went to the car, they had sex or whatever. So why was he hiding the fact that he went back to the house? You know, maybe this was after the fact that he saw the murder happening or something, and then he's like, but why cover up for them? I don't. Or cover for himself. Robinette says you have to cover the rest of these trials. Well, I'm going to see how this goes, and we'll see how the next couple months go because we have till February, so we have time. There's a lot I can do once this trial is over. I can hustle and do some other content until the next trial. I will definitely cover it. If things are still bad on the channel, though, I might just I'll see. There's just so much time. I don't. But at worst come to worst case scenario, we could do nightly recaps. But I don't know. There's just something about watching it in time, in real time. That's kind of cool too. But then I don't know, when you do the recaps, you can skip past a lot of the lunch break and whatever else. And I feel like we have to do it almost, right? Like we don't have no choice. Like been waiting for so long for this, you know? Mel, why wouldn't you believe Chuck did it and Lisa's covering for him? I don't know. I don't know if it's a gut thing and just the stories that I've heard about Lisa. Why wouldn't you believe Chuck did it and Lisa's covering for him? Covering for him like what? Like he did it. So let's the theory. All right, if Chuck did it, one, his phone didn't ping by where the body was found. But if you think he killed her and just runs off, and then the lady's like, you know what? I guess let's clean up the body for him. I don't know. And the thing that's weird too is like these ladies, right? Nina is an attorney, was an attorney. I guess she's not an attorney anymore. And Lisa, a paralegal. Why would it not cross their minds to be like, hey, let's not take our cell phones with us to get rid of a body? If they were with this phone, we're assuming they were with the phone. If they were with the phone, why would anybody? That'd be one of the things. Like even what about Koberger? Koberger didn't have his phone on him the night of the murders, right? Like he left his phone behind, or I think Koberger had supposedly turned off his phone. Even Koberger the night of, I think, or the morning of, or the early morning hours, I thought that he had like turned his phone off or something and then turned it back on. I thought away, even though I think they said previously it had pinged in the area. How could they not even be like, let me turn off my phone? Kohlberger had his phone the whole time? So his phone pinged that night in the area? I thought that he turned it off. Oh, okay. I thought it said something like he turned it off, or it just didn't ping in that particular area. I thought, yeah. Listen, there's a lot of people that I don't want to say a lot, but there's people that have telling me. I have personal friends that they think Kohlberger's innocent. I haven't really been following too much because I'm kind of waiting for the trial, but maybe it's worth looking at again. The defense has been, I heard the defense was like asking for the evidence. The prosecution didn't want to hand it over. I don't know if that's still a thing. Let's see if this channel blocks me for, no, that didn't block me. Yeah, Kohlberger's phone went dark. Leave your phone at home, borrow someone else's to have with you. Oh, I believe he's involved, Kohlberger. I don't think there's like this grand conspiracy or like, I don't know. I think he is. It is kind of almost hard to grasp the amount of time, the short amount of time that he was able to kill those college kids, and that amount of speed, and for it being his first murders, I guess, to be able to do it within that speed and then just blend back into society. And like, what, he was going back to school and stuff? Did he go back to school? Yeah, he was going back to school, and people were talking about they saw like a pep in his step. He was all like normal and shit. Didn't say he started being more talkative, and then to go on a road trip with his father. I don't know. But that's going to be a really interesting trial. That's going to be probably a big trial, I'm sure. I'm a little concerned about that, Christina. So I think tomorrow, what we'll do tomorrow, if there is, I'm hoping that Charles will testify based off of what two people told me. And if he does, then maybe tomorrow I'll run a poll. After Charles is done, we'll do a poll wherever we're at and see what you guys think. If there's enough, it might be a chase. If there's enough for guilty prosecution, like have they proved their case so far? Wimble says, anything about Sarah Boone case? No, it got pushed back again last time I checked. I almost stopped checking. I almost feel like it's pushed back years or something. It's got pushed back so many times. I forgot the last time the newest date that they said. He's off the highway. More confused than convinced. Have you watched the timeline video, Bobby? I think that's a really good place to start, the timeline video.
The Brea police really do want to find this good.
Yeah, they cut off the live stream, so it's done for today. Okay. Yeah, I don't. People thinking BK is innocent forget about people like Ted Bundy. I think that's part of it too. Like people, even the whole like incel thing with him. People, I had some friends. Well, he's handsome, but he was bullied, according to some of those stories that came out when he was in school, younger. Like bullied for his weight, bullied by girls, like all this kind of stuff going on. And so some girls are like, "Oh, well, he's just attractive." So I believe there's some type of incel in him where he kind of like had a hatred or something for a woman. I think after maybe being rejected or not having successful whatever. I mean, there was even that one neighbor that like it was a guy. He was just like I forgot what the story was. Like he wanted to go jogging, but like Koberger almost became kind of weird, like obsessive a little bit. And then one day Koberger was like, I guess they were like neighbors, and Koberger was like making all this noise, like banging, or was it a shower? I don't know what, pots and pans banging or some shit. I don't know. I think he fits the incel. Somewhat of an incel. I really do believe that. I think he went through some stuff with a woman. There's some people to this day that still think Brian Laundrie's alive. I mean, what are you gonna do? Oh man. I think that too, yeah. Koberger idolized serial killers, and he thinks he's superior to everyone. Oh, let me set up the stream. Well, I have tomorrow's already set to go. So let me just put the redirect. Day 4. Charles Beltran. Full check. So we'll do a poll before we head out of here. The chase is still going. I don't know if any choppers are flying out there. Is Koberger involved? Of course, he's presumed innocent, but do you believe he's involved in the Idaho murders? If the poll even works. Who knows if that shit even works? iCkEdMeL, did you ever watch the following series? No. Oh yeah, Jersey Jen, thank you so much. Says thank you for letting the 13 share your work. Great job. Yeah, no problem. I just want that story to get out because there's nobody covering it. I don't know. All right, well, let me head out of here because the baby's looking at me. What? Soda. All right. Is Koberger involved in the Idaho murders? 90%, 89% say yes, 11% say no. Oh, you're right. That's a good point. Polythene Pam. The incel Rogers that unalived other was handsome, but it's so weird. Yeah, the Roger guy, he wasn't a bad looking guy. That guy for some reason he couldn't deal with woman. He couldn't pull a woman. I don't know what it was. Elliot Roger. He was kind of a little weird. He wasn't something wrong with him. But I'd like to take you on a date. Yes. I don't know where is it.
Of an attack in the college town.
I want to see one of his old videos. Did they take him down?
Hey, Elliot Roger here, enjoying a nice vanilla latte.
Insanely overpriced beverages for psychopaths. It's funny.
You may have seen Elliot Rogers' YouTube videos that he released before committing his attack, but there were many videos he didn't publish that were on his cell phone and were recently released by the police. One batch of videos was released around a year ago, which I made a video about last year. Another batch of videos was released a couple of months ago, so this video will be about them. The link for the first video is in the description. So my last version of this video got striked for violent criminal organizations, and one of the things YouTube recommends in order to have that not happen is to give disclaimers. So I'm going to give you a disclaimer. They'll probably strike it anyway, but here we go. This video was uploaded for educational and research purposes so that people can understand why Elliot Rodger was the way he was and stop other people from ending up like that. I do not in any way support Elliot Rodger's beliefs or...
So Elliot Rodger, I believe Elliot Rodger killed 6 people in a stabbing and shooting spree in Isla Vista, California in May 2014 before he turned a gun on himself. The 22-year-old posted a retribution video to YouTube and emailed a lengthy autobiographical document to almost 2 dozen people that he knew. So this guy is like the incel. Like if you type incel in the dictionary, the online dictionary, this is one of the people that would probably show up. And he would just be there like sitting in his car, like doing vlogs, talking to himself. And he's just like, I don't understand women and why. I don't know.
Hey, Elliot Rodger here. Today I'm at Sarania Park. I just took a nice long hike up in those hills. I would say this is one of the most significant places of my life. I grew up here. My parents used to always take me here when I was a kid. Back when my life was happy and fair. Back when I thought the world was fair.
Alana. That's a good, interesting point.
I was only an innocent child. And now, here I am. After living a horrible, unjust life. Years of my life, I've been forced to endure an existence of loneliness, rejection, and unfulfilled...
See, here we go. You see the loneliness and rejection part? See, this is not like a bad-looking guy.
For the last 8 years of my life, I've been forced to endure an existence of loneliness, rejection, and unfulfilled desires, all because girls have never been attracted to me. They gave their love, sex, and affection to other men, but never to me.
That's the thing too. They feel some type of way about like that other men got the attention and that they're choosing everybody else but me. And like they have all this terminology. Like there's this whole online community of them, and they're on the forums and they talk to each other all day long about like their whatever. I don't know if this is like a mental health thing too. Or maybe there's a part of mental illness to it. I don't know if I wonder if there's in the DSM-5, if there's a category in there. You know, I don't know. And I would almost think that maybe this is something you just outgrow after a while. I don't know. Or is it just that they're obsessed with this? Or maybe it's just like, maybe it's personal experiences that they've dealt with in their life and then now they put it on everybody else.
I'm 22 years old and I'm still a virgin.
And bro, why post that on YouTube? So that's the other thing too, is like incel, what does that, doesn't it mean like involuntary celibate? Incel. Something, right? Involuntarily celibate.
I've been through college for more than 2 years. College is the time when everyone experiences sex, and yet I'm still a virgin. I've never even interacted with any girls. Girls have ignored me all my life. And I am going to punish all of them for it.
You see? That's the mentality.
You girls are not attracted to me. I'm the perfect guy.
Wow.
I'm magnificent.
Wow.
I'm the guy you should be going for, not those obnoxious slobs you love so much. I don't know why you're not attracted to me. I don't know what you don't see in me.
Bro, this is like out of a movie. You would have thought it was like an actor. We're watching a movie scene.
I'll make sure you all pay for it. You've deprived me of love, sex, and affection all my life. And that's a declaration of war.
I feel like a lot of women need to see this. I should probably like screen record just this portion and send it out to some of our friends. But like, hey, just so you know, just be careful. You know, like
it's war you want, then war you shall have.
I figured this quote was taken from something, and after doing some research, I think the most likely source is a children's Christmas movie called The Life and Adventures of Santa Claus, which came out in the 80s but was re-released in the year 2000 when Elliot Rodger was about 8. The line and tone of voice he uses are very similar to what's in the movie.
Your friend Claus
shall be captured within 3 days and done away with for good.
If it is war you want, then war you shall have.
So it would appear that in addition to using scary quotes from Star Wars and World of Warcraft, Elliot Rodger may have also used one from a movie about Santa Claus. There's another thing worth talking about here before we move on. One of the things I've learned from looking at how Elliot Rodger talks about women in these videos and in his other works is that he doesn't seem to have understood that women had personalities. He frequently talks about wanting hot blonde girls, but he says nothing other than that. Nothing about what kind of people he wants to be with. And we can see here that he doesn't see women as individuals, just part of this giant category of women. Women want war, so I'm going to declare war on them. He blames all women for rejecting him, even though most of them have never met him or heard of him, and indeed none of them ever actually rejected him either, because he never tried to ask any of them out. Ever. And this is how he saw pretty much everyone. All people were part of some giant collective that he blamed for all of his misery, as opposed to individuals with the...
So yeah, that's Elliot Rodgers. Check it out sometime if you've never heard of it. I mean, I get the chase was canceled. I don't know. I guess there's probably some type of mental health component, but like they really do have a large online presence. I even remember one time I kind of joked around because there was this website that we were working on exposing that like it just had really bad things, and I was talking about like, oh, there must be some incel, and then somebody from the incel community, I think they emailed me. They were like upset, and they were like, don't generalize us with that. It was like, oh shit, okay, damn. It was like all pissed and stuff. So is it 30 minutes north of you? Yeah, there's some guys like that. I think sometimes people think like an incel has to be somebody that maybe like looks crazy or like somebody that like sticks out or something. All right, well, I guess that's it for now. I'm going to do, I don't know, a little cleaning, chill with the baby, get a few things done. And then in a little while after I catch up, I'm going to try to start working on continue working on the cease and desist. And that's it. And today, I felt really good today. I woke up, did my exercise. For the most part, I've been eating decent. For the most part. The last thing I ate, fried chicken, maybe not that good, but there are thousands of incels. That's true too. That's true too. There are thousands of incels who aren't murderers. That's true too. I'll give you that. I should put that in just like with anybody that has a mental health particular or whatever, it doesn't mean that they're all whatever, you know? Except the Santa Muerte. No, I'm just kidding. Even the Santa Muerte people, they aren't all like crazy or evil or whatever. But all right, man. I love you guys. See you tomorrow morning, unless there's a chase. Charles Beltran. Hopefully tomorrow. Charles. All right. Good night. Peace.